There was a beast on the immortal astral continent named the Eyefish. Its head was mostly taken up by its open mouth, and its body looked something like a 10,000-foot-long mud snake. The beast liked to devour earth and absorb the essences of the earth to nourish its body, and spiritual energy to nourish its soul. Young eyefishes often remained in silts of rivers and never revealed themselves. As time passed, adult eyefishes could reach 10,000 feet in length. They would drill through the silt and enter the earth. Then they would travel underground to a nearby mountain and sleep. On the immortal astral continent, most of the eyefishes were sealed by sex as protector beasts, but they were not loved by cultivators. When they entered a mountain, they would fuse with it. Although that gave the mountain a spirit, the mountain would soon turn into yellow sand. These eyefishes that stole celestial energy had to be sealed. In truth, almost all the eyefishes that were found on the immortal astral continent were immediately sealed. Wang Lin was sitting on the desert of this planet. The wind howled as large sandstorms were kicked off. The storms covered the world and made everything look dim. Wang Lin learned about the eyefishes from the memories of the third soul. The seven-colored celestial sovereign had brought a young eyefish to the 300 destroyed worlds and intended to raise it here for a while before retrieving it. However, he had died and shattered, so the eyefish remained here. Wang Lin had detected the aura of the beast and spotted the desert planet while he was escaping. This made him decide to return to this place. Wang Lin grabbed a handful of yellow sand and felt a trace of spiritual energy. His divine sense spread out and found the aura of a beast deep inside the planet. These various signs on the surface revealed that the beast below was likely the eyefish. An eyefish that was able to grow without restrictions and live in this world for so long. There are bound to be mutations. This is the only planet in this world, meaning the other planets have already been absorbed by the eyefish. This final one. Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew and everything about the planet appeared in his mind. I can set up an ambush here. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and glinted with a cold light. His right hand formed seals and countless restrictions appeared to form the realm-burning umbrella. The moment the umbrella appeared, a heat wave rushed out and spread across the sky. The clouds scattered as a giant umbrella appeared in the sky. After the umbrella opened, the canopy fused with the umbrella's pole. It was like a pillar that connected the sky and the earth. Wang Lin looked up at the burning umbrella and bit the tip of his tongue to spray out blood. The blood seemed to be burning as it flew toward the sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and then the umbrella slowly disappeared. Even the giant umbrella pole became transparent until no trace of it remained. The realm-burning umbrella fused with the void, making it impossible to distinguish them. However, anyone who entered the planet would be shrouded in the fire. This was the first ambush. Wang Lin's breathing was a bit rushed. Even with his late-stage spirit void cultivation, using this spell was difficult, especially when he wanted to display more of its power. It should be able to display more power. Wang Lin raised right hand and pointed at his left eye. The fire essence in his left eye appeared and fire raged. He waved his right hand and a sea of fire flew out from his left eye. The sea of fire turned into a fire vermilion bird and flew into the sky. The fire vermilion bird was too big, and its tail feathers spread open like a phoenix. After circling a few times, it disappeared from the world. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmly cultivated for a while. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. His hands formed seals and he began to mutter. A moment later, seven-colored light erupted from his hands. This seven-colored light looked the same as the spells from the seven-colored Taoist. Now that Wang Lin was using the spell, it was even more dazzling, and the light covered every part of the planet. Seven-colored Tao Lance. Wang Lin let out a roar and his arms opened. The sky rumbled as the seven-colored light gathered in the sky to form the seven-colored lance. This lance gave off a shocking aura and let out a hymn once it appeared. Then it flew toward Wang Lin and stabbed into the earth to the right of Wang Lin. This was the second ambush. After using these two powerful spells back to back, Wang Lin looked tired, but he didn't stop. He pointed to between his eyebrows and a shadow appeared over him. The shadow gradually separated until his original body and avatar split. The original body with the ancient Tao inheritance flew into the sky and his right hand reached out. The world changed color as the heaven-splitting axe appeared. Wang Lin's original body grabbed it and disappeared. The full power attack of the ancient Tao inheritance was the third ambush. After the 3 ambushes, Wang Lin's expression looked dim and his breath became rapid. He adjusted himself for half an instance of time before opening his eyes once more. He waved his right hand and the ghostly sail appeared. This object came from the immortal astral continent and was a powerful treasure. Although Wang Lin hadn't fully comprehended it, he could still use it to cast illusions. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he bit his left index finger and dripped blood on the ghostly face. His blood was quickly absorbed by the ghostly face. In just 3 breaths, half of his blood was absorbed, causing Wang Lin's face to turn pale. At the 4th breath, the ghostly face stopped absorbing blood, and its eyes revealed a demonic light. Wang Lin held the sail up and waved it. The ghostly face flew out and let out a silent roar. Its body expanded until it enveloped the planet and disappeared. After the ghostly face disappeared, the world seemed to change, but it was very difficult to find what the issue was. This ghostly face illusion was Wang Lin's 4th ambush. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He wiped away the sweat and took a deep breath. He pointed at the sky with his right hand and a roar echoed across the world. There was a small ghostly dot, and it rapidly expanded into the nether beast. This beast's body hadn't expanded completely. It was only 1,000 feet large. However, its cold and ruthless eyes could cause anyone's heart to tremble. As Wang Lin pointed, the nether beast closed its eyes and its body became thin. It eventually turned into fog and shrouded the world. The entire world seemed to become blurry inside the fog. This nether beast was Wang Lin's 5th ambush. Wang Lin's cultivator avatar sat down on the yellow desert, feeling very tired. This was the first time he had used all these spells at once. If it was during a normal battle, he would never have the time to use them all, but right now it was possible. There is still the 6th ambush. Wang Lin silently pondered and raised his left hand. The blood flowing out of the tip of his finger had already clotted, but he tore it open again. Then he drew a circle of blood around him. The moment the blood circle was formed, Wang Lin spat out a mouth of his essence energy onto it, causing it to be filled with the smell of blood and dense origin energy. As the smell of blood and origin energy spread out, the entire planet trembled. This tremble came from the heart of the planet and fused with the ground. The sand on the planet moved like waves. Then Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and bloodlines appeared in his eyes. A large amount of bloodlines appeared and fused with the circle of blood, hiding the aura coming from it. After a long time, the movement on the earth slowly dissipated and Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. The eye fish is my 6th ambush. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and there was a hint of golden light in his eyes. This golden light contained an extremely rich celestial bloodline. This was the only celestial blood Wang Lin had left. His right hand reached toward the void and there was a flash of golden light. The Li Guang Bao appeared and he grabbed it. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. After a long time, he closed his eyes and began to simulate what could happen. The Li Guang Bao was his last ambush, the 7th ambush. These 7 ambushes created this shocking trap. Time slowly passed. In a flash, another incense stick of time went by. Wang Lin opened his eyes and no longer hesitated. He waved his left hand and an unlit black incense stick appeared before him. Holding the incense stick, he waved it and ignited it. Black smoke quickly flew into the air like signal smoke. This didn't end. After the incense was ignited, Wang Lin threw it out, and it landed 30 feet away in the yellow sand. The fire flickered and the black smoke became even more dense. Wang Lin's left hand reached toward the void again, and he pulled out Xianxia, who had her eyes closed. Wang Lin didn't feel any pity as his finger landed between her eyebrows. She revealed a painful expression. Combined with her beautiful face, it could move anyone's heart. But Wang Lin's eyes were still cold, and the moment his finger landed between her eyebrows, her eyes opened. Xianxia struggled as her right hand moved out of her control and grasped at the void. The message jade appeared in her hand. Holding the jade, Xianxia struggled even more, but she could not control her body. She sent out a message and the jade shined brightly before shattering. The 7 ambushes had been set, and with the burning incense stick and jade, he had set the bait. Now he just needed to wait for the prey to arrive to set off a great battle on this planet. Wang Lin didn't think he could kill the 7-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John, but he didn't need to kill them. Sometimes, severely injuring someone had the same effect. After all, whether it was Old Ghost John or the 7-colored Taoist, if one of them was seriously injured, it would be a great opportunity for the other. As the incense stick burned, the situation in the 300 destroyed worlds changed. An old man wearing a rough, blue robe was moving through a world, but he suddenly stopped. He looked up and his eyes revealed a strange light. Whose battle incense was ignited? Could that person have found something? The old man's body trembled and a vortex appeared before him. He followed the aura of the incense stick. A middle-aged man wearing a purple robe was sitting on a planet as if he was carefully looking for something. His nose suddenly moved as if he had caught a scent. His eyes lit up and he left without hesitation. All the 7 Tao sect disciples noticed the incense, and they all moved. There was also the 6th and 3rd concubines that had entered the core of this cave world. They were in different worlds, but they both noticed the incense. The 6th concubine's eyes were filled with resentment as she had barely survived Wang Lin's attack. She clenched her teeth and followed the smell of the incense. As for the 3rd concubine, her expression was cold and her eyes were complicated. She hesitated and didn't know if she should go or not. She had come here with a different purpose than everyone else. She just wanted to go home. She missed her hometown and her teacher. She wanted to leave this cave world and return to the immortal astral continent. While hesitating, she bit her lower lip and disappeared. Aside from igniting the incense stick, there was also the jade. The moment the jade shattered, the Azure Dragon General, the Black Tortoise General, and the Vermilion Bird General all detected this and followed the message. There was also Old Ghost John, who had been following the group of cultivators with doubt building in his heart. The moment the jade broke, his expression immediately became gloomy and he looked back. His eyes revealed killing intent and he immediately turned around. As for the 7-colored Taoist, as he continued to move, the barrier between the worlds could no longer last. The barrier collapsed, but 7-colored light shined and reinforced the collapse. The 7-colored Taoist stood there with nothing before him. The moment the barrier collapsed, Wang Lin's aura disappeared. The 7-colored Taoist immediately guessed what had happened, and his eyes flooded with monstrous anger. He let out a roar of rage and turned around. Wang Lin, I won't give up until I kill you. The 7-colored Taoist took a step and instantly disappeared. The incense and jade were like Wang Lin announcing to everyone where he was. It was like dark smoke on a clear day. It could clearly be felt by everyone. The 7-colored Taoist also noticed and closed in at full speed. Wang Lin's avatar calmly sat there and held the Li Guang bow with his right hand. The bottom of the bow was stuck 3 inches into the sand. Holding the bow, Wang Lin closed his eyes. From a distance, he no longer looked like a cultivator but a hunter waiting for his prey. After a long time, many vortexes appeared in this world. A large amount of people that were looking for him appeared. Aside from White Tiger, the 3 generals appeared. The 6th and 3rd concubines also appeared. The 7 Tao sect disciples all arrived with an old man wearing a rough, blue robe leading them. The Sovereign and Tao Master Blue Dream appeared in this world, both looking tired. They looked at each other with coldness in their eyes. It was clear they had battled each other in the 300 destroyed worlds. Many cultivators came to this world, but none of them closed in on the planet Wang Lin was on, even though they clearly felt Wang Lin's aura the moment they appeared. The 3rd concubine looked at the planet in the distance with a complicated gaze. She didn't know if she was friends or enemies with Wang Lin. She couldn't figure it out. Shortly after, the old man named Ma from Planet 5 Elements arrived, followed by the rest of his people. Their gazes swept past everyone and then looked at the planet in the distance. Just at this moment, a giant vortex appeared and was torn apart by the seven-colored light that came through. The seven-colored light lit up the area and the seven-colored Taoist appeared. Almost at the same moment the seven-colored Taoist appeared. Old Ghost John walked out of the void. They were 10,000 feet apart, and after looking at each other, they withdrew their gazes. A cold snort came from the seven-colored Taoist before he headed toward the planet. Old Ghost John was slightly behind as he moved toward the planet. Everyone else also flew forward, following them. Only the people from Planet 5 Elements remained there and coldly looked forward. The third concubine hesitated and didn't move forward. The seven-colored Taoist was the fastest. With one step, he arrived outside the planet. He looked at the planet and frowned. With his cultivation level, he obviously saw what was awaiting him on the planet, especially the beast that even he dreaded. All of this made the seven-colored Taoist stop and hesitate outside the planet. This planet can't be refined. Once it's refined, the beast will be provoked and it won't be worth it. This Wang Lin presumably waited here because of it. The moment the seven-colored Taoist stopped outside, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was calm. He raised his left hand and hit his forehead. There was a flash of ghostly light and Wang Lin took out the third soul. Wang Lin released his hand and the third soul floated out. Its aura wasn't contained at all, and it spread out. For others, the lure of the third soul wasn't nearly as strong as it was for the seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. When the third soul appeared, it was like placing their lifelong hopes and dreams before them. It was within their grasp. This kind of temptation was not something they could resist. Anyone who can get within 10 feet of me can take this soul. Wang Lin's words echoed across the planet and became a thunderous rumble. The seven-colored Taoist's eyes were red. At this moment, he didn't need to be concerned about any possible ambushes on the planet, and he charged forward. He thought that with his strength, as long as he didn't draw the attention of the beast sleeping inside, there was nothing to worry about. Since he set ambushes here, he has basically trapped himself here. The seven-colored Taoist took one step and entered the planet. Old Ghost John could not resist the temptation. He entered the planet almost at the same time as the seven-colored Taoist. The rest of the cultivators hesitated but also closed in. They didn't want to compete, but they could not give up the chance to watch. In particular, the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird charged out and entered the sky of the planet. Facing all of them, although Wang Lin's eyes were calm, his heart was boiling. His eyes were filled with battle intent, and he clenched the Li Guang Bao even tighter. I wonder how many people I can kill as a sacrifice. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, and at this moment, the sky rumbled. The clouds moved apart like waves. Wang Lin saw the seven-colored Taoist, Old Ghost John, and the rest of the cultivators. The first ambush, Realm-Burning Umbrella. The umbrella refines all. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. The world trembled and the entire sky turned red. This red wasn't blood but the light from the fire. A sea of fire appeared out of nowhere and shrouded the world. Ripples echoed in the sea of fire, and a huge ancient umbrella appeared. The umbrella separated itself from the sea of fire in the sky. The umbrella pole that had disappeared reappeared, looking like a heaven-supporting pillar. The umbrella canopy covered the sky and blocked the path of everyone's retreat. Dao Master Blue Dream was forced out by a force from the realm-burning umbrella. It was as if everyone who was not part of this slaughter was being pushed out. After all, in the slaughter that was going to happen, Wang Lin had no time to worry about Dao Master Blue Dream, so he chose to stop him outside. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the expressions of everyone who was blocked by the realm-burning umbrella changed. The seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John were the same, but they didn't have much time to think. The monstrous fire that covered the sky raged toward them. The realm-burning umbrella was not a spell of this cave world, and it had fused with Wang Lin's fire essence. Ethereal fire spread out and began burning the minds of the cultivators trapped here. Since learning the realm-burning umbrella, this was the first time Wang Lin was using it without any restrictions or care. Wang Lin had learned this spell from the madman. First open the umbrella, then close it to kill. Close 30%. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy and let out a roar as he waved his left hand. The sky rumbled and the giant umbrella in the sky slowly closed. As the umbrella closed, the fire inside became even hotter, and the temperature had reached a terrifying degree. Just 30% caused 3 of the 7 Tao sect disciples who hadn't reached the third step to begin burning from the inside. They were instantly burnt to ashes. Close 60%. Wang Lin let out a roar and the veins on his face swelled. He closed the umbrella to an unprecedented 60%. The umbrella closed rapidly, and screams echoed. This time, even the expressions of the 3 generals changed. They could have never imagined that Wang Lin could possess these powerful spells that were even rare on the immortal astral continent. Close 80%. Wang Lin's limit was 80%, and the moment he said that, his face turned pale. The life force in his body depleted rapidly and his face aged a lot. At the same time, the umbrella suddenly closed. Miserable screams echoed. It was unknown how many people died. The 3 generals' minds trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. They used their full cultivation to resist the power of the fire, and they moved at full speed to try to rush out of this sea of fire. The 7-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John were both gloomy. Even they had to spend some effort to resist this fire. After all, although their cultivation levels were high, their bodies were not like the ancient ones. The 7-colored Taoist had inherited the spells of the 7-colored celestial sovereign. This included the realm-burning umbrella as well. Although it was different from the one Wang Lin was using, no one else here knew it better than him. At this moment, he let out a roar and rushed out of the sea of fire. He charged straight at Wang Lin, filled with killing intent. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. After reaching 80%, Wang Lin knew he had hit his limit and couldn't close it 100% however. Wang Lin was content with the effect of the realm-burning umbrella. As the 7-colored Taoist charged out, Wang Lin waved his left hand. The world trembled and the earth trembled as 7-colored light shined around Wang Lin. The 7-colored light shot into the sky and connected with the 7-colored light around the 7-colored Taoist, who was the first to rush out of the sea of fire. This 7-colored light connected the earth and the sky. A 7-colored lance charged out from the earth beside Wang Lin. It was like a 7-colored dragon as it charged at the 7-colored Taoist. This development was too sudden. The instant the 7-colored Taoist walked out of the sea of fire, his pupils shrank. He waved his sleeve and the lotus that had lost 2 petals appeared. Just like how he had blocked Wang Lin's blade, the lotus petals closed, surrounding the 7-colored Taoist. However, the 7-colored Taoist's lotus couldn't stop Wang Lin's 7-colored lance. Like the realm-burning umbrella, both were spells not from the cave world. If one could display a majority of the spell's strength, it was already very powerful. The lance instantly closed in on the lotus. The moment they collided, the 5 petals of the lotus collapsed one by one. As the pieces shattered, the lotus itself also shattered. The gloomy 7-colored Taoist was revealed. He instantly waved his right hand and an identical 7-colored lance appeared and collided with Wang Lin's lance. Rumble, 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 rumble. A heaven-shattering rumble echoed. The collision of the 2 lances set off a massive shockwave. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's third ambush appeared. As the impact shattered, Wang Lin's original body appeared. The stars between his eyebrows and in his eyes all rotated until they formed a vortex. The ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. His original body grew until it was 10,000 feet tall and fused with the shadow. He held up the heaven-splitting axe, and as the lances collided, he chopped down. With the chop, the heaven-splitting axe flew toward the 7-colored Taoist. At this moment, Old Ghost John walked out. Old Ghost John's eyes lit up and were filled with greed. As Wang Lin's original body swung the axe, he charged toward the third soul before Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin had set 7 ambushes, so how could he let Old Ghost John do as he wished? Although Wang Lin couldn't match Old Ghost John's cultivation, he had ambushes prepared. Just as Old Ghost John got within 1,000 feet, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed. The fourth ambush, ghostly blood sail. Old Ghost Zan suddenly stopped and confusion arose in his eyes. A thunderous rumble echoed as a blood-colored fog appeared before him. The fog turned into a red, ghostly face and devoured Old Ghost John. This illusion could trap even the seven-colored Taoist, so Old Ghost John couldn't avoid it either. When Old Ghost John was devoured by the ghostly face, he immediately sat down, and his expression constantly changed. At the same time, Wang Lin's axe closed in on the seven-colored Taoist, and the sound of the axe flying through the void echoed. Wang Lin knew this blow couldn't injure the seven-colored Taoist, so he was willing to destroy the weapon. The heaven-splitting axe shattered into pieces, and the destructive force rushed out. Wang Lin's original body collapsed and blood splattered everywhere. However, with the ancient immortal body, his body rapidly recovered as he retreated toward his avatar. By the time his original body overlapped with his avatar, he had recovered completely. However, blood still streamed from the corners of Wang Lin's mouth and fell on his white robe. It was a shocking sight. As for the seven-colored Taoist, his hair was a mess and his eyes were filled with madness. He stepped toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the three generals and the sovereign had rushed out of the sea of fire. However, right after they rushed out, they stopped, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They could have never expected to see such a scene. Old Ghost John was surrounded by a red cloud of fog, and was sitting there with a distorted face 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The seven-colored Taoist's hair was a mess. He looked like he was in a sorry state, as if he was crazy. They didn't see what had happened earlier, they were only exposed to the result. Their hearts were filled with horror. The sovereign was filled with disbelief as he knew how powerful the seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John were. Those two people had actually ended up in such a sorry state before Wang Lin. This caused his heart to tremble. The Azure Dragon General gasped and looked at Wang Lin with a sense of dread he never had before. This kind of thing became even more shocking when there was a comparison. The black tortoise's face turned pale and he looked around. He remembered Wang Lin's heavenly Tao, and fear rose in his heart. He even felt some regret coming here. The Vermilion Bird General's feeling was more complicated. It was difficult to suppress the shock in his heart. There was also the sixth concubine. She had barely escaped the sea of fire and was injured. Now that she saw this terrifying scene, her fear for Wang Lin resurfaced. However, in truth, Wang Lin had already used 5 of his 7 traps and was injured. Both his avatar and original body were seriously injured. If it wasn't for him holding on by a breath, he would have already fallen unconscious. He had arrived here first and had set up an ambush, but he was still injured to such state. This just showed how powerful the seven-colored Taoist was. The seven-colored Taoist's killing intent toward Wang Lin had reached its peak. At this moment, he rapidly closed in and raised his right hand. He wasn't even going to grab the third soul, but was going to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes were calm. As the seven-colored Taoist closed in, Wang Lin still held the Li Guang Bao with his right hand and pointed at the seven-colored Taoist with his left. Heavenly Tao! Devour the world! At this moment, the world trembled and a giant rift appeared before the seven-colored Taoist. From a distance, this rift looked like a large mouth. The nether beast appeared, and it suddenly opened its eyes, revealing the coldness and ruthlessness within. As the seven-colored Taoist closed in, it devoured. Once the nether beast opens its mouth, it devours all life. A few of the 7 Tao sect disciples struggled free from the sea of fire. Just as they got free and caught a glimpse of what was going on, they were sucked into the nether beast's mouth. Even a portion of the sea of fire in the sky was devoured by the nether beast. The 3 generals' expressions changed greatly, and they solidified their bodies to resist. However, the 6th concubine couldn't fight the suction force and was pulled into the nether beast's mouth as she screamed. The sovereign was completely startled. He looked at the nether beast with a pale face. When he first saw the nether beast, he had his guesses. The scene of his master being devoured was something he could not forget. When he first saw the nether beast, he hesitated and couldn't tell because of the nether beast's dumb expression. However, seeing those cold and ruthless eyes now, the sovereign didn't hesitate to retreat. The expression of the seven-colored Taoist changed and he suddenly stopped. He stared at the nether beast with eyes filled with shock. Heavenly Tao! The nether beast was not complete, so it couldn't devour people who were too powerful. Wang Lin knew this, but he had still made it the fifth ambush just to shock the seven-colored Taoist. After all, Wang Lin could not use the stop spell on the seven-colored Taoist. He could not withstand the backlash that would cause. As a result, he could only summon the nether beast to create an effect similar to the stop spell. Sixth ambush! Wang Lin revealed a grim smile, but this smile was very weak, and blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. This made his smile very dark and grim. Wang Lin's left hand hit the ground. The method that the white tiger used to control strength that Wang Lin learned from the second-generation vermilion bird echoed through the ground. The vibration stimulated the sleeping mutated eye fish deep underground. Also at this moment, the blood circle Wang Lin had drawn flew into the air and the restrictions disappeared. The smell of blood and origin energy were no longer hidden and completely erupted. This blood circle flew toward the seven-colored Taoist. Just as the seven-colored Taoist snapped out of his shock, the blood circle exploded. The aura of the blood circle surrounded the seven-colored Taoist. The planet rumbled, and a dominating roar that had been sleeping for countless years came from deep inside the planet. At the same time as the roar appeared, the yellow sand on the planet surged upwards. The yellow sand fell like rain and formed a curtain. At the same time, the muffled rumbles from underground surged upwards. As the roar echoed, the entire planet began to tremble. The yellow sand before Wang Lin began to sink, and the roar became even more clear. In a flash, a snake-like beast rushed out from underground. It was a giant beast covered in earth, and it was 10,000 feet thick. It was like a giant earthworm, and the part that stuck out was its mouth. From afar, it looked like its mouth covered most of its face. It opened its mouth and charged at the seven-colored Taoist. The beast's eyes were still closed, as if they were permanently closed. If it had many tentacles around its body, it would look like the moongazer serpent. However, right now it looked very different. The beast instantly closed in on the seven-colored Taoist. Just as it was going to devour the seven-colored Taoist, his hand formed a seal and slapped the beast. The seven-colored palm hit the head of the beast and a thunderous rumble echoed. The beast let out a fierce roar and was pushed back 1,000 feet. However, its head twisted and shrank, and stopped itself before inhaling. As it inhaled, the seven-colored Taoist's body trembled. Large amounts of seven-colored light were pulled out from his body, absorbed by this beast. The seven-colored Taoist's expression changed, and the expression of the three generals also changed. The appearance and aura of this beast was very powerful and set off a wave in their hearts. When the three generals and the sovereign saw this beast, they immediately recognized it. Eye fish! This is actually an eye fish. I had already noticed that this place had a fierce beast, but it is actually an eye fish that grew without any restrictions. Countless years have passed for this beast to grow. The sovereign took a deep breath and looked at the eye fish with a serious expression. The immortal astral continent has a beast named the eye fish. From the moment the fish is born, until it dies, its eyes never open. However, there is a legend that says that once their eyes open, the world will change colors. The black tortoise general looked at the eye fish and thought of a series of rumors. The eye fish moved and charged at the seven-colored Taoist. This beast held grudges, and the seven-colored Taoist's palm had brought it great pain. It charged forward and began to devour once more. The beast's body was too big, and the part that had come out of the ground was only a small portion. Even so, when it charged forward, it covered the sky and created a large shadow. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the seven-colored Taoist. He raised his right hand and formed a seal as he pointed at the sky. Power pull the mountain. The seven-colored Taoist roared and waved his right hand. A giant seven-colored arm appeared in the dark sky and reached toward the eyefish. In a flash, the giant arm grabbed the eyefish. The seven-colored Taoist let out another roar and the arm pulled up. The earth rumbled and the eyefish's 100,000-foot body was pulled out from the planet by the illusory hand as it struggled. After being pulled out, it was mercilessly smashed into the earth. The planet violently trembled as if it was going to shatter. The eyefish's giant body landed on the ground. Large amounts of purple blood sprayed out and mixed with the yellow sand. A miserable cry came from the eyefish's mouth. Its closed eyes trembled as it struggled to open them. In the end, it wasn't able to open them, as if there was an invisible force preventing it from opening its eyes. However, that miserable scream caused the planet to tremble even more violently. Just as the seven-colored Taoist turned toward Wang Lin, his expression changed greatly. The planet trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. In the other 8 deserts on the planet, monstrous roars rang out. The yellow sand swelled up like mountains from all 8 deserts and all rushed toward this place. The 8 large mountains formed a straight line and closed in at a rapid pace. In an instant, the 8 mountains arrived, and the yellow sand collapsed to form 8 giant shadows. These weren't mountains at all, but 8 eyefishes that were 100,000 feet long. This planet didn't just have 1 eyefish, but 9. Aside from the first one that was seriously injured, the other 8 came out of the planet and surrounded the seven-colored Taoist. They all opened their mouths and charged him. The earth trembled and the yellow sand scattered. Wang Lin was still sitting there, and he put away the third soul. His right hand still held the Li Guang bow, and he was like a statue. He remained motionless with the bow in hand. He was waiting for a chance to attack. This attack would shock the heavens and make the ghost gods cry. Right now, this chance had arisen. The moment the 8 eyefishes charged at the seven-colored Taoist, Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His right hand raised the bow and his left hand pulled the bowstring. In an instant, he drew the bow until it was like a full moon. The arrow appeared on the bowstring the moment it was fully drawn. The arrow pointed at the seven-colored Taoist and a destructive aura spread out. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all to release his left hand. The bowstring mercilessly rebounded and the arrow shot out toward the seven-colored Taoist. When the Li Guang arrow shot out, the world changed colors. The clouds scattered, the earth trembled, and the sky dimmed. An indescribable killing intent shot out with the arrow and tore open the sky, the world, and every obstacle as it shot toward the seven-colored Taoist. The sovereign's expression turned deathly pale and he rapidly retreated. He had been killed twice by this arrow, so the pain was engraved in his heart. Those 3 generals' eyes were filled with fear. They had also felt the might of this arrow before. Now that they saw it again, their scalps went numb. Wang Lin had shot the arrow at a very clever moment, just as the 8 eyefishes pounced. The seven-colored Taoist's expression changed and his pupils shrank. He let out a roar as his hands formed a seal and 7-colored light enveloped his body. Just at this moment, the 8 eyefishes closed in. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's Li Guang arrow pierced the 7-colored light and landed on the body of the 7-colored Taoist. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system. The planet collapsed and countless pieces of rubble flew in all directions. Wang Lin retreated and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he still held onto the bow in his hand. The 3 generals were hit by the ripples of this arrow and coughed out blood. They retreated in panic away from the planet. However, just at this moment, an angry roar echoed and the 8 eyefishes were covered in purple blood as they were pushed back over 10,000 feet. The 7-colored light around the 7-colored Taoist became distorted and immediately dimmed. The 7-colored Taoist inside was revealed. His chest was a bloody mess. The arrow had pierced his chest, but the 7-colored Taoist had caught the end of the arrow, so it couldn't pierce through and destroy his body. The 7-colored Taoist's face was pale, but his expression was fierce. He mercilessly pulled the arrow out of his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Combined with his fierce expression, it was a shocking sight. However, Just as he pulled the arrow, the 8 eye fishes let out heaven-shattering roars. Their bodies trembled as their blood spread out, and their closed eyes opened a sliver. All 8 eye fishes' eyes opened a sliver, and black light spread out. The 8 eye fishes charged angrily at the 7-colored Taoist. This time, their bodies were covered by the black light from their eyes, making them look far more powerful than before. Wang Lin held the bow in his left hand and a faint, golden light appeared in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to draw the bow a second time. The arrow in the 7-colored Taoist's hand disappeared and appeared in Wang Lin's bow. He looked at the 7-colored Taoist and killing intent filled his eyes. His right hand loosened and the second arrow flew out like a ray of light. The people from Planet 5 Elements led by the old man named Ma were floating in the distance, not participating in this crazy battle. The moment they saw Wang Lin draw the bow twice and felt that powerful energy, their expressions changed. The pupils of the old man named Ma shrank and his face was filled with terror. This was the first time he had seen Wang Lin use the Li Guang Bao, so the feeling of shock was very strong. The Li Guang Bao is actually in his hands. I see now. When he went to Planet 5 Elements, aside from relying on the heavenly Tao, his biggest ace was this Bao. Yun Yifeng's expression was calm, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. He clenched his hand to cover up the panic in his heart. He felt fortunate that he hadn't forced Wang Lin to take out this Bao. He wasn't confident he could withstand one blow from it. The moment the second arrow shot out, the golden light in Wang Lin's eyes collapsed as if it was going to dissipate. However, just at this moment Wang Lin forced it to reform and retained a sliver. This sliver was the last of his celestial bloodline power. Wang Lin was worried that others would see, so he closed his eyes when he shot the second arrow. Wang Lin understood he still had the power for one more shot, but it would be the last shot. The arrow shot out and the world rumbled. Space folded like silk cloth as if it was about to collapse. The 7-colored Taoist let out a roar. The 8 eye fishes that had opened their eyes already startled him. When Wang Lin's second arrow shot out, the 7-colored Taoist was even more shocked, and he erupted his full cultivation. A 7-colored light spread out and 7 different colored layers of light screens appeared before him. Just as they appeared, the 8 eye fishes closed in. The 8 eye fishes shrank as they closed in. As the black light shined, they turned into 8 arrows. These 8 arrows were exactly the same as the Li Guang arrow. There was no difference, even the aura was same. Everyone here was startled by this. Could this be the rumored superpower the eye fishes have once they open their eyes? The old man named Ma from Planet 5 Element looked closely from the distance. Grand Empyrean Shen Luo calmly looked at the 8 eye fishes. He was the only person who knew about the superpower the eye fishes had. Once the eye fishes opens their eyes, they can take the form of anything and obtain part of its power. However, it is very difficult for this beast to open its eyes. These ones in this cave are very interesting. Shen Luo's eyes lit up with a hint of interest. The 9 Li Guang arrows mixed together, making it impossible to figure out which one was the real one. They shot straight for the 7-colored Taoist. His expression changed quickly, and the 7-colored light screens around him distorted as thunderous rumbles echoed. The 7-colored light screens collapsed, and along with them, the 9 Li Guang arrows collapsed as well. However, they didn't dissipate. They reformed into the 8 eye fishes. They landed not far from where the first one was, and all 9 eye fishes were on their last breath. This collapse created a shockwave that covered one's vision and divine sense. The 9th Li Guang arrow penetrated everything and headed toward the 7-colored Taoist. A miserable groan came from the shockwave, and thunderous rumbles echoed. When the shockwave dissipated, the 7-colored Taoist could be seen. He coughed out blood and there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. He had been seriously injured by the Li Guang Bao. He let out an angry roar and charged forward. Disregarding his injuries, he charged toward Wang Lin. He was filled with killing intent and a sense of madness. This old man would give up the 3rd soul to kill you. The 7-colored Taoist let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. 9 blinding suns appeared around his body. These 9 suns were the 7-colored Taoist's most powerful spell. He used it without hesitation to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. At this moment he was like a dried-up oil lamp and was very weak. He gritted his teeth as he raised the Li Guang bow with his left hand and drew it with his right. This was his third time, and Wang Lin knew it was likely the last time. The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow appeared once more. There was still blood on the arrow. Wang Lin's right hand loosened and the arrow shot out for the third time. When the third arrow shot out, Wang Lin immediately closed his eyes to hide the golden light that was completely dissipating from his eyes. The seven-colored Taoist's chest was covered in blood. As the third arrow closed in, his hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. There was madness in his eyes. He had never been this injured in his life. What was driving him even more crazy was that the person who had injured him was Wang Lin, whose cultivation level was far beneath his. What made him feel even more suffocated was that the Li Guang bow that had injured him was something he had told the sovereign to gift out. He originally intended to give Wang Lin the bow to lure out Lian Daofei. Then, once there was a feud between Wang Lin and Old Ghost John, Wang Lin would use the bow to injure Old Ghost John. After all, neither he nor Old Ghost John could use this bow, as they were incomplete. However, he didn't expect to be seriously injured by the Li Guang bow. The madness in his heart made him disregard everything to kill Wang Lin. As his hands formed seals, the 9 suns shined brightly. They flew out and charged at the third arrow. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the third arrow collided with the 9 suns. The 9 suns collapsed, but the third arrow also showed signs of dissipating. A blinding light erupted and enveloped everything. The 9 suns exploded and a destructive force spread out. Their power was indescribable. The Azure Dragon General was too close, and the destructive force touched him. His body collapsed and he immediately died. The world began to shatter. This world was destroyed. However, this wasn't the end. This destructive force was the full power of the seven-colored Taoist, and the 300 destroyed worlds could not resist it. As the destructive force spread, the 300 destroyed worlds began to collapse one by one. The black tortoise's face was filled with terror, and he let out a scream as he retreated with the vermilion bird general. The sovereign turned pale and turned into a ray of red light as he escaped. In the distance, the expressions of the third concubine, Tao Master Blue Dream, and the people from Planet 5 Elements changed. They all retreated out of the first flower that formed the 300 destroyed worlds. At the center of destructive force, the seven-colored Taoist's chest trembled. The collision of the third arrow and 9 suns created a shockwave that rushed into his body. Blood sprayed out from his chest and he was seriously injured. However, his eyes were still filled with madness. You're so close to this destructive force. With your cultivation level, I want to see how you will resist it. Wang Lin was indeed the closest, and the destructive force closed in on him. Worlds were collapsing, and even with his ancient Tao inheritance, he couldn't resist. As long as it touched his body, he would be destroyed. However, since Wang Lin dared to set this ambush, he was naturally prepared. He had expected this destructive force to appear. As the destructive force closed in on him, his hands formed a seal and his right hand reached at the void. I'm sorry. Wang Lin let out a sigh. A monstrous golden light burst out and the sleeping madman wearing a messy robe appeared before Wang Lin. The madman had the complete immortal celestial body. Even if the star system collapsed, his body wouldn't be injured. The madman was still sleeping and had never awakened. He felt a bit uncomfortable from Wang Lin grabbing his shoulder, so he twisted a bit and continued to sleep. However, just at this moment the destructive force arrived and hit the madman. The madman's body shined brightly and remained unscathed under the destructive force. However, the madman's body trembled and his eyes slowly opened. His eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of anger. He was still not awakened and was half asleep. He began to roar angrily at the seven-colored Taoist, who was in front of him. Who is it? Who dares to disturb this king's sleep? You're all bullies. This king will tell his big brother. The madman roared at the seven-colored Taoist, not even noticing that Wang Lin was holding his shoulder and using him to block most of the destructive force. You're all too much. You all dare to tickle this king while I'm sleeping? You. As the madman roared, he actually began to snore. His head tilted and he fell asleep once more, as if everything he had said before were merely just him sleep-talking. However, his appearance and words caused a great deal of chaos in the surrounding area. The seven-colored Taoist was seriously injured, and after he saw Lien Daofei, his expression changed. His mind became sober. He didn't know how many times Wang Lin could shoot the Li Guangbao, and if Wang Lin teamed up with Lien Daofei, he might actually die here. Now that he was seriously injured, he clenched his teeth and, for the first time since he began fighting Wang Lin, chose to escape. In the distance, old Ghost John, who was surrounded by the ghostly sail, had already opened his eyes, but he chose not to come out of the fog. He had witnessed everything, and his eyes were shining. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the distance, the escaping sovereign trembled and almost tripped when the madman roared. Master! There were also the escaping Black Tortoise General and Vermilion Bird General. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the madman that Wang Lin held up. Lien Daofei. These three weren't the only ones that were shocked. In the distance, the third concubine instantly turned pale and was dumbfounded for a moment. There was also the people from Planet 5 Elements led by the old man named Ma. They all trembled. The old man named Ma looked at the madman with indescribable fear in his eyes. He is actually here. The old man named Ma didn't know that Lien Daofei had come here in the past. His heart rumbled and his mind went blank. Grand Emperor Shen Luo was walking toward the 9 fishes. He had taken the 5th fish when he suddenly stopped and carefully looked at the madman. His eyes revealed a mysterious light. Lien Daofei, Lien Daozhen's younger brother. He also came here. Thanks to using the madman as a shield, the destructive force was weakened to a point where Wang Lin's ancient Dao inheritance could resist it. As the madman went back to sleep, Wang Lin rapidly retreated toward the 9-eye fishes. Wang Lin moved very fast and arrived next to the 9-eye fishes while holding the sleeping madman. When he looked over, his pupils shrank. He saw that only 4 of the 9-eye fishes remained. The other 5 had disappeared. Wang Lin didn't have time to think, so he waved his sleeve. 3-eye fishes were taken by him. Just as he was about to take the 4th one, it disappeared before him. Wang Lin's scalp went numb and he looked toward where the eye fish had disappeared. There was nothing there. Only the sound of the collapse of the 300 destroyed worlds echoed. Shen Luo stood there and looked at the cautious and surprised Wang Lin, revealing a proud smile. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, his smile became even wider. Wang Lin's eyes flashed an indiscernible amount. He knew a secret about the eye fishes. It was something the 7-colored sovereign had discovered after he began raising them in the 300 destroyed worlds. Wang Lin had found it in the memories of the 3rd soul. If there were 2 eye fishes, 1 male and 1 female, a connection would be made between the 2. This connection would exist even if one went into a storage space or a barrier. This connection would last until death. Wang Lin quickly thought of everything and retreated without hesitation. Just at his moment, old Ghost John, who had long become sober but stayed inside the fog, walked out. After walking out of the fog, old Ghost John had 2 choices before him. He could either kill Wang Lin and take the 3rd soul, or chase after the 7-colored Taoist and use this once-in-a-lifetime chance when the 7-colored Taoist was seriously injured to fuse their souls. Although this fusion wouldn't be complete without the 3rd soul, it would only be containment and not fusion, but there wouldn't be any regrets. Although his cultivation level would remain the same, there would be no one to contest him for the 3rd soul. Both choices held great temptation for old Ghost John. If he first tried to kill Wang Lin, he would still be afraid of the Li Guangbao. He wasn't sure how many shots Wang Lin could still use, and if he wasted too much time, the 7-colored Taoist would recover, so it wouldn't be worth it. However, he was unwilling to let Wang Lin go. He wanted to hit 2 birds with 1 stone and capture both of them here. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before old Ghost John walked out of the fog. At this moment, Wang Lin's hoarse voice echoed across the collapsed 300 destroyed worlds. Old Ghost John, How many shots do you think I have left? Wang Lin spoke with a gloomy tone as he carried the madman and retreated into the vortex. Even as he disappeared into the vortex, he still coldly stared at Old Ghost John. The illusion around Old Ghost John was blurry, but he also stared at Wang Lin, though didn't chase. He couldn't figure out how many shots Wang Lin had left. He was always cautious and wasn't willing to gamble. Wang Lin had chosen to seriously injure the seven-colored Taoist instead of Old Ghost John because, according to his analysis, the seven-colored Taoist was more emotional. After all, his soul had only inherited the spells, whereas Old Ghost John had inherited all the comprehension, so it was likely that Old Ghost John would be more rational. If it was the seven-colored Taoist, Wang Lin couldn't accurately judge what decision he would make. But if it was Old Ghost John, Wang Lin would be 80% confident. This was the most satisfactory result he could get from these 7 ambushes. Wang Lin wasn't arrogant enough to think he could kill the seven-colored Taoist, but he could use the opportunity to display his might. He had created many disadvantages for the seven-colored Taoist and even seriously injured him before luring Old Ghost John to act. On the one hand, him fighting the seven-colored Taoist was to scare Old Ghost John, so that Old Ghost John wouldn't act rashly. On the other hand, he had also prepared a great gift for Old Ghost John. Everything would depend on whether Old Ghost John would accept the gift or not. In truth, although Wang Lin's plan had flaws, it made Old Ghost John hesitate even more. After Wang Lin disappeared, Old Ghost John's eyes lit up. He turned toward where the seven-colored Taoist escaped and rushed out with greed in his eyes. The sovereign had witnessed everything from a distance, and his eyes lit up. He vaguely saw through something, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't speak to remind Old Ghost John but began to scheme his own plans. The moment Wang Lin entered the vortex, the 300 destroyed worlds all collapsed. In the core of the cave world, all the dew on the yellow flower inside the furnace turned to gas and dissipated. Then the large flower slowly withered. Wang Lin didn't know if the remaining people had lived or died. After he disappeared from the vortex, he disappeared from where the first flower was and appeared in another world. Right after he appeared, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth and his face was pale. He put away the sleeping madman and didn't have time to heal as he looked around. This place was dim, but there was a flower giving of a ghostly light and a chill. This chill came from ice. This flower was a frozen flower. 5 flowers, 8 doors. This is the name of the defense mechanism of the core of the cave world. Wang Lin stared at the frozen flower. Although he didn't have much information from the third soul, he knew the name of this defense. The 300 destroyed worlds was the first flower, and this frozen world was the second flower. Perhaps the remaining flowers were damaged or had even dissipated. But Wang Lin couldn't see them, so he couldn't make any good guesses. The so-called 8 doors were hidden in the last flower. Wang Lin had learned from the third soul that the key to opening the last flower was the memories from the third soul. Among the 8 doors, 7 were fake and only 1 door was real. That door led to the immortal astral continent. The reason they were on the last flower was because the 5th flower was the seal on the door. Staring at the frozen second flower, Wang Lin hesitated, but soon his eyes were filled with determination. His body fused with the flower and he slowly disappeared into the ice. He was already seriously injured, and he entered the second flower without healing. The cold energy surrounded him. When his body appeared in the frozen world, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment his blood sprayed out, it froze and fell to the ground. Wang Lin staggered onto the ground and raised his head to look around. As he looked around, he became startled. This place was a frozen world. The earth, sky, and even the clouds were all frozen. The floating continents were hanging like giant icicles. What place is this second flower? Wang Lin's expression was serious as his divine sense spread out. He didn't find any information about this place from the third soul. As his divine sense spread out, his eyes gradually shined. There was a lot of life force in this world. This life force was inside this frozen world as if it was sleeping. Wang Lin even felt a familiar ancient god aura here. A moment later, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed and he looked to his left. The ancient god aura coming from that direction was very strong. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin suppressed his injuries and moved to the left toward the ancient god aura. After an incense stick of time, Wang Lin stopped. He let the cold wind hit his face as he looked ahead. 100,000 kilometers before Wang Lin, it was another frozen world, and there sat a woman with long hair. She faced Wang Lin, and between her eyebrows were 7 ancient god stars. The stars slowly rotated and gave off bursts of ancient god aura. Female ancient god. The spatial rift outside of planet Dongling. The woman's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. She calmly looked into the distance and saw Wang Lin. Their gazes collided. "Welcome to the Dongling sect." The woman spoke softly. Her voice was very beautiful as it echoed through this frozen world. 100,000 kilometers away, Wang Lin silently pondered. Wang Lin remembered why this ancient god aura was so familiar. When he killed the Xiang family ancestor on planet Dongling, he felt this aura. This place is planet Dongling? Wang Lin took a step and ripples echoed under his feet. He crossed 100,000 kilometers in one step and arrived 1,000 feet away from the female ancient god. The woman looked at Wang Lin with a mysterious light hidden under her calm gaze. After hearing Wang Lin's words, she shook her head. "This place is the Dongling sect, not planet Dongling. We have met before. My name is Wang Lin. I wonder what your name is." Wang Lin looked at the woman, especially at the 7 stars between her eyebrows, and sat down. The woman softly said, "Yun Na, the Dongling sect's god elder under the celestial sovereign." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "Whether this place is planet Dongling or the Dongling sect, why is it in the second flower? You're the first person to enter this frozen world from the entrance in the core of the cave. I can feel Master's soul in you." The woman's words were soft, but when Wang Lin heard them, his heart skipped a beat. "Master?" Wang Lin didn't speak, but he looked at Yun Na, waiting for her to continue. "This is the second flower of the 5 flowers 8 doors. Everything here was created by Master, including me, who contains a drop of Yi Mo's heart blood. This is the Dongling sect, and it was made from Master's memories. It should be exactly the same as the Dongling sect on the Immortal astral continent. My Master is the 7-colored celestial sovereign. In his early years he was a disciple of the Dongling sect, but due to some reason he was kicked out. He then created this place to remember his old sect. Everything here is nourished by Master's life force. Once he dies, everything here will lose its life force and be frozen. You're the first person to enter this place, and you have Master's soul, so you are the master of this place." Yun Na spoke softly as she looked at Wang Lin. "You're injured. I have the last of Yi Mo's heart blood. Once you fuse with it, you will be complete, and you should be able to use it to heal." Wang Lin silently pondered and sat not far away from the woman. Her words echoed in his heart. He had not heard of this before. After all, he had not fused with the third soul. Looking around, this place was covered in endless ice, similar to what the woman had said. A moment later, just as Wang Lin was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the distance. He saw bursts of fuzzy ripples echo. This was caused by someone else entering. The woman also noticed the ripple and quickly said, "You're the first person to enter this place, so you are the master here. If you wish, this place will become a formation that stops everyone else from moving forward. However, if the person who rushes in is too powerful, it can't hold them off for long." After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin. After she saw Wang Lin nod, she waved her hand. Crackling sounds echoed and ice appeared out of nowhere. It began to spread with this place as the center. A thunderous rumble swept across the world. Wang Lin saw that the entire world was quickly frozen. This ice had no cracks, making it seem as if this entire world had turned into a piece of ice. As cold energy spread everywhere, the world was dim. The several people that had just entered were sealed by the ice that had suddenly appeared. They remained motionless. The continent Wang Lin and the woman were on was one of few places in this world without ice. The ice can't last for long. There is someone with a high cultivation level and master's aura coming in, the ancient god-woman said softly as she looked at Wang Lin. She pointed to between her eyebrows with her right hand. A vortex appeared between her eyebrows and a drop of blood condensed on her fingertip. After forming this drop of blood, the woman immediately felt weak. Absorb this drop of Yi Mo's origin soul blood and your injuries can recover. After she spoke, she flicked the drop of blood toward Wang Lin. It stopped 7 inches away from him and gave off a dazzling red glow. Wang Lin looked at the drop of blood. It gave off Yi Mo's familiar aura. This drop should be the last of Yi Mo's heart blood. Once Wang Lin absorbed it, his inheritance would be more complete. However, he didn't immediately take the drop of blood but frowned at the now weakened female ancient god. Wang Lin slowly asked, "Why are you helping me? Because you're the Mas?" The female ancient god smiled but was interrupted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the woman and asked once more, "Why?" The female ancient god pondered a bit and reminiscence filled her eyes. After a moment, she spoke with a melancholy voice. "I'm formed by Yi Mo's heartblood by Master and now I guard the Dongling sect for Master. I was given the position of God Elder. However, too much time has passed. The demon and devil elders have died in their frozen sleep. The rest of the people will slowly die if Master's life force doesn't nourish them. Since you can enter from the core of the cave with Master's soul, you must have broken into the 5-flower 8 doors. You want to find the real door to leave this cave world. If you open the door, I hope you can help me leave this place." The woman bowed as she spoke to Wang Lin. Her long, black hair scattered like a waterfall as she bowed. It was very beautiful. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then slowly nodded. "I can help you." Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the drop of blood. In truth, while talking to the woman, he was rapidly healing. At the same time, he was using a portion of his divine sense to example the drop of blood. Only after he was certain that there was no problem did he agree. Holding the blood, Wang Lin suddenly pressed it between his eyebrows. When the drop of blood entered his forehead, his mind rumbled. However, he kept a portion of his divine sense to observe his surroundings. If the woman did anything, he would kill her. Yi Mo's origin soul blood entered his body and fused with him. This was indeed Yi Mo's blood. It didn't cause any rejection in Wang Lin's body and rapidly fused with him. As Yi Mo's powerful life force entered his body, popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin. His ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars appeared. They rotated rapidly to absorb the power from the blood. In the distance, Shen Luo smiled as he looked at this scene. His gaze went past Wang Lin into the ice in the distance. "This place is a great fortune for him. Forget it. I'll help him get enough time." Shen Luo raised his right hand and pointed at the ice. A power that only belonged to him silently entered the ice. The ice became tens of thousands of times stronger than before. "I'll give you as long as you want." Shen Luo smiled and sat down. This time, he wasn't looking at Wang Lin but the female ancient god. "No matter what the origin, you are still from my ancient Dao clan in the end. My ancient Dao clan doesn't have many women, and this woman is worth cultivating. She can become my only disciple's maid. It's a good match." Shen Luo rubbed his chin and such a thought appeared in his mind. The drop of Yi Mo's blood rapidly spread through Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart trembled as popping sound echoed inside him, and his body expanded to over 1,000 feet. The ancient Dao power inside the blood was like a great nourishment for Wang Lin. This was especially good since he was injured. It slowly filled Wang Lin's body, making it even more powerful. After his bones fused with the blood, his body was even stronger and more resilient. It was even more difficult to break than before. His flesh and blood gave off an even more powerful physical force as he fused with the blood. An even more terrifying aura spread out from his body. When the female ancient god felt this, her eyes narrowed. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but monstrous waves were set off in his heart. Now that Wang Lin had all of Yi Mo's heart blood, That meant Yimo's origin soul was now complete, and it existed inside Wang Lin's body. As Wang Lin cultivated, Yimo's shadow slowly appeared behind him. This shadow was similar to the one that appeared behind Wang Lin when he battled, but its purpose was very different. The shadow that appeared when Wang Lin battled was due to him having an incomplete inheritance. He was unable to keep the inheritance hidden, so a trace of it would slip through to create the shadow. However, the shadow around him now wasn't formed by his cultivation but by Wang Lin's mind. To be more precise, this was Yimo's origin soul. Yimo's origin soul had become complete when all the heart blood had gathered. His shadow gradually solidified like a real person and floated behind Wang Lin. It was very strange. At the same time, Yimo's aura came from his origin soul. This aura was heaven-shaking. But any member of the 3 ancient clans that was born from his bloodline would feel like they were facing their ancestor when they felt this aura. The pressure coming from the soul and spirit was enough to make any of the 3 clans formed by Yimo's blood tremble and worship. The female ancient god was still an ancient god after giving Yimo's heart blood. That meant that she still had some of Yimo's ordinary blood in her body. Under this pressure, the female ancient god turned pale. She slowly knelt down on the ground and remained motionless. Xianluo looked at Yimo's soul behind Wang Lin with a hint of pity and sighed. That child, Yimo, was pretty talented to scatter his blood into this cave world to form the 3 clans. Luckily, Wang Lin appeared, so Yimo has done good. It's just that if you want to take Wang Lin's body, it's impossible. Xianluo closed his eyes. If he hadn't come for Wang Lin and instead had encountered this, he would have helped Yimo. However, now he had already made his choice. Yimo had scattered his blood along with some of his origin soul blood. Once his origin soul blood had been gathered, his origin soul would reform and he could possess the body. Since the body would belong to one of his descendants, there would be no chance of failure. However, Wang Lin was different. He had obtained the recognition of the ancient ancestor and the ancient ancestor's soul blood. As a result, he was in existence even more noble than Yimo, so Yimo couldn't succeed. At this moment, Yimo's origin soul turned into 7 strands of smoke and entered Wang Lin's body through his orifices. The moment Yimo entered, Wang Lin opened his eyes, but his expression was calm. He had noticed this during the previous integration and was aware of what was happening. But he knew Yimo could not possess him. At this moment, Yimo's origin soul entered Wang Lin's body. After 3 hours, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. His body gradually shrank under a ghostly light until he was the size of an ordinary person. His eyes were as deep as the stars. Yimo's origin soul had dissipated inside Wang Lin's body. Yimo could not resist the ancient ancestor's soul blood and had slowly become part of Wang Lin's ancient Tao inheritance. Wang Lin's injuries had completely recovered. This drop of blood and Yimo's origin soul had a great effect. Otherwise, Wang Lin would have needed several months or longer to slowly recover. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient Tao inheritance was mostly complete. The only things left were the left eye and the heart buried in the ancient tomb. There was also the left arm. Xianluo exclaimed. At that moment, Wang Lin's gaze crossed with his as if Wang Lin was looking at him. This surprised Xianluo. However, soon, Wang Lin's gaze swept by as if it was just a random coincidence. Wang Lin's breathing was calm. Right now, not only had his injuries recovered, but he felt like he held the power of the world. It was as if he could destroy this world with just one punch. His ancient Tao power made Wang Lin feel very comfortable. This was the real inheritance. It was obvious that not every inheritance would be extremely painful. The ancient Tao power echoed through his body. It moved through every inch of his blood and flesh, making Wang Lin feel like he controlled the world. His origin soul seemed to have obtained enough nourishment from his body. His body gave off a gentle light as if he was ready to use a spell at any moment. The effect of one drop of blood would not produce this effect, but if this drop allowed him to reach a level of completion, then it was completely different. Wang Lin felt the difference in his body. Although his 3 ancient clan powers were still at 8 stars, they were even stronger, and the light from the stars was even more intense. Wang Lin vaguely felt a call from deep within this frozen world. This call was the same as when he felt Yi Mo's right arm. Wang Lin hadn't noticed anything before he had absorbed the last drop of blood. As Wang Lin calmed his ancient Tao power so that none of it would leak out, the female ancient god slowly sat up. She looked at Wang Lin with awe in her eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin was like the ancestor of the 3 ancient clans, which made her heart tremble. Many thanks. If I can find the real door, I'll definitely help you leave this place. Wang Lin got up and clasped his hands at the woman. The female ancient god nodded and didn't speak. What is sealed there? Wang Lin pointed to where he was feeling something calling him. That is the back mountain of the Dongling sect, and where the Dongling pool is. However, it was only created from Master's memory, so it doesn't have any power. The female ancient god looked up with confusion in her eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked over. After pondering a bit, he flew into the air. I'm going to check that place. I thank you for today. I clearly separate my grudges and thanks. Our grievance from before is over, and I still owe you. I'll help you leave this place. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the female ancient god and flew toward the ice that was calling him. The ice was surrounded by cold energy, but this didn't stop Wang Lin. The ice only had an effect on other people, and for Wang Lin it was like flat ground. As Wang Lin moved through the ice, even he felt cold. However, as long as he cycled a bit of his cultivation, this sense of coldness would dissipate. The ice was like a mirror. It vaguely reflected his figure as he moved, making it seem like a vague false shadow was following him. Wang Lin only took a glance and moved forward like nothing had happened. This place was very big, but with Wang Lin's speed, it only took half an incense stick of time before the call got even more clear. It was less than 100,000 feet away. Although the world here was sealed, Wang Lin could see that this place was a tall mountain surrounded by ice. After crossing the mountain, Wang Lin could see a large pool behind the mountain. This pool was like a lake, but it was also sealed. A faint sense of celestial energy surrounded the pool. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he carefully moved forward. A moment later, he arrived above the pool and looked down. His pupils immediately shrank. Although the pool was frozen, it was translucent. If one looked carefully from above, they would see something inside the pool. It was a giant arm, a left arm. Yi Mo's left arm. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined brightly. When he came here before, he had a guess. He originally thought it was Yi Mo's left eye, but he didn't expect it to be the left arm. After I fused with Yi Mo's right arm, the heaven-ripping spell could rip apart third-step cultivators. If I fuse with the left arm and use the heaven-ripping spell, its power. When Wang Lin thought of this, his heart started pounding. He stomped his right foot in an attempt to enter the ice, but a rebound force came from the pool. His body trembled and he wasn't able to enter the ice. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the ice below. This place was very strange and different from the other ice here. Dongling Pool. This place should be the Dongling Pool. I just don't know what's so mysterious about it for the 7-colored celestial sovereign to recreate it. Wang Lin carefully looked at it, but found nothing. The frozen pool looked very ordinary. He knelt down and placed his right hand on the ice. He gently pressed down and cracking sounds echoed. Cracks appeared as the frozen pool shook. However, just as the cracks appeared, cold energy came out and the ice returned to normal. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and blood light shined as the blood sword appeared. With a bang, the blood sword flew toward the ice. A depression appeared in the ice and countless cracks spread, but they all recovered in an instant. Wang Lin sat on the ice pool and his gaze penetrated the ice, landing on Yi Mo's left arm. He gradually saw through some clues. This pool of ice has fused with Yi Mo's left arm, so the ice has Yi Mo's recovery ability. Even if it's destroyed, it will recover instantly. Wang Lin didn't think this in his head but muttered it as if he was talking to himself or someone else. Shen Luo had his hands behind his back and was floating above the pool. He was also looking at the ice, and when he heard Wang Lin's words, he smiled, revealing a strange light in his eyes. couldn't be entered and couldn't be broken. Wang Lin frowned as he let out a cold snort and his 5 fingers formed a claw. This ancient Tao power gathered in his 5 fingers, and the 5 fingers gave off a ghostly light along with dense ancient Tao aura. Immortal ancient Tao. Wang Lin let out a roar and countless overlapping shadows appeared over his right hand. Thousands of shadows seemed to appear, and the moment they all overlapped to form one, Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the ice. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. As Wang Lin's hand grabbed the ice, the countless shadows that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. This claw was like Wang Lin striking countless times. With the immortal ancient Tao, Wang Lin attacked the recovering ice. Wang Lin let out a roar as his fingers clawed into the ice and pulled out a palm-sized piece of ice. Holding the ice, Wang Lin carefully looked at it and burned it with his fire essence. But he couldn't melt it at all. His eyes narrowed and he felt that there was a strange force inside this ice. Wang Lin found this force similar to an essence. But there was a difference. It was as if this place wasn't sealed by ice, and if he soaked inside the pool, his essences would benefit greatly. However, not only was this power weak, but it also faded in and out. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and his eyes revealed enlightenment. This place had been created by the 7-colored celestial sovereign from his memories and nourished by his own life force. This Dongling pool likely existed on the immortal astral continent, and its effect was likely nourishing essences. The 7-colored celestial sovereign's cultivation was limited, so he could only emulate the aura but not the effect. Wang Lin pondered for a while and put the ice into his storage space. It was very strange and didn't melt inside his storage space. Instead, it gave off a chilly aura. Staring at the ice, Wang Lin took a deep breath and raised his right hand. As the immortal ancient Tao filled his hand, he clawed at the ice once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed as time passed. Using this dumb method, Wang Lin took several hours to create a tunnel into the ice. In half an incense stick of time, the last rumble echoed. Wang Lin clawed out a piece of ice and exposed Yimo's left arm. Only a palm-sized patch of skin was exposed. It was gray but gave off powerful ancient Tao aura that entered Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat down. His left hand pressed against the exposed skin. The moment his left hand pressed down, Yimo's left arm gave off a ghostly light that penetrated the ice. This gave the ice a strange sense of beauty. This light continued to spread out in all directions. It ended up shrouding the surrounding 10,000 kilometers before dissipating. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin spread out part of his divine sense to check his surrounding as he slowly absorbed Yimo's left arm. With his experience from absorbing the right arm, Wang Lin was familiar with the process. After 3 days, Yimo's left arm slowly shrank. As it shrank, the ghostly light that had spread out over 10,000 kilometers shrank. When all the ghostly light returned, Yimo's left arm turned into a strand of smoke and entered Wang Lin's left arm. A sting of pain came from Wang Lin's left arm. He felt like something was drilling into his heart. Cold sweat broke from Wang Lin's forehead, but his expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised his right hand and looked at the gas that was drilling into his left arm. The gas seemed to have no end and continued to enter Wang Lin's left arm. Wang Lin's left arm gradually became rough, and complicated runes flickered on it. It wasn't until 1 incense stick of time passed that the last strand of gas entered Wang Lin's left arm. That feeling of being able to tear open the world that he felt when he obtained the right arm emerged in Wang Lin's heart. He slowly moved his 5 fingers on his left hand and cracking sounds echoed. After a long time, Wang Lin formed a fist and walked forward. He appeared at the center of the ice pool. Wang Lin raised both his hands and felt a powerful strength fill his body. After absorbing Yimo's left arm, a shocking change occurred to the 3 ancient clan stars between his eyebrows and in his eyes. This change was the sign of the 9th star appearing. A vague vortex had appeared. Wang Lin closed his eyes and felt the ancient Tao power and the powerful force in his body. A moment later, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ice pool below. His eyes revealed a golden glow as his hands reached toward the ice pool and mercilessly ripped it. Heaven ripping! Wang Lin let out a roar and both his hands clawed at the void. His hands spread to both sides and the world rumbled. A giant crack appeared in the frozen pool. The moment this crack appeared, a heaven-shattering sound echoed. Layers of ice collapsed and ice exploded everywhere. The entire pool disintegrated. The earth trembled, and after the pool collapsed, a giant crack appeared. Thunderous rumbles rang out as the crack moved like an earth dragon and spread. An even more intense rumble echoed as the earth collapsed and the earth dragon extended deeper into the ground. In the core of the cave, the furnace surrounded by black gas was covered in faces. Anyone that entered would have their face appear on the furnace. However, at this moment most of the faces had disappeared completely. Even the seven-colored Taoist's face had disappeared completely. On the front and back, the faces of Wang Lin and Old Ghost John were extremely clear and surrounded by the black gas. At this moment, in the space the second flower was in, a crack appeared on the frozen flower's root. This crack continued to expand until it penetrated the flower. The heaven-ripping spell had ripped this world open. Wang Lin looked at the frozen world and stepped forward without hesitation. He disappeared into the earth. The seven-colored Taoist no longer needs to be feared. Now I need to deal with Old Ghost John. He is cautious and suspicious, so it will be difficult to deal with him. Wang Lin appeared in the space the third flower was located. This place was completely gray and had no trace of life. This place was completely dead. Even the third flower before Wang Lin seemed to be lacking water and had withered. The leaves were dry and the petals broken. It was dead. Staring at the third flower, Wang Lin knew he didn't need to enter. The third flower had been destroyed many years ago. After staring at the flower for a long time, his eyes lit up. In the end, he gave up setting up another ambush. That kind of ambush could only be used once. If he tried a second time, Old Ghost John wouldn't fall for it. With a sigh, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared before the dead flower. He went toward the space the fourth flower was in. When Wang Lin appeared in the space the fourth flower was in, he saw a black flower behind him. Black liquid was dripping from the flower, and after countless years, the liquid had formed a black ocean below the flower. This ocean was completely calm, without any wind or waves. Only the flower stuck out from the ocean. Staring at the black flower, Wang Lin smelled blood. This smell had been here for a long time, and when he smelled it, he felt a sense of decay. This smell of blood came from the dead ocean below him. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. After hesitating for a bit, he stepped forward toward the black flower. Just as he was about to enter, Wang Lin stopped. He vaguely felt a roar coming from the flower. Wang Lin was familiar with this voice. Tuosen. Wang Lin was startled and his eyes became serious. He took a closer look at the black flower that covered most of the sky. His eyes lit up as he landed on a black petal and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour after Wang Lin entered the flower, everyone else arrived. When they saw the dead ocean below, their expressions became serious. However, they didn't hesitate much and all entered the world inside the fourth flower. The sky of this dim world was covered in endless fog. Below it was endless fog as well. The roars that came from inside the fog could make one's mind tremble. There were some platforms floating here, and they were of varying sizes. There were even dried-up bodies that looked like they had their flesh and blood drained until they were like skeletons. Wang Lin was standing on a platform. He looked around and revealed a bitter smile. He had to reveal a bitter smile. He knew this place. This was the ancient tomb that he got his ancient Tao inheritance from. I should have thought of this a long time ago. The seven-colored celestial sovereign created this place to bury Yi Mo. How could the seven-colored celestial sovereign have created this place for no reason? So it turns out to be the fourth flower. Wang Lin looked at this place with a complicated expression. He was very familiar with this place. No wonder I thought I heard Tu Si's voice. Isn't Tu Si inside the ancient tomb? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before walking to the end of the stone platform and looking down at the fog below. He remembered that there were several more layers below this fog. There was an extremely terrifying aura down there that had made him stop and leave. When he obtained Yimo's inheritance, he felt like there was a heart at the bottom layer. It was obviously Yimo's heart. Aside from Yimo's left eye, the only thing left is the heart. Wang Lin had obtained most of Yimo's inheritances. He knew that Yimo's body had already collapsed. Only his arms had been cut off and thus remained. If he could absorb Yimo's heart at the bottom, his inheritance would reach completion. Of course, this completion was missing the left eye. If he could absorb Yimo's heart, even without the left eye, it was likely that Wang Lin could form his 9th ancient god star. Even his ancient devil star might reach 9. As a result, Wang Lin would become a 9-star ancient god and his ancient Tao power would erupt. 9-star ancient god. If I were to expand my body completely, how big would I become? Wang Lin closed his eyes to muse the pros and cons. Xian Luo was on the opposite side of the stone platform. He looked at the fog below and let out a sigh. This is where that child Yimo died. A moment later, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with determination. Riches can be found in danger. Wang Lin had spent his life in dangerous situations in order to reach the cultivation level he was at today. Most of his power had been obtained through risking his life. So what if he risked it once more? In addition, due to the memories he had gotten from the third soul, Wang Lin had a guess on what the terrifying aura in the second-to-last layer was. Ancient tomb. Back then, I didn't dare to go to the next layer. But since I've returned, I can't give this opportunity up. Wang Lin made up his mind and stepped toward the fog outside the platform. He fell into the fog and dropped down. His head was pointed downward as charged into the depths like a fish. No one knew this place better than him. Wang Lin had obtained all the maps here back then, so he no longer needed to upgrade this platform. The map was in his mind, including the entrance to the next layer. If there was really one person whose understanding of this place was second to Wang Lin's, then it was the third concubine who was still a virgin. At this moment, the third concubine was floating in the fog and looking around in confusion. After a long time, a complicated gaze appeared in her eyes. The fourth flower was this place. The third concubine had obtained most of the map to the first layer back then. It was also here that a ripple was set off in her calm mind. Here she had met Wang Lin. In the end, she had been sent out of here with Wang Lin's help, so she hadn't been sealed here. She liked to be alone and was not good at communicating with others. When she was forced to become the Seven-Colored's concubine, she had only agreed for the sake of her sect. She didn't have many friends on the immortal astral continent. Even back in the Heavenly Gate sect, she would spend most of her time cultivating. Due to her personality, she always moved by herself among the concubines. Could be said that Wang Lin was the first person to help her in her life. This feeling she had never felt before caused her to feel confusion and complication. She didn't even know the reason. He has helped me once, so I need to repay him. I want to go home. I wonder if teacher is still there. And also my little sister. She is more talented than me. The third concubine silently pondered and became homesick. When Wang Lin entered the tomb, inside the palace where he had obtained the inheritance, the person that was Tuosen or Tusi opened his eyes. Inside the ancient tomb, Wang Lin was rapidly falling through the fog. The wind howled in his ears as he moved down. His divine sense was spread out, carefully observing his surroundings. There were many strange things inside the fog. Wang Lin understood this. He had seen most of the fierce beasts here as well. He changed his speed to avoid the nearby beasts and headed toward the second-to-last layer here. The second-to-last layer was where Wang Lin had felt the terrifying aura. However, the more he thought about it now, the more he believed that that aura was the seven-colored celestial sovereign's most powerful ace. The EC puppet. After Wang Lin entered the core of the cave, he would sacrifice them based on the method the seven-colored celestial sovereign left behind. After each sacrifice, he would feel his connection with it strengthen. He had killed a lot of people at this point, and thanks to that mysterious connection, Wang Lin was 80% certain that the terrifying aura belonged to EC. The purpose of the ancient tomb is likely to nourish the puppet. After the seven-colored celestial sovereign killed Yimo, he used him to complete this puppet. Wang Lin's eyes shined. With the help of memories from the third soul, Wang Lin had guessed most of it. As he moved forward, the fog gradually became thin. He was moving toward the entrance to the next layer. As he got closer, the fog became so thin, it could no longer block his vision, and black earth appeared below him. This earth was endless and was covered in black, algae-like vegetation. As the plants swayed, they released strands of black gas. This was a strange scene. There was no sun here, but there was ghostly light coming from the black algae. Wang Lin could clearly see everything around him due to this light. This place was completely silent. Even after Wang Lin arrived, the black algae continued to sway and release black gas without any change. His gaze swept past the vegetation on the ground, and he was wary. He was far too aware of the dangers of the ancient tomb. His divine sense was spread out as he carefully flew forward. In his memory, the map from back then showed the entrance was not far ahead. Half an incense stick of time later, as Wang Lin moved forward, the scenery before him changed. More than 100,000 feet away, there was an open area of 10,000 feet with no vegetation. There was an ancient transfer array built at the center. This formation had existed for an unknown amount of time and was still operational. However, it was silent, and flashes of ghostly light came from it, giving off a sense of power. After seeing this transfer array, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Just as he closed in, a heaven-shattering roar came from the transfer array. This roar contained a terrifying aura that made Wang Lin's heart tremble, so he stopped. The moment the roar echoed, the algae in the area began to sway more violently. Large amounts of black gas were forced out and flew into the air. The earth began to tremble and move like waves. The sound disappeared slowly after a long time. Wang Lin's face was pale as he stood outside the formation and pondered for a long time. Then he looked up with determination in his eyes. If my deduction is correct, this shouldn't be too dangerous. On the contrary, it might be a great fortune for me. EC puppet. Wang Ellen no longer hesitated and walked into the ancient transfer array. The moment he entered the formation, it activated. Ghostly light scattered in all directions and spread out to cover tens of thousands of kilometers. The third concubine was rapidly moving in the fog. She didn't know the exact location but had a sense of where it was. However, she suddenly stopped when she saw the ghostly light that pierced through the fog. Her eyes lit up and she immediately carefully moved toward the source of the ghostly light. After one incense stick of time, she saw the ancient transfer array on the ground. The third concubine hesitated outside the formation for a long time before she clenched her teeth and walked into the formation. In the second to last layer of the ancient tomb, the fog wasn't as dense as it was in the upper layers. Wang Lin was carefully moving through here. Although there was light, it was red and looked like fresh blood. Occasionally, roars would come from the surrounding fog and pairs of red eyes would stare at Wang Lin. However, with Wang Lin's ancient Dao aura, they didn't dare to approach. After all, the current Wang Lin was not the same as before. As long as he was cautious, there was no immediate danger. As he quickly moved forward, the fog around him moved quickly and a roar that sounded like it came from next to his ears echoed. This roar shook the entire world, and it felt like this layer was going to collapse. Wang Lin suddenly stopped. It was as if a powerful force had hit him along with the roar. It pushed him back 1,000 feet before the roar dissipated. Wang Lin's face was pale and his eyes shined brightly. That roar had shaken his mind, and he was almost injured. What a powerful aura! If that thing is really the EC puppet and I can use it. Wang Lin moved forward once more. Wang Lin gradually got closer to the source of the roar until he saw a mountain. This mountain wasn't tall, but it was covered by red fog. When Wang Lin got close and saw it, the red fog around the mountain began to move. It formed a giant head. This head had no hair and was bald. It was blurry, making it impossible to see its appearance. However, its mouth was open, letting out that shocking roar. The moment the roar appeared, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and waved. His essence appeared before him and his ancient Dao power filled his body to resist the power of this roar. At this moment, he was hundreds of thousands of feet away, but even at this distance, the roar hit him with a powerful force. Popping sounds echoed as Wang Lin's essences were knocked back into his body. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he was pushed back 10,000 feet before the roar dissipated. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The head formed by the red fog seemed to melt before returning to the mountain. It is EC. Wang Lin stared at the misty peak. Through the connection in his heart, he was very certain. Unfortunately, even though I have killed a lot of people as sacrifices, it is not enough. If I want to control this thing, I need to kill one more powerful cultivator. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the mountain before him. Just as he was pondering, he looked into the distance. It's her. Wang Lin's body flickered and disappeared as he hid himself. Shortly after, a golden light flashed and a giant, golden door floated over. Behind the door sat the third concubine. Her face was pale and blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the mountain before her with fear in her eyes. She didn't expect this layer of the ancient tomb to have something this terrifying. She clenched her teeth. Taking the moment when the mountain didn't let out another roar, she sent out a message. Wang Lin, I know you're here. I have no malice. I believe my power and spells can be of help to you. Please appear. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the churning of the fog in the distance gave off a muffled rumble. The third concubine's voice echoed. After seeing no reaction, her expression dimmed and she shook her head. The golden door slowly retreated, and she was ready to move to another location to search for Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, the fog on the mountain began to rumble and that faint shadow appeared to let out a roar. Under the roar, the world changed colors and layers of invisible ripples echoed across the air. The earth trembled and the sky distorted. The expression of the third concubine changed. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat blood onto the golden door. The door shined brightly to resist the roar, but it quickly collapsed. The third concubine's face turned pale and she immediately retreated. Then her hands formed a seal. There was a flash of golden light and 4 more golden doors appeared. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the 4 golden doors shattered one by one. The third concubine had borrowed this time to retreat more than 10,000 feet. She was about to use another spell to resist the residual shockwave when a cold voice chode. Why are you looking for me? As the voice echoed, Wang Lin appeared before the woman. He waved his right hand behind him to block the shockwave. Wang Lin's body was strong enough to resist this level of shockwave. Wang Lin. The third concubine was startled and joy appeared in her eyes, but she soon hid it. You once helped me inside the ancient tomb. This time, I want to help you. No need, it is dangerous here. Don't stay here. Wang Lin coldly stared at the third concubine and turned to leave to find the soul of a powerful cultivator to sacrifice. I can help you. The third concubine bit her lip and raised her right hand. There was a string of golden beads on her wrist. The golden beads gave off a gentle glow. My teacher gifted me this. Can turn into 7 golden doors. If you want to enter this mountain, this item can help you. Wang Lin stopped and looked at the third concubine. When he met her gaze, Wang Lin saw seriousness and persistence in her eyes. This was the feeling Wang Lin had. Wang Lin's cold expression relaxed a bit. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he could see that she really wanted to help him. He recalled when they met in the ancient tomb. After silently pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the woman's wrist. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "What is your request?" The third concubine whispered, "There is no request. You've helped me, so I'll help you once." Hearing her words, Wang Lin's expression became a bit strange. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin spoke softly. "It was a simple matter back then, you don't need to take it to heart. You helped me, so I'll help you." The third concubine raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. Her beautiful face had a unique charm at this moment. "However, right now I don't plan on entering the mountain." Wang Lin revealed a rare smile. The third concubine was startled and didn't know what to say. "What is your real name?" Wang Lin looked at the sky in the distance. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The third concubine hesitated for a bit, and then softly said, "Tang Shan, activate your 7 golden doors and step back a bit." Wang Lin's voice suddenly became cold as he looked into the distance. Tang Shan's eyes narrowed. Her cultivation level was not low, so she immediately noticed the abnormality. She listened to Wang Lin without hesitation, and golden light shined around her. 7 golden doors appeared around her. A ray of light was charging toward this place from the distance. This ray of light contained a giant, stone platform. This platform shined, and a young man wearing blue was standing on top of it. Wang Lin's gaze instantly met with the young man's. After their gazes met, thunderous rumbles echoed in their minds. It was as if they had attacked each other with a spell when their gazes met. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all, and he let out a cold snort. The young man's body staggered a bit, and he took half a step back. He looked at Wang Lin with powerful battle intent. "Wang Lin, I have finally caught up to you. I'm Yuni Feng from Planet 5 Elements. Our last battle was rushed and not satisfying enough. Today, do you dare to fight me head-on without any schemes or the Li Guang Bao?" The light disappeared from the stone platform. The young man in blue looked at Wang Lin. "If you can beat me, I'll listen to all your orders while we are in the core of the cave world." Yuni Feng stepped forward off the platform and faced Wang Lin. In his eyes, the third concubine, Tang Shan, didn't exist. Wang Lin was the only one in his eyes. Staring at Yuni Feng, the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He was missing the soul of a powerful cultivator, and this person had come by himself. This would save Wang Lin some time, but this person's cultivation level wasn't that high. Wang Lin felt that just his soul wasn't enough. Back then, on Planet 5 Elements, he had matched Wang Lin's strength, but Wang Lin had just broken through the formation and was injured. Also, Wang Lin's heaven-ripping spell wasn't complete back then. Now Wang Lin was at the peak of his cultivation, and his heaven-ripping spell was heaven-shattering. Wang Lin didn't consider Yuni Feng a threat. However, if this person followed through with his promise after losing, then Wang Lin would be moved. Wang Lin slowly said, "Your words are meaningless." Yuni Feng's eyes lit up and his right hand hit his forehead. A drop of oath of blood flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted the blood and carefully looked at it. Yuni Feng's eyes became cold and he raised his right hand. A giant blade appeared and he sliced at Wang Lin as he stepped forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This blade seemed to split the heavens and formed a ray of blade energy. The power of the world seemed to gather on it as it closed in on Wang Lin. The moment the blade descended, Wang Lin stepped forward with a cold snort. His right hand formed a fist and his ancient Tao power gathered as he threw a punch at Yuni Feng. The world changed colors with this punch, and the entire world became distorted as if it was going to collapse. The ancient Tao shadow appeared and punched the blade. In an instant, the blade and punch connected. The blade collapsed into countless pieces. Wang Lin's punch also dissipated. Yuni Feng's body was pushed back 1,000 feet, and he raised his right hand with a laugh. He waved his right hand and black light appeared before him, forming black fog. He reached into the fog and took out a blade. He sliced at Wang Lin and then reached into the fog once more. In an instant, 7 blades were taken out of the fog and sliced at Wang Lin. The 7 slices connected together to form a monstrous blade energy that flew toward Wang Lin. 8 blades cut the soul. Yuni Feng roared, and 7 overlapping shadows appeared. It was as if 7 copies of him had appeared, all holding the blade. The 7 of them attacked at the same time. These 7 blades connected together, and the vague signs of an 8th blade appeared. 2 blades for the handle, 4 blades for the body, and 1 blade for the tip. The world became distorted and dim. It was as if Yuni Feng's most powerful spell was the only thing left in this world. As the 8 blades closed in, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He raised his hands and ripped the sky. A giant pair of hands appeared before Wang Lin. This pair of hands was rough and covered in countless scars. It was Yi Mo's arms. As Wang Lin moved, These two arms grabbed the void and mercilessly tore the sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed and a giant rift was ripped open. This rift connected the earth and the sky. From afar, it looked as if the world before Wang Lin had collapsed. The rift contained an ancient aura and destructive force that could destroy the world. Rumbles echoed as the 8 blades collided with the rift. The blades collapsed along with Yun Yifeng's body. Shortly after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th bodies collapsed with the blade. You want to fight head-on, I won't even use the stop spell. You want a head-on fight? I'll give you a head-on fight. Wang Lin's voice was cold and echoed across the world. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, his hands ripped at the sky once more and tore open the connection of the world before him. Thunderous rumble echoed as Yun Yifeng's 5th, 6th, and 7th bodies all shattered. A muffled groan echoed as smoke came from the 7 collapsed bodies and reformed into Yun Yifeng's original body in the distance. He coughed out blood and his face was deathly pale. He retreated a few steps and looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes. This fear was no less intense than when he saw the Li Guang bow being drawn. Is this battle head-on? As Yun Yifeng retreated, the rift before Wang Lin slowly dissipated. Wang Lin stood there with his white hair fluttering. He held the oath of blood Yun Yifeng had sent out. Yun Yifeng silently pondered. He felt bitterness in his heart as he nodded. The moment he nodded, the oath of blood in Wang Lin's hand gave off a dazzling, red light. It slowly dissipated into Wang Lin's palm and became an oath. Yun Yifeng was a gentleman, so he didn't play any tricks with the oath of blood. Since he had lost, he had lost. He didn't know that this had saved his life. If he had tried anything, Wang Lin would have killed without hesitation, even if killing him would have wasted some time. However, at this moment Wang Lin had a better choice. He looked into the distance and felt 3 familiar auras closing in. They came just on time. Perhaps I can borrow his power to probe that person. Just as this battle ended, the fog around the mountain began to move and formed that bold head. A thunderous roar echoed. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by his ancient Dao aura, and he retreated more than 1,000 feet to resist it. Tang Shan had witnessed the battle before and quickly retreated with Wang Lin. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the sky in the distance distorted. A blurry figure arrived. Yun Yifeng, kill this person. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand reached out and there was a flash of blood light. The blood sword appeared and flew toward the blurry figure. A sun appeared before the blurry figure and gave off endless sunlight that collided with the blood sword. A thunderous rumble echoed as the blurry figure was forced to retreat, revealing the sovereign. The moment he appeared, Yun Yifeng clenched teeth and swallowed a few pills. He charged out and used the 8 blades cut the soul. 8 illusory blades appeared and connected together as they flew toward the sovereign. There was also Tang Shan. She didn't hesitate to form a seal as she waved her hand. 7 golden doors appeared before Yun Yifeng and 7 more also appeared before Wang Lin. Protection spell. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Most spells were forced on attack, and even protection spells could only be used on oneself. Those that could be used on others were extremely rare. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen one that could be used on someone else. The Heavenly Door sect that Tang Shan belonged to was only a small sect and not one of the 13 major sects, but it was still famous. The reason was that most of their spells were protection spells that could be used to protect others. Various spells closed in as the sovereign walked out. The sovereign was extremely cautious. Although he didn't know much about the ancient tomb, when he had the 7-colored Taoist save Miao Yin and company, he had learned some of the secrets here. That was why he could arrive here so quickly. He had witnessed the fierce battle in the 2nd flower and had seen Wang Lin use the bow 3 times. With his understanding of Wang Lin and his own analysis, he was certain Wang Lin no longer had the power to draw the bow again. Otherwise, with his understanding of Wang Lin wouldn't have let the 7-colored Taoist go and then let old ghost John chase after the 7-colored Taoist. In his mind, without absolute certainty, Wang Lin wouldn't set up a plan to use the lion to devour the tiger. From his point of view, he couldn't guess Wang Lin's limits. Because he had come to this conclusion, The sovereign thought that this was a great opportunity since he had confirmed that Wang Lin was seriously injured. This was the best time for him to kill Wang Lin to get his revenge and take the third soul. That's why he had moved at full speed to chase Wang Lin into the fourth flower while old Ghost John was chasing down the seven-colored Taoist. He had used his understanding of the ancient tomb that he had learned from Miao Yin and company to rush toward the second to last floor before everyone else. He expected that aside from Wang Lin, the third concubine would arrive before him. He hadn't expected Yunifeng to be faster than him. Clearly, Yunifeng had his own methods and luck. At this moment, the moment he appeared, he faced a spell that collided with his Law of Origin spell. The power of the attack was deflected and the sovereign retreated 3 steps. When he looked around, his expression became gloomy. Yunifeng stepped forward and the 8 blades sliced down toward the sovereign. Since he had lost to Wang Lin, he would not go back on his word. While they were in the core of the cave world, he would listen to Wang Lin's orders. At this moment, the 7 golden doors surrounded his body, and a warm feeling nourished him. Even his injuries recovered a bit, and the 7 doors acted as a protective layer. It helped to offset the impact and allowed him to move even faster. Tang Shan moved after forming the 7 golden doors for Wang Lin and Yunifeng. Her right hand formed a seal and 9 golden flying swords appeared. They formed a sword formation and flew toward the sovereign. The 2 of them attacked the sovereign at the same time. The 8 blades cut the soul combined with Yun Yifeng's cultivation had shocking power. The sovereign waved his sleeve and 7-colored light flew toward Yunifeng. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Yunifeng had been injured by Wang Lin, and the 7 golden doors collapsed. He coughed out blood and clenched his teeth as he sliced down with a roar. 7 of the blades shattered when they collided with the 7-colored light. But the 8th blade was about to penetrate the 7-colored light and land on the sovereign. The sovereign's body trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed as he retreated 3 steps. He suddenly looked up at Tang Shan's 9 golden flying swords filled with strong celestial bloodline closing in. They were very fast. The moment the sovereign retreated, they closed in. The sovereign raised his hand and his thumb and index finger formed a circle. He faced Tang Shan. Golden light came from the circles formed by his hand. The light seemed to form countless swords that flew forward. They collided with Tang Shan's 9 swords, and the 9 swords shattered. The fragments were pushed back and endless rays of light closed in on Tang Shan. The golden beads on Tang Shan's wrist shined and 7 golden doors appeared to resist the 7-colored light. Thunderous rumbles echoed as blood flowed out from the corner of Tang Shan's mouth, and she quickly retreated. Even someone injured dares to sneak attack me? The sovereign stepped forward, but at this moment, Wang Lin's hand grabbed the void. He used the heaven-ripping spell and the rift that connected the sky and earth appeared once more. It charged at the sovereign. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the sovereign attacked to counter Tang Shan and Yunifeng's attacks, the rift closed in. The sovereign could ignore the injured Yunifeng and the 3rd concubine, but he couldn't ignore Wang Lin's spell. The power of the heaven-ripping spell was terrifying. The sovereign's pupils shrank and the circles formed by his hands faced Wang Lin. His power of going through several arcane tribulants suddenly erupted. 3 destructive sovereign Tao. First spirit destruction Tao. The golden circle before the sovereign shined and collided with the heaven-ripping spell. Second ghost destruction Tao. The sovereign's robe expanded and a sun appeared before him. The law of origin spread out from his body, making him look like a celestial god. Third god destruction Tao. The sovereign bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. It became a giant, golden print that smashed toward the rift Wang Lin had created. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the endless golden light from the circles before him touched the rift. The circles suddenly collapsed and then the sun behind him flew toward the rift. At the same time, the golden print closed in. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin's heaven-ripping spell shattered. However, the sun also dissipated before the heaven-ripping spell. Only the golden print broke through everything and smashed toward Wang Lin. Without the Li Guang Bao, I want to see how you resist me. The sovereign's breathing was rough as he charged at Wang Lin. On the ground not far away from Wang Lin, Shen Luo calmly watched everything. Along the way, he had witnessed Wang Lin's methods, cunning, persistence, and decisiveness. He now admired Wang Lin greatly. At this moment, he was eager to know how Wang Lin would resist this arcane turbulent cultivator's spell. Will he take Lien Daoxuan's brother out to use the immortal celestial body again? Shen Luo was very interested, but a moment later, his eyes narrowed. He saw that there was no panic in Wang Lin's eyes. When the golden print broke through the void, Wang Lin retreated 3 steps. The first step put Wang Lin 1,000 feet from Shen Luo. After the second step, he was less than 300 feet from Shen Luo. With the third step, Wang Lin appeared beside Shen Luo. He wasn't before Shen Luo but behind Shen Luo. After 3 steps, Wang Lin sat down. If he could see Shen Luo, then this scene would look very strange. Shen Luo turned around to look at Wang Lin. At the same time, after Wang Lin sat down, he looked at the void before him. Their gazes seemed to meet. Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin for a while until the golden light shined in the sky. The golden print was like a mountain as it descended, and it was less than 100 feet away. The ground around Wang Lin cracked and was pushed down. Interesting, Shen Luo suddenly smiled. He raised his right hand, casually raised his finger, and pointed at the golden print. The golden print stopped 30 feet above their heads. After the golden print was stopped, it flashed violently and suddenly moved again. However, it rapidly shrank until it was only the size of a palm, and floated before Wang Lin. The golden print buzzed. This sound seemed to contain intelligence. It seemed to be trembling in submission. This thing now looked corporeal and had become a treasure. This suddenly change startled Yuni Feng, who was about to attack again. He hadn't seen Wang Lin do anything. Wang Lin had just retreated 1,000 feet and sat down. The golden print had actually just stopped in the air. Tang Shan was also startled and stopped the seal her hands were forming. She was going to do her best to protect Wang Lin, but this sudden change shocked her. The two of them were only shocked, but the sovereign was dumbfounded, and his eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes. The shock in his heart was even more intense than when he saw Wang Lin use the Li Guang Bao. How can this be? This is impossible. What I used was a spell, not a treasure. That golden print was formed by my spell. It is an illusion, it shouldn't exist. It was formed by the power of my spell. How can it become corporeal and turn into a treasure? This kind of thing is impossible, impossible. The sovereign trembled. Others might now know what it meant, but he knew. To turn an illusory spell into something corporeal. This kind of ability to change the world. The sovereign's face turned pale and he subconsciously took a few steps back. The shock bursting inside him was strong enough to break his mind. He had never felt this much fear before. No matter how panicked he was before, it could not compare to now. He didn't understand, couldn't imagine, or to be more accurate, he didn't dare to guess. This is something only Master's big brother, one of the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent, could do. The sovereign's heart trembled. He was completely frightened by this. In the distance, Yuni Feng saw the sovereign's expression and looked at the golden print floating before Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with terror, as if he had thought of something, and he suddenly bowed his head. However, his expression was clearly seen by Wang Lin, who was paying close attention. Wang Lin vaguely guessed Yuni Feng's thoughts. This person was very cunning, so he wouldn't do things for no reason. However, Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to it. He raised his right hand and the golden print landed in his grasp. A cold feeling cycled through Wang Lin, and he felt a connection with the golden print. This item had just been created from the void and had no owner. Wang Lin's cultivation was imprinted in it, and he became this treasure's first owner. This golden print gave off a powerful aura and sealed the sovereign god destruction Dao spell. This spell had been used by the sovereign at full power, so its strength was the same as the sovereign using the spell himself. And due to it being created by Shen Luo, it contained a hint of the 9 sons' power. As a result, this treasure was indestructible. The sovereign was terrified as Wang Lin devoured the print and began refining it in his origin soul. Xian Luo stood before Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin profoundly and then suddenly smiled. At this moment, the fear in the sovereign's heart reached a limit. He gave up on killing Wang Lin and retreated without hesitation. He was scared out of his mind, and his mind was buzzing. He was very smart and cunning, but he could have never expected Xian Luo to be here. He believed that his master's big brother had found this place. Thinking about how terrifying his master's big brother was, the sovereign was soaked in cold sweat. He almost lost his wits. Just as he started retreating, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He stood up and took a step forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he chased after the sovereign. Back then, you tried to kill me with the life and death calamity. Today, I'll give you a life and death calamity as well. Tuosen, you have already arrived. Do you want to fight me or help me fight this person? Wang Lin's voice echoed as he chased. Just as his voice echoed, a laugh echoed across the world. The world distorted behind the sovereign and a giant figure appeared. His body was half naked and gave off an ancient aura. It also gave off an arrogant aura. It was Tuosen. When his body appeared, his right hand formed a seal and punched toward the sovereign. With this punch, the world rumbled. It was as if this punch had absorbed all the power here, and it landed on the sovereign's body. The sovereign suddenly turned around. His hands formed a seal and sunlight surrounded his body. He seemed to turn into a sun when he collided with the punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The sovereign let out a muffled groan and retreated several steps. Tuosen's body also trembled, and he retreated 1,000 feet. He revealed a fierce smile. Satisfying. Wang Lin, don't fight with spells like these celestials. Our clan must fight with our powerful bodies. Break the world and battle the celestials. As Tuosen spoke, popping sounds echoed from his body. His body expanded to more than tens of thousands of feet tall, but he didn't stop. He continued to expand. Soon, a giant ancient god hundreds of thousands of feet tall appeared in the second to last layer of the ancient tomb. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he revealed a smile. Rumbles came from his body, and for the first time he completely expanded his body. Wang Lin's body instantly grew until he was the same size as Tuosen. From afar, the two giants looked like two mountains sealing the sovereign's path. At the same time, Yu Nifeng's eyes flashed. He knew that the mysterious Xian Luo was around, so he moved decisively. His hands formed a seal and his right hand pointed at the sky. There was a flash of purple light, and the purple light instantly formed a purple monkey. The monkey revealed a vicious gaze as it pounced toward the sovereign. Wang Lin has no chance of failing in the core of the cave. My plan won't go wrong. There was also the third concubine, Tang Shan. She clenched her teeth and the golden bead on her wrist shone. Golden doors appeared and overlapped with each other. The 7 golden doors fused into one. Golden light shined as the door transformed into a golden dragon that rushed toward the sovereign. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, and their power was amazing. Wang Lin and Tuosen each formed a fist, and their punches smashed down like 2 giant meteors. The sovereign's face was deathly pale and he had no will to battle. He was completely shaken by what had happened to the golden print. He suspected his master's big brother was hiding around here. This thought made him tremble and made it impossible for him to use his full strength. The only thought in his mind was to escape. As Wang Lin and Tuosen's fists descended, the sovereign let out a roar as if he wanted to release all the fear in his body. He moved his hand as if he was holding 2 runs and collided with Wang Lin and Tuosen's punches. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Tuosen's arm trembled and he retreated several steps. Wang Lin also trembled and retreated a few steps. At the same time, Yu Nifeng's spell that formed the monkey arrived, and it pounced on the sovereign. It turned into purple gas and entered the sovereign's body. The shadow of a monkey appeared between the sovereign's eyebrows. The sovereign trembled. Wang Lin and Tuosen's attacks had already caused his blood to boil. Then Yu Nifeng's spell from the immortal astral continent made it feel like his body was being torn apart. Then Tang Shan's golden dragon smashed into the sovereign's body. The sovereign turned around and smashed the golden dragon with his right hand. As the golden dragon collapsed, the sovereign coughed out a mouthful of blood for the first time. His expression became dim and the fear in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin and Tuosen's ancient god power was something the sovereign dreaded. However, the difference between their cultivation levels were simply too wide. Although they were difficult to deal with, they had also paid a big price to seriously injure him. What he feared the most was what had happened to the golden print. He had a feeling that there was a fifth pair of eyes calmly looking at him. This feeling was very strong and almost made him go crazy. He also felt Tao Master Blue Dream's aura closing in. If Blue Dream arrived, he would be in danger. After coughing out blood, the sovereign's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly looked up and ripples echoed under his feet as he tried to leave. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the void and he opened his storage page. A dozen ancient leaves flew out. As the ghostly light flickered, these dozen ancient leaves rushed toward the sovereign and sealed his path of retreat. When the sovereign was sealed, there was a flash of killing inside Wang Lin's eyes and he walked forward. He raised his hand to use his strongest spell, Heaven Ripping. The world was torn open and the rift flew toward the sovereign. The rift closed in on the sovereign in an instant. The sovereign formed a seal and slammed his hand toward the rift. At the same time, Tuosen's body moved and an overlapping shadow appeared. In a flash, the arrogant aura around him disappeared and was replaced by calmness and steadiness. It was as if he had become another person, as if he had become the awakened 2C. To be more accurate, the person that appeared was 2C. He raised his right hand and reached toward the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed and a giant spear appeared in his hand. Grabbing the spear, he stabbed toward the sovereign. Yuni Feng and Tang Shan attacked once more. They all used their most powerful spells. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Yuni Feng coughed out blood and was knocked into the ground. Blood started flowing from the corner of Tang Shan's mouth. She staggered back more than 10,000 feet, looking extremely weak. 2C's spear was caught by the sovereign. The sovereign's expression was fierce as his right palm slammed toward 2C. 2C's body trembled and he retreated 1,000 feet. But he was not injured. After pushing back 2C, the sovereign turned around. At this moment, the heaven-ripping rift closed in and was less than 10 feet away. The sovereign's hair was a mess and he bit his tongue without hesitation to spit out some of his essence blood. This blood was golden, and it penetrated the rift toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin were hit by this blood, he would be in danger. At the critical moment, Wang Lin was still calm. The moment the blood closed in, Wang Lin said one word. Stop! Stop the heavens, stop the earth, stop all laws. The blood stopped for a moment before Wang Lin, and he calmly avoided it. He waved his hand and the blood sword flew out. However, at this moment the rebound erupted in his body. He suppressed the rebound, but his face turned slightly pale. After an instant, the stop spell stopped working and the blood sprayed past Wang Lin, landing on the ground. Sizzling sounds came from the ground, and that part of the earth began to sink. The blood sword flashed and a muffled groan came from the sovereign. The blood sword was too fast and shot toward the sovereign the moment he had spat out the blood. The sword pierced through the sovereign's right shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed out, and the sovereign's eyes became bloodshot. He raised his left hand and pointed at the sky. You're all courting death, fishing the moon in the well. The sovereign's Tao spell. To use the earth as a well that reflected everything in the sky. Then extract the soul through the reflection and kill. Wang Lin had seen this spell several times, and each time, it had shocked him greatly. As the sovereign spoke, ripples appeared on the earth of the second to last layer of the ancient tomb, and it instantly turned water-like. The figures of Wang Lin and company appeared on the water. It was as if they were being drowned by the water in the well. Unless it was absolutely needed, Wang Lin wouldn't battle the sovereign. His enemies were the seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. Adding the sovereign would make it extremely difficult. Although he didn't want to fight, the sovereign's purpose was to kill Wang Lin. Therefore, Wang Lin was forced to fight. Wang Lin also held a great advantage. Yu Nifeng, Tang Shan, and Tuosen had helped him seriously injure the sovereign. Coupled with Wang Lin's previous deduction, he was able to deal a serious blow to the sovereign's mind. Based on various conditions, this perfect situation to kill the sovereign had appeared. The most important thing was the third person Wang Lin had sensed after Tuosen and the sovereign. This third person was Dao Master Blue Dream. Wang Lin just didn't believe that they couldn't seal the sovereign with the 5 of them. At this moment, the sovereign's fishing the moon in the well appeared. His red eyes were filled with killing intent. He no longer wanted to escape, because he clearly felt that Dao Master Blue Dream had arrived. So what if Blue Dream is here? If you want to kill me, you all have to pay the price. Also, time is limited. Old Ghost John will arrive soon. They won't be able to kill me before Old Ghost John arrives. The earth that had turned into a well reflected Wang Lin and company's figures. Then a flash of blue light appeared. This blue light spread across the well and the sky. In the distance, Dao Master Blue Dream walked out. Wang Lin's eyes shined. When Dao Master Blue Dream arrived, he sent out a Divins's message. Senior Blue Dream, can you seal the sovereign for 3 breaths? Blue Dream closed in and nodded. He waved his sleeve and the earth that had turned into a well trembled. The earth collapsed and the well shattered. Blue light entered the collapsed well and flew into the air as he waved his hand. It turned into a blue curtain that shrouded the world. I can do 3 breaths. As Dao Master Blue Dream spoke, he walked into the blue light. At this instant, the surrounding blue light shot toward the sovereign. 3 rays of blue light flew out toward Yu Nifeng and Tang Shan, pulling them into the blue light. The last ray of light wrapped around Tuosen and also pulled him into the blue light. The 4 of them all fused with the blue light. The moment they disappeared into the blue light, they turned into 4 runes and flew toward the sovereign. The sovereign's expression changed. This all happened in an instant. The 4 runes were flying toward the sovereign an instant after Blue Dream appeared. The sovereign could not avoid this. This was, after all, formed by Blue Dream's full cultivation. Although he hadn't entered Arcane Tribulant, he could battle against Arcane Tribulant cultivators. With him as the lead, and the help of the other 3, these 4 runes broke through all barriers and landed on the sovereign's body. The moment the 4 runes landed, the sovereign staggered and was surrounded by blue light that sealed his whole body. Although his movements were sealed, he still had a lot of power. The moment the blue light surrounded him, a golden light covered his body. From a distance, the sovereign looked completely golden. This golden shield can protect him from serious injuries for a few breaths after he was sealed. The first breath of the 3 breaths. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. The moment the sovereign was sealed by the blue light, he walked forward and appeared before the sovereign. He raised his right hand and the ghostly sail appeared. Wang Lin's finger penetrated the blue light and landed between the eyebrows of the sovereign. Dream Dao! As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the second breath arrived. The Dream Dao and the ghostly face fused and rushed into the sovereign. They didn't injure the sovereign at all but fused with his soul. Borrowing the Dream Dao, Wang Lin entered the memories of the sovereign, and a connection formed. Wang Lin didn't try to change the sovereign's memory, but pointed at the mountain surrounded by the black fog. I sacrificed this soul to EC. Wang Lin knew that he was no match for the sovereign, but he could borrow a knife to kill, and that knife was EC. As his words echoed, the third breath arrived. The fog around the mountain churned and let out a heaven-shattering roar. At the same time, the sovereign's soul started disappearing from his body rapidly, as if it was being devoured. The sovereign's eyes struggled and he let out a violent roar as his body trembled. The 3 breaths passed and the 4 seals on his body immediately dissipated. When the 4 seals disappeared, Dao Master Blue Dream, Yu Nifeng, Tang Shan, and Tuosan appeared from the surrounding blue light. Miserable screams echoed as the sovereign escaped from Dao Master Blue Dream's seal. He held his head as he rapidly retreated. The miserable cries shook people's hearts. The sovereign's soul was rapidly dissipating and was being sacrificed. When Dao Master Blue Dream and company saw this, their pupils shrank. They were in shock. Wang Lin coughed out blood and retreated more than 1,000 feet. He looked at the sovereign, who was screaming in the sky, and his eyes revealed a cruel and cold gaze. At this moment, the sovereign's eyes were bloodshot. The intense pain made him crazy as he looked at Wang Lin and charged at him as if he had gone crazy. "It is you who made me suffer so much pain. I'm going to kill you. Kill you?" The sovereign roared as he rushed at Wang Lin. His consciousness was blurry, and the only thought in his mind was kill Wang Lin. "EC puppet, I have sacrificed enough souls. I summon you." Wang Lin retreated without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As the sovereign closed in, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he let out a roar. The moment his words echoed, the mountain in the distance collapsed and the fog rushed toward Wang Lin. It was very fast, instantly shrouding Wang Lin. It even shrouded the sovereign that had charged over. It covered everyone's gazes. Then two roars came from inside the fog. One was from the sovereign. It was filled with endless pain. The other was filled with endless killing intent. The roars continued to echo inside the black fog. Aside from the people within the fog, no one knew what was happening inside. They could only hear the sovereign's roars become even more miserable. A moment later, the fog churned violently and the sovereign was thrown out. He landed on the ground with his eyes closed, and he was motionless. Blue Dream and company carefully looked at the black fog around Wang Lin. They saw the fog slowly condense to reveal Wang Lin. This fog was still gathering. It wasn't gathering in Wang Lin but to his right. There was a shadow squatting there. When all the fog condensed, the shadow became clear to everyone. Tang Shan's face immediately turned pale and he immediately retreated several steps. Even Yun Yifeng gasped, his eyes filled with fear. Dao Master Blue Dream and Tua-san were better, but their hearts trembled when they saw the shadow. It was a dwarf with purple skin. He was naked as he crouched there. There was no hair on his head and his body was very thin. His tongue stuck out 7 feet and hung there, swaying. His eyes were dark, looking as if they could absorb the light around him, making his figure distort slightly. An indescribable ferocity was spreading out from his body. This puppet was like an evil ghost that had climbed out of hell itself. Although it was only squatting there, it gave everyone a huge pressure in their hearts. The surroundings were silent. Only the demon-like dwarf's breathing could be heard. Wang Lin looked calm, but his heart was also shocked. Inside the fog, he had seen the EC puppet's crazed battle against the sovereign. It took a long time for Wang Lin to suppress the trembling in his heart. He knew that the connection he had with the puppet wasn't strong, and controlling it was difficult. If he wanted full control, he would have to keep killing and sacrificing souls to it. This thing is somewhat different from the memory of the third soul. According to the memory, once it appears, it should have the power of a peak early-stage void tribulant cultivator who has gone through all 9 arcane tribulants. However, although the puppet is still very strong, it can't reach the power of a real void tribulant cultivator. It is equal to someone who has gone through several arcane tribulants. Although Wang Lin had doubts in his heart, he couldn't find an answer. In the distance, Shen Luo had been looking at the EC puppet since it appeared. He recognized what it was. I have already felt aura before. It is indeed a puppet spirit, and it has transformed twice. This 7-colored celestial sovereign is indeed vicious. Shen Luo shook his head and sighed. Wang Lin took a deep breath and walked toward the unconscious sovereign. The dwarf silently followed. Its body changed between corporeal and fog. Wang Lin looked at the unconscious sovereign and felt complicated. The sovereign. After a long time, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put the sovereign inside his storage space. You still have half of your soul left, but I won't kill you. You were once the madman's slave. I'll let him decide your fate once he awakens. Wang Lin felt no joy in taking the sovereign's soul. Instead, he felt somewhat sad. Wang Lin had heard the sovereign's name when he was only at the 2nd step, and then, once he had gone to the ancient star system, they had encountered each other many times. This person could be considered the leader of a generation, but his life had been sad. He was but a slave to the madman. Then, after the madman had gone missing, He had been forced to worship the seven-colored Taoist as his teacher and listen to the seven-colored Taoist's commands. Now he had half his soul taken by Wang Lin and had fallen into such a state. All of this was very similar to how the sovereign had gathered the third-step cultivators of the outer realm to attack the Lord of the Sealed Realm until the Lord of the Sealed Realm was only a sliver of a soul inside the heaven-defying bead. It was like a reincarnation cycle. The killer had been killed. Wang Lin let out a sigh and clasped his hands at Tao Master Blue Dream and company. Many thanks for this. Tao Master Blue Dream's gaze swept past the dwarf and looked at Wang Lin. He slowly said, I can't help you much, but no matter what happens, I'll do my best. This is my promise to you. His tone on the last two words was quite heavy. Tu Si or Tua San returned to the size of a normal person and calmly said, You've returned my inheritance to me and allowed my flowing ink transformation divine technique to be complete. I'll help you to return the favor. Wang Lin could not tell if the person was Tua San or Tu Si, but he vaguely understood what had happened to this person. As for Yunifeng, he smiled bitterly and didn't respond to Wang Lin's thanks. He had lost, so he must do to listening to Wang Lin's orders. He still had courage, so even though there was no more oath blood, he wouldn't take back his words. Wang Lin looked at the third concubine, Tang Shan, and softly said, I helped you leave this place and you helped me fight the sovereign, so your debt is cleared. You don't have to take this matter to heart anymore in the future. Tang Shan silently pondered for a while and nodded. In the distance, the mountain the EC puppet came from collapsed and revealed a hole. Slivers of ancient Tao aura spread out. This was the entrance to the last layer. Once Wang Lin entered, he could reach the place where Yimo's heart was located. However, just at this moment, ripples echoed in the sky. In the distance, several rays of light closed in and a powerful divine sense spread out. This change attracted Wang Lin's attention. He looked up at the sky and his expression slowly became gloomy. Old Ghost John had caught up. You can go down. This old man has promised to help you, so I'll keep doing so. Tao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh and blue light spread across his body. He looked at the sky with battle intent in his eyes. Tua Sun silently pondered and looked at Wang Lin. He didn't speak, but popping sounds echoed inside his body. He looked up and clenched his hands. Uncle Ma will act too and help you delay long enough. Yunifeng revealed a bitter smile as he took out a large handful of pills to devour. He waved his right hand and his body gave off the light of the five elements. A suit of armor slowly began to appear. Tang Shan waved her right hand without speaking. 7 golden doors appeared around everyone here. She took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Wang Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He couldn't control the EC puppet unless he was here, and it had to follow him. Therefore, if he wasn't here, the EC puppet would have no effect. Wang Lin bowed deeply at everyone. He knew that this was not the time for words. He had to obtain the last of Yi Mo's inheritance aside from the left eye. Then leave this 4th flower and find the real door in the 5th flower. However, the condition was that it had to be done before old Ghost John caught up. But he was already closing in. Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He charged toward the collapsed mountain. After he disappeared, the sky rumbled and old Ghost John's figure appeared in the air. 7-colored light surrounded his body. This was because he had devoured the 7-colored Taoist. Although the two souls hadn't fused, the benefits to him were great. This allowed him to use even more of his cultivation. He was also different from the 7-colored Taoist. He was the 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul and old Ghost John. Old Ghost John already had a high cultivation level. Then he obtained the 7-colored celestial sovereign's Tao. Now that he had devoured the 7-colored Taoist, his cultivation level was infinitely close to that of the 7-colored celestial sovereign of the past. You're all ants. Scram for this old man. Old Ghost John's voice rumbled and spread through the layer. The earth collapsed and the sky was torn open. In the last layer of the ancient tomb, Wang Lin appeared. The moment he appeared, he vaguely heard the sound of a heart beating. This sound entered his mind but didn't cause his heart to beat with it. Instead, it caused his heart to become chaotic, as if there were two different beats echoing in his ears. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked around. This last layer had no earth or sky. There were only blood vessel-like things that were thousands of feet thick. Every time he heard that heartbeat, these blood vessels would all move. In Wang Lin's divine sense, he clearly saw a giant heart where all the blood vessels connected to. Every time the heart beat, Wang Lin felt a stab of pain in his chest. It was like his heart was going to collapse. Everything here was somewhat different from what he had seen when he first obtained the inheritance, but the general idea was the same. After all, back then, he had only caught a vague glimpse of this place, and this was the first time he had entered this place. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. He didn't know how long Blue Dream and company above could delay Old Ghost John. Every breath he delayed could mean Old Ghost John catching up. Right now, he couldn't carefully observe behind him. He had to slowly move forward. He traveled at his fastest speed as he moved between the blood vessels. Fortunately, there were no beasts here. Wang Lin didn't encounter any obstacle as he traversed endless distances. However, the heart seemed to be able to detect Wang Lin arriving, and it was beating even faster. The beats from the heart were off sync with Wang Lin's own heartbeat. This caused Wang Lin's face to turn pale and created an unbearable pain in his chest. The closer he got to the heart, the stronger the feeling became. In the end, the heartbeats were like roaring thunder. The sound was like a needle was drilling into Wang Lin's heart. Words could not describe the pain. However, this strange change had no effect on the EC puppet following Wang Lin. It still had its long tongue out, and its gaze became even more intense. There was a sense of irritation coming from it. Although his pain was intense, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. He moved like the wind. The pain almost reached the point of driving him insane when he arrived at the center of this layer. He spotted the giant heart and saw the countless blood vessels connected to it, extending in all directions. The blood vessels moved along with the heartbeats. Upon arriving here, Wang Lin's heartbeat became even more distinct with the giant heart. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was a sign that his heart was going to explode. Inside Wang Lin's body, all the blood vessels were swollen and his blood flow was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Along with this erratic heartbeat, these were all signs that his heart was going to explode. This was not a spell, ability, or Dao spell. It was just that this heartbeat was extremely lethal. Even Wang Lin's ancient Dao body could not resist it unless he didn't have a heart. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale and his right hand clenched his chest. He could feel his heart's erratic heartbeats, and the vibrations even caused his hand to tremble. Wang Lin staggered as he clenched his teeth and let out a roar. He coughed out blood and arrived next to the Hurge heart. His body moved with the beating heart. Wang Lin suppressed the pain and sat down on the heart. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on his heart. Yemo, I have inherited your origin soul, your bloodline, and your arms. I'm here to inherit your heart to make this inheritance complete. If you agree, then stop this disorderly heartbeat and beat in sync with me. Wang Lin's divine sense spread into the heart. However, just as his divine sense spread out, the heart began to beat even faster and more violently. It didn't want to be in sync with Wang Lin at all, and it produced a powerful rejection force. I have gone through most of the 3 trials 7 calamities and won the approval of the ancient ancestor. I have obtained more than half of your inheritances, and now only the heart remains. I know you're unwilling, but you are already dead. You're already dead. So give me your inheritance and I'll complete your last wishes. I'll take care of your relatives on the immortal astral continent and keep them safe. You battled the 7-colored celestial sovereign and lost. I, Wang Lin, will battle against the soul of the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Win or lose, I'll continue that battle from back then. The heart below Wang Lin suddenly stopped and showed signs of calming down. However, it slowly began to beat violently once more. At the same time, a miserable divine sense message filled with a monstrous resentment rushed into Wang Lin's mind. Return my left eye to me. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and said, I'll help you find your left eye. This is my promise to you. When he said this, the heart below him no longer beat off sync with his own. it chose to beat in sync with Wang Lin instead. A powerful ancient Tao aura suddenly appeared and rushed into Wang Lin's body as the heartbeat synced with his own. As the aura rushed into Wang Lin, his clothes rapidly fluttered as if there was a powerful wind hitting him. The 8 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly and showed signs of forming a 9th star. The powerful aura that had rushed into Wang Lin from the heart below rumbled inside his body like thunder. It washed over him and made him feel like he was inside a violent storm. The stars of the 3 clans rotated rapidly and all showed signs of reaching 9 stars. The large heart's heartbeat beat along with Wang Lin's heartbeat. Wang Lin even had the illusion that this giant heart was his heart. The giant heart followed the beat of his own heart. This feeling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Wang Lin could not hear anything but the beating of the hearts. This sound made Wang Lin felt very comfortable. The warm feeling also caused the stabbing pain in his heart to slowly dissipate. A sense of enlightenment entered Wang Lin's mind. This insight came from the heartbeats. In the last layer of the ancient tomb, Wang Lin felt like his heart was being stabbed and was about to explode. Wang Lin vaguely grasped this method of attacking, which wasn't a spell, ability, or Tao, as he calmed down. To affect the heartbeat of others with your own and change the rhythm of their heartbeat until their heart collapses, or make their heartbeat beat in sync with yours to take control and then manipulate it to produce lethal force. These methods are very different to defend against. Perhaps I can borrow this insight to create another spell that belongs to me. Wang Lin opened his eyes. They were shining brightly. As he absorbed the aura from the heart, he deduced the feasibility of this idea. The heartbeat is like a sound, but this sound needs some help to spread out. My thunder origin can produce loud rumbles and obtain similar effects. If I condense my thunder essence in my heart to help my heartbeat spread out from the body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It still requires my dream Tao's help. The sound from my heartbeat and the dream Tao will enter at the same time. It will cause illusions to appear as their heartbeat changes, and certain effects could be achieved. Wang Lin's eyes became even brighter. If it is combined with my ethereal fire, then once the heartbeat causes an irritation in their heart, the ethereal fire would be able to burn. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to deduce the possibilities. A sea puppet was sitting behind him, and its gaze became even more violent. It began to let out subconscious howls. Just as Wang Lin's heart and Yimo's heart were fusing and Wang Lin was comprehending the new spell, the second to last layer of the ancient tomb rumbled. At this moment, a vicious battle was in progress. There was a thunderous bang loud enough to make it feel as if the world was being torn apart. A gust of wind threw Tang Feng into the sky, and she fell onto the collapsed earth. A large amount of dust was kicked into the air. Tang Feng's face was pale as she struggled to get up. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her heart was trembling, and she was seriously injured. Not far from her, Yuni Feng's eyes were closed shut. His injuries were very serious. When old Ghost John had waved his hand, his head injuries erupted and he had almost died. There was also Tua San, who was surrounded by 3 black battle words and was completely sealed inside. The sky was dim and storms were raging. There were several figures inside this covered world. The Black Tortoise General and the Vermilion Bird General were fighting the 2 middle-aged men from Planet 5 Elements. Their battle raged, and it was difficult for a winner to be decided. However, compared to them, the real battle was raging in the distance. That was where old Ghost John was, and Tao Master Blue Dream and the old man named Ma were fighting against old Ghost John. Tao Master Blue Dream's expression was gloomy, and his steps were a bit unsteady. Most of his spells were on the defensive, and he could not get close to old Ghost John. The old man named Ma had a helpless gaze, but his attacks caused the world to tremble. He had to act. He had come here with the cultivators from Planet 5 Elements due to Shen Luo's request. If he didn't act, he might anger Shen Luo, which would result in him being unable to leave this cave world. Old Ghost John's eyes were filled with coldness. If it wasn't for those 2 blocking him, he could have entered the last layer and killed Wang Lin to obtain the 3rd soul. However, these 2 were very difficult to deal with. They were willing to suffer injuries to stall him. As a result, even he was unable to rush into the last layer in a short period of time. As the three battled, the old man named Ma took several steps backwards. His face was slightly pale, and he quickly sent out a divine sense message. "Fellow cultivator Blue Dream, I'm going to use a powerful spell." The moment he sent out the divine sense message, Tao Master Blue Dream waved his hand and blue light surrounded him as he charged at Old Ghost John. A thunderous rumble echoed as Old Ghost John waved his right hand. The word battle appeared and rapidly expanded. A monstrous force spread out, and the blue light distorted before quickly collapsing. Even the firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Old Ghost John let out a cold snort and waved his sleeve as he charged at the old man named Ma. He was not worried about Blue Dream. After all, Blue Dream hadn't gone through arcane turbulence. The old man named Ma was not the same. If Old Ghost John didn't want to be entangled, he would have to seriously injure the old man named Ma. The old man named Ma retreated and pointed at the sky. He was about to use a spell when he saw Old Ghost John fly past Blue Dream and head toward him. His expression immediately became gloomy. This Blue Dream can't even block for a moment. However, whether it was him or Old Ghost John, they had underestimated Blue Dream. He was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system and someone even the sovereign feared. Even though he hadn't gone through arcane turbulence, he had his own methods. At this moment, Tao Master Blue Dream bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The essence blood fused with the collapsed blue light and formed an ancient zither. The ancient zither gave off an ancient aura, as if it had existed for countless years. It was invisible and had been stored inside Tao Master Blue Dream's blood for countless years. Now that it was revealed to the world once more, it revealed its power. This ancient zither was Tao Master Blue Dream's most powerful treasure and his ace. This was the real reason the sovereign dreaded Tao Master Blue Dream. This zither had only been used once, during the battle that made Tao Master Blue Dream famous. The song from the zither had buried countless bodies. Although he hadn't gone through any arcane turbulence, the effort and sacrifice he had put into refining this zither was even more than going through the arcane turbulence. The zither also had a mysterious origin. It felt like it didn't belong to the cave world. When the ancient zither appeared, Blue Dream's eyes were filled with sorrow. He missed his wife. Although his wife was within his storage space, he was unable to make her recover. With a sigh, Blue Dream sat down behind the zither and gently plucked the strings. Zang! The zither music echoed. Old Ghost John, who had walked right past Blue Dream, suddenly retreated 3 steps to the side and turned his head. The moment he turned his head, the zither music rippled. The sound from the zither came from Blue Dream and shrouded Old Ghost John, sealing his path of retreat. The old man named Ma's eyes revealed a strange light. He looked at the Tao Master Blue Dream and his pupils shrank. He didn't recognize the zither, but he could tell that it was extraordinary. At this moment, he didn't hesitate and pointed at the sky with his right hand. 5-element golden celestial. Condense, golden sky. Endless golden light came from the body of the old man named Ma and spread into the sky. The collapsed sky was covered by golden light, like the 9 songs and 3 signs. 5-element earth celestial. Condense, black earth. The old man named Ma pointed at the earth with his left hand. The earth rumbled and turned black. This spread like crazy until everything was colored black. After using 2 5-element spells, the old man named Ma was very tired. He didn't want to use more, and the hands he was pointing at the sky and earth with suddenly moved. At this moment, Tao Master Blue Dream's zither music became even more intense and was filled with killing intent as it completely sealed Old Ghost John within. Old Ghost John's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. A golden word battle appeared. The word collapsed and shook the seal around him. The zither music suddenly became louder and ripples echoed as it resisted the collapse of the word battle. At the same time, the spell cast by the old man named Ma moved toward Old Ghost John. The golden sky rumbled and a golden hand reached out toward Old Ghost John. Shortly after, a black hand came out of the black earth. Like the golden hand, It slowly closed in on Old Ghost John. There was a flash of coldness in Old Ghost John's eyes, and the moment the spells closed in, he touched his forehead. A vague shadow that looked like a soul appeared behind Old Ghost John. The shadow was wearing a cape that covered everything below the eyes, revealing only a pair of gloomy eyes and long hair. This was the seven-colored celestial sovereign's soul that had separated from Old Ghost John's body. The soul that wore the cape opened his arms and his hair fluttered. His hands collided with the golden and black hands. It was also at this moment that ancient Tao aura spread out from the entrance to the last layer. The sound of a heart beating began to echo. This was Wang Lin's heartbeat. Old Ghost John's seven-colored soul flew out. The cape wrapped around him and collided with the gold and black arms that came from the sky and earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Old Ghost John was extremely powerful. Even without the seven-colored soul, he was a cultivator who was near the peak of arcane tribulant. He was half a step into the early stage of void tribulant. What's more, his soul had been chosen to be fused by the seven-colored soul. As a result, his cultivation level was infinitely close to that of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. At this moment, his body and soul separated. The seven-colored soul waved its arm and the gold arm from the sky collapsed. At the same time, the black arm from the earth trembled and disintegrated. Even Tao Master Blue Dream's zither seal disappeared without a trace under his impact. Tao Master Blue Dream coughed out blood. The zither buzzed and he was seriously injured. However, he didn't hesitate to play it again, and the two forces flew toward Old Ghost John. Even the old man named Hadma suffered a lot of rebound from the seven-colored soul breaking his spell. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. However, he clenched his teeth and turned around to charge out once more. At the same time as the seven-colored soul and Old Ghost John separated, Old Ghost John flew toward the two middle-aged men from Planet 5 Elements. They were battling the Black Tortoise General and the Vermilion Bird General. The Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird had already reached an agreement with Old Ghost John, or maybe were forced to help. They believed that listening to Old Ghost John was the only choice here, and they even believed that Old Ghost John would become the new seven-colored celestial sovereign. At this moment, Old Ghost John closed in and waved his sleeve. Two battle characters flew out and exploded on the two middle-aged men from Planet 5 Elements. They were seriously injured and forced to retreat. A shocking battle intent erupted from Old Ghost John. He was the creator of the battle scrolls and was the owner of the battle essence. If not for the fact that he had fused with the soul of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, which affected his personality, he wouldn't be so hesitant. Now that his body and soul had separated, a lot of the effects it had on him dissipated, returning him to his previous tyrannical ways. The tyrannical ways of battle. The two of you, quickly go the entrance and kill Wang Lin. Old Ghost John waved his sleeve and the two generals rushed out borrowing this force. They rushed toward the entrance to the next layer that had formed after the mountain had collapsed. As he finished speaking, he turned around and the old man named Ma arrived. The two looked at each other, and thunderous rumbles seemed to echo between them. As they stared at each other, they began to fight. Compared to the old man named Ma, Tao Master Blue Dream was more anxious. But his entire focus was on playing the zither to seal the seven-colored soul. He couldn't spare any effort to stop the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird from disrupting Wang Lin. Tang Shan hadn't passed out. She clenched her teeth and leaped into the air to stop the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird. Not far away, Tuosan was sealed by three battle characters. At this moment, he let out a roar and broke the characters he had weakened. When the seal collapsed, he rushed toward the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird. However, he and Tang Shan were still slower than the two generals. Just as the two arrived at the collapsed mountain and were about to enter, a shocking change occurred. The fastest person was the Black Tortoise. He was 30 feet ahead of the Vermilion Bird. When he got close, he heard a heartbeat that echoed like thunder. This caused his own heart to beat chaotically. This sudden beat created a drilling pain in his heart. The Black Tortoise General's expression changed and a thunderous rumble echoed in his ears. The intense pain coming from his chest felt like a giant hand had reached into his chest and was about to grab his heart. When the intense pain arrived, the Black Tortoise General let out painful cry, and he stopped moving forward. Just as he was about to retreat, a black hand appeared from the void and pressed against his chest. With a bang, the Black Tortoise General coughed out blood and was knocked back toward the Vermilion Bird behind him. The Vermilion Bird General was startled for a moment and also heard the heartbeat. This caused his heartbeat to become chaotic, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His face turned pale and he retreated without hesitation. However, just as he retreated, a sharp roar filled with ferociousness and violence along with bloodthirst came from the entrance. A shadow flew out and appeared before the Vermilion Bird General. The Vermilion Bird General only saw the black figure before he coughed out blood. The black shadow smashed into him and he was thrown back in an arc. However, the black shadow followed closely after the Vermilion Bird General and hugged him. The shadow revealed a fierce smile and bit the Vermilion Bird General's neck. The Vermilion Bird General's miserable scream was terrifying, and his body quickly withered as a lot of blood was sucked out by the black shadow. All of this happened in an instant. It was too fast to imagine. While still in the air, the black shadow raised its feet and kicked off from the Vermilion Bird General. The Vermilion Bird General was knocked into the earth while the black shadow borrowed this force to fly into the air. This was the EC puppet. This sudden scene caused Tang Shan and Tuosan to stop. This also caught the attention of the old man named Ma, Dao Master Blue Dream, and Old Ghost John, along with the seven-colored soul. As everyone's gazes gathered, Wang Lin's figure slowly appeared from the entrance to the last layer. Everyone who saw Wang Lin gasped because his appearance had changed greatly. He was still wearing all white, but the fresh bloodstains on his clothes were shocking. His hair was still white, but it was a mess, and part of his hair was draped over his shoulder. His white hair and clothes hadn't changed, but the skin under his clothes was covered in shocking runes. These runes flickered on Wang Lin's skin and gave off an ancient aura. His face was covered in runes. It looked very rough, and his eyes gave off a silver glow. The aura he exuded made it seem as if he felt disdain toward the entire world. His silver eyes revealed coldness and ruthlessness. There was also a sense of killing intent inside those silver eyes that made one's heart chill. What shocked Tuosan the most was that there were 9 stars rotating between Wang Lin's eyebrows. In his right eye there were also 9 ancient devil stars. Only his left eye had 8 ancient demon stars. Flesh blood flowed out from his left eye and fell onto his white shirt from his cheek. You have obtained all of Yi Mo's inheritances. Old Ghost John's expression changed. He felt a sense of danger from Wang Lin, and this feeling made his heart tremble. Not only him, but everyone who saw Wang Lin's silver eyes trembled. Dao Master Blue Dream fared better than others. After all, he was Wang Lin's elder. However, the old man named Ma felt his heart tremble when he saw the silver eyes. Silver eyes. Rumor has it that when the celestial ancestor descends, there will be 9 songs and 3 signs. The golden sky is one of the signs. There is also a rumor that the 9 songs and 3 signs are also what happens when the ancient ancestor descends. The 9 songs are for the ancient ones, and the 3 signs are for the celestials. I once heard that 2 of the 9 songs were silver eyes and golden body. This Wang Lin has only obtained Yi Mo's inheritance. How could he have silver eyes? Even Yi Mo didn't have that. While everyone was shocked, Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin from the entrance to the last layer with excitement in his eyes. When he saw the silver eyes in the last layer for the first time, a huge wave was set off in his heart. When he saw it again now, he was still the same. The ancient ancestor's soul blood has allowed him to possess the first of the 9 songs, Silver Eye. As everyone felt shocked, Wang Lin's gaze swept past the ground and paused for a moment where Shen Luo was. With his silver eyes, he vaguely saw something, but aside from himself, no one knew what he had seen. After his gaze swept by, it landed on the 7-colored soul that had separated from Old Ghost John. Looking at the body covered by the cape, Wang Lin pointed at the soul. The moment he pointed, the sound of a heart beating echoed like thunder. This sound came from Wang Lin's heart, and it quickly shrouded the world. Old Ghost John's expression changed, and he immediately flew toward the seven-colored soul. Before Wang Lin's eyes, they fused into one. Wang Lin didn't stop him, and there was no need to stop him. After fusing, the seven-colored soul surrounded Old Ghost John and covered the sky behind him. He sneered and charged at Wang Lin. Dao Master Blue Dream and the old man named Ma was about to help when Wang Lin's words calmly echoed between the heartbeats. "Two seniors, you have worked hard. I'll finish this battle." Wang Lin naturally saw that they were injured, and he wanted to know how strong he was after obtaining the inheritance. After he finished speaking, his heartbeat was monstrous. The thunderous rumbles affected one's heartbeat. As Old Ghost John closed in, this monstrous rumble entered his body and affected his heart directly. Old Ghost John suddenly stopped and a stinging pain came from his heart. His heartbeat became chaotic as if his heart was going to collapse. "What kind of spell is this?" Old Ghost John's expression changed. He raised his right hand and pressed it against his chest in an attempt to suppress the pain in his heart. This was a battle between gods and celestials. Wang Lin's cultivation slowly disappeared and his essences hid themselves. Right now, his entire body gave off a dense ancient Tao aura. Back then, the seven-colored celestial sovereign battled Yemo, and in the end, Yemo died. It was a pity. Today, I'll continue that battle with you. Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly formed a fist. Popping sounds came from his hand. Wang Lin's silver eyes shined as he waved his sleeve and walked toward Old Ghost John. While moving forward, the heartbeat in Wang Lin's body rumbled, causing chaos in Old Ghost John's heart. Old Ghost John felt pain in his chest, and his expression was gloomy. In the sky, the EC puppet turned into black fog and rushed toward Old Ghost John. Heartbeat, thunder echo. Wang Lin spoke calmly, and as he spoke, the thunder-like heartbeat became even faster. As the heartbeat violently raged, Old Ghost John let out a roar. He ignored the pain in his heart as he charged at Wang Lin. Mind confused, collapse in one step, killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes and he let out a roar. All the sound in the world seemed to gather on Old Ghost John. His heart began to show signs of collapse. Old Ghost John's expression became fierce and he clenched his chest. His chest caved in as he used his power to control his heart by force, preventing it from beating. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he stepped forward. His right hand formed a fist and the ancient Tao aura gathered in his right hand. The 9 stars between his eyebrows and the 17 stars in his eyes rotated. All his ancient Tao aura gathered in this punch that flew toward Old Ghost John. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Old Ghost John formed a seal and formed 7 battle characters in a row. They collided with Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed and 6 of the 7 battle characters collapsed, and Wang Lin's punch also collapsed. Old Ghost John trembled and was forced back a few steps. The last character flew toward Wang Lin and exploded. The force landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and saw the EC puppet close in on Old Ghost John, and they began to battle. After he absorbed the 7-colored Taoist, he became a lot stronger. Even though I have obtained all of Yi Mo's inheritances aside from the left eye, I'm still not his match. However, I can risk it once, regardless of whether I fail or not. Wang Lin remained calm and thought about the strongest spell he had inherited from Yi Mo. Yi Mo had learned this from the ancient Tao Temple, and it was a secret spell of the ancient Tao clan. When Wang Lin was immersed in the memory of the inheritance, he saw this spell, so it was difficult to forget. Right now, after he had obtained all the inheritances beside the left eye, he had gained great comprehension of this spell. He slowly raised his arm and formed a fist before punching at the void before him. What flew out along with his punch was his 9 ancient god stars, which fused into his fist. God Tremble Army Formation. The endless celestial soldiers didn't appear like what happened in Yi Mo's memory, but it didn't stop Wang Lin's spell. The moment his punch landed, The collapsed world trembled and became distorted as it were being sucked in toward the punch. It was as if Wang Lin's punch had become the center of the world, and even if it was collapsing, it had to rotate with his fist as the center. The world rotated. Only Wang Lin remained unmoving. This caused the expression of old Ghost John, who was fighting against the EC puppet, to change. His body trembled and he felt a sense of danger. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out blood that tried to devour the EC puppet in order to force it back. Old Ghost John rushed toward Wang Lin. Before he got close, Wang Lin pulled back his fist and opened his palm before pushing the air in front of him. At the same time, Wang Lin's 8 ancient demon stars in his left eye rotated and flew out with his palm. Demon Spell, Wind and Fire Mountain. As the world rotated and distorted, burning wind appeared, forming 8 pillars around Wang Lin. Smoke and dense demonic energy spread out as miserable screams echoed. At the same time, the vague shadow of 8 ancient demons appeared between his pillars. The demons roared, and the pillars rotated around Wang Lin. From afar, these 8 smoking pillars of burning wind fused together seemed to form a storm. Old Ghost John's body rushed into the storm of fire and wind. Thunderous rumble echoed and he was about to force his way inside. However, he didn't have the time. The EC puppet let out a roar and caught up to Old Ghost John. Wang Lin was inside the storm of fire and wind. After one punch and one wave, his right hand stopped in the air. Then he extended his index finger and pointed forward. Devil Dao, Life and Death Reverse. Wang Lin spoke as he pointed at Old Ghost John. The expression of Old Ghost John changed rapidly as he felt the life force in his body quickly turn into a death aura. As Wang Lin pointed, the ancient tomb began to show signs of collapse. Whether it was this layer, the layer below, or the layer above, they were all filled with endless death aura. This death aura was formed by the large amount of life that had died here over the countless years. At this moment, they had all moved due to Wang Lin's spell and all gathered toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the death aura arrived, covering everything. There was so much death aura that it formed a sea. It had turned this rotating world into a dead sea. Inside this death aura, the aura of the ancient devil spread out. One could vaguely hear the howls of ghosts. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestials. Wang Lin muttered as he opened his palms and gently pushed before. The 3 ancient clans' powers quickly merged inside his body. 9-star ancient god, 9-star ancient devil, 8-star ancient demon. These powers fused together inside Wang Lin too from the ancient Tao power. This was the strongest power Wang Lin possessed. They gathered in Wang Lin's right hand, and as his hand moved forward, a giant shadow appeared before him. This shadow was a head. This head was as large as the world, and it occupied most of the world. It gave off a gloomy and ancient aura. Its appearance was not Yemo or Wang Lin, but a stranger. Wang Lin didn't know who it was, but he had a familiar feeling. This feeling came from his bloodline, from the soul blood he had gotten from the ancient ancestor. If Wang Lin were to go to the ancient Tao clan in the immortal astral continent and see the towering statue that viewed the world with contempt, he would realize that the head that had appeared was the same as that statue. Ancient ancestor. In the distance, Xian Luo's body trembled. He looked at the head with respect. That head's eyes were blurry and it was impossible to clearly see its eyes. At this moment, it opened its mouth and let out a breath. This breath was like a gust of wind that blew against the world, against Old Ghost John, and against the entire ancient tomb. The violent wind raged and the earth collapsed. Crackling sounds came from the sky of this layer of the ancient tomb. The sky became gray and turned to stone. The earth was covered by gray light and was completely petrified. It was not only this layer. When this aura spread out, the last layer that had no heart left was petrified. Even the layer above, which was covered in fog, and the entire ancient tomb became petrified as the breath spread. Old Ghost John's pupils shrank, filled with shock. His face was pale and retreated like crazy. He even ignored the EC puppet that was chasing him. As he retreated, His hands formed a seal and 7-colored smoke came out from his body, forming the 7-colored soul. At the same time, the second soul also came out, and it was shrouded by the cape. As the cape surrounded him, the ancient Tao breath blew by. The 7-colored soul immediately turned to stone, followed by the second soul. In the end, old Ghost John's body also petrified with a flash of gray light. Everything seemed to end, but when old Ghost John and the 2 souls became petrified, large amounts of cracking sounds echoed. The stone collapsed and the 2 souls went back into old Ghost John's body. His body trembled and he coughed out blood as he retreated with horror in his eyes. He was afraid like when Wang Lin held the Liguang Bao. As he retreated, the petrified sky collapsed and large amounts of spatial rifts appeared. Along with it, the entire ancient tomb collapsed. The black 4th flower suddenly collapsed and turned into a storm as it shattered. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he couldn't hold it back, so it sprayed out. He retreated more than 1,000 feet in the collapsed ancient tomb. There was pity and bitterness in Wang Lin's eyes. I used the ancient Tao, no celestial by force, but he still escaped. I don't have the power to use it again anytime soon. If I had the left eye, and my ancient demon was also 9 stars, this battle would not be so difficult. I'm still not his match. Forget it, I'll go to the 5th flower and find the real door to the immortal astral continent. Then I'll open the door and borrow the power from the immortal astral continent to seal him. Wang Lin let out a sigh and disappeared from the collapsing ancient tomb. In the core of the cave world, inside the furnace surrounded by black fog, was the 5 flowers 8 doors formation. The 5 flowers had bloomed and only the 3rd flower had withered, but the 8 doors were integrated inside the 5th flower. It could be anything in the world, whether it was a blade of grass, a tree, a person, a beast. Anything in the world could be the door. As a result, finding the real door among the 8 in the 5th flower was simply too difficult. Wang Lin had no clues, but he still had to enter the 5th flower, the last level of this cave. The 5th flower required the 3rd soul to bloom. The 3rd soul contained all the memories, and once it was absorbed, the 5th flower would change. It would create a world using 7-colored memories. The sky was not blue and seemed to be covered with dark clouds, and behind the dark clouds were 9 suns hanging up in the sky. The suns gave off hot light, but the earth was simply too large. Even with 9 suns, there seemed to be places where the sunlight wouldn't reach. Wind swept across the earth with a sense of humidity, kicking off layers of dust which flew off into the endless mountain range. As the wind howled, it caused large amounts of leaves to rustle. There were many large pavilions and palaces made of jade built within the mountain range. There were over 1,000 buildings that overlapped with the mountains. From afar, it was difficult to tell if the palaces and pavilions were added to the mountains or carved from the mountains. Every palace and pavilion was different. They were spread across the mountain range, like a sky temple in the mountains. A thin layer of clouds shrouded the mountain range, making it appear and disappear, adding a layer of mystery. There were hundreds of cranes flying through the clouds as if they were playing around. There seemed to be people sitting on the cranes, but it was impossible to see them clearly due to the clouds. Inside the mountain range there was water flowing. The water had flowed for countless years to form a long river that flowed down the mountains into a pool. The pool branched out into countless different branches. Wang Lin sat on a rock beside the river. He looked at the river and frowned. The sound of a bell was echoing from a distant peak, but he didn't care. He had been in the 5th flower for more than 2 months, but he had found no clues about finding the real door. The river was clear and his reflection could be seen. He wore a blue robe that gave off a faint, green light that contained a certain amount of protection. He also had a red string on his waist with a jade token hanging on it. This jade was crystal clear, and it was not ordinary. As it flashed, it was very beautiful. However, the reflection of Wang Lin inside the river was very different from the usual Wang Lin. His appearance: red lips and white teeth, sword-like brows and star-like eyes. In particular, his eyes were deep, as if they contained endless power. People of the same sex were bound to yield, and the opposite sex was bound to admire. He had the appearance of someone around 18 or 19 years old. This was the most handsome person Wang Lin had seen in his life. However, if you were to add the passage of time and the helplessness of life to this face, it would become extremely similar to the statue Wang Lin had taken from greed. Looking at the reflection in the river, Wang Lin still had a strange expression even after he had already spent 2 months here. After entering the fifth flower, which is formed by the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memories, I became him. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze as he sat there and looked up at the sky. In his ears, the bells from the great hall began to echo again. Immortal astral continent. This place is the immortal astral continent. I didn't expect to step onto the immortal astral continent first through 7-colored's memory. Wang Lin looked up at the 9 suns in the sky and revealed a bitter smile. This world belonged to the 7-colored celestial sovereign. It was formed by his memories. It could be said that everything here was an illusion, but they were things that existed. The sects of the immortal astral continent are not something the cave world could compare to. Wang Lin touched the Dao robe he was wearing. The protection on it could block the full power attack of an ascendant cultivator. However, how can I find the real door? Perhaps only the third soul knows. My appearance now is due to the third soul as well. But I can tell that I haven't integrated fully with the third soul. I also can't fuse with it. Wang Lin casually reached into the water and scattered some. However, at this moment, he frowned once more. Su Dao, you got guts. The bell has rung twice and you haven't gone to pay your respects to teacher, who just came out from closed-door cultivation. A sharp voice echoed behind Wang Lin. A young man about 20 years old walked down from the mountain wearing the same blue robe as Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. I came to catch you and bring you back under the orders of senior brother to be punished by the sect rules. The young man sneered as he approached Wang Lin. He reached toward Wang Lin's hair, apparently wanting to drag Wang Lin by the hair back to the hall. Just as his hands got close, Wang Lin turned around and coldly looked at the young man. This gaze caused the young man to tremble. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was a pair of swords that stabbed into his soul. This young man's expression suddenly changed and he stood there like a wooden chicken. This only lasted for a moment, and when Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, he resumed breathing. He staggered back several steps and nearly fell. He looked at Wang Lin with fear for the first time. You. In the world of the fifth flower, Wang Lin had taken on the appearance of the young 7-colored celestial sovereign and also obtained the memories of his early years. He knew that the young 7-colored celestial sovereign had a weak character and wasn't as ambitious and ruthless as he was later. The 7-colored celestial sovereign at this age was very talented and should have been protected by the sect. However, his teacher was always in closed-door cultivation, and his talent attracted a lot of jealousy. His life in the sect was not good. The young man before him was one that often bullied him. They never did it outright, always acting in secret. They often used the excuse of punishing him by the sect rules. The 7-colored celestial sovereign didn't catch the attention of the ancestor until more than 10 years later. Then he was slowly raised by the sect. However, Wang Lin was not Su Dao, so he wouldn't allow history to pass as usual. As the young man retreated in horror, Wang Lin stepped forward and stood beside the youth. The young man's face turned place and his eyes were filled with fear. He still couldn't imagine how this had happened. He had been gone for a while and had just come back yesterday. He didn't expect this Su Dao to suddenly become like a different person. Before, Su Dao would be bullied as he wished. You? The young man was about to speak, but his voice was suddenly stopped. Wang Lin grabbed his neck and raised him into the air. His breathing was stopped. His face turned red and he grabbed Wang Lin's arm in an attempt to struggle free. But no matter how much he struggled, Wang Lin had an iron grip that didn't loosen at all. Wang Lin held the young man's neck and pulled him closer. He looked at the young man and said, word for word, "Don't provoke me. There is no next time." The young man's vision was already turning blurry, and he was almost scared out of his mind. He wasn't able to manage a nod, but his appearance showed that he would never dare to have a thought about provoking Wang Lin. Wang Lin slowly loosened his hand and smiled. He patted the young man's head and said, "Follow me up the mountain." With that, he turned to walk toward the great hall on the top of the mountain. The young man touched his neck and gasped for air. It took him a while to recover. His eyes were filled with fear and awe. At that moment, he had felt death and knew that this Su Dao would have really killed him. While trembling, he quickly followed Wang Lin. The mountain path was winding, and each step was like walking on clouds. Wang Lin walked toward the mountain top as the wind blew at him, causing his long hair to flutter. The smell of the earth entered his heart, and it was very comfortable. With celestial energy nourishing all life, more people are suitable to cultivate into celestials. Even the grass and trees would gain spirit. There are even ferocious beasts that turn human. Although Wang Lin knew that this celestial energy and smell were all fake, that just meant that the real immortal astral continent was truly like this. It was completely different from the cave world. There were dark clouds in the sky, and as more dark clouds gathered, they began to collide. Thunderous rumbles echoed as lightning moved through the clouds like silver snakes. "It's about to rain." Wang Lin arrived at the top of the mountain as he muttered and saw the magnificent hall at the top. The hall was more than 1,000 feet tall and stood there like a giant beast. Outside the temple there was a square more than 10,000 feet large, and in the middle was a huge furnace. There were 9 arm-thick incense sticks burning, with green smoke flying into the air. At this moment, there were nearly 100 cultivators standing on the square. They were in groups of 2 and 3 talking to each other. The moment Wang Lin entered the square, the thunder in the sky rumbled and big drops of rain fell. The rain formed a curtain that even the figures of people became a blur. The rain fell on the square, making the rain sound even louder. In an instant, the entire square was covered in flowing rain and the ripples created when the raindrops landed. The rain quickly fell and the voices became even more intense. However, the 9 incense sticks were still burning and showed no signs of extinguishing. The smoke continued to rise, and no matter how fast the rain fell, it was unable to make the smoke dissipate. The smoke mixed with the rain, creating a very beautiful image. It was like a dream. As the rain fell, an umbrella was held up above Wang Lin's head. It was the young man that had followed Wang Lin. The young man had an embarrassed expression and decided to simply not to look at Wang Lin as he held up the umbrella. In the square, there were nearly 100 cultivators, and they all looked over. There was a group led by a young man in a black robe. They frowned and were about to shout when the 3rd bell rang. As the bell rang, the smoke that floated in the air distorted and gathered to form a vortex. As the vortex rotated, it pushed the rain aside. A blurry figure slowly appeared inside the vortex. The figure walked out and stood in the sky. "Welcome back from closed-door cultivation, teacher." The surrounding cultivators, numbering almost 100, clasped their hands at the figure. He was a middle-aged man who had a head of black hair scattered on his shoulders. He was not handsome, but he had a strange temperament and an otherworldly aura. As he stood in the sky, his gaze swept past his disciples below. When he saw Wang Lin and the youth that was still holding the umbrella behind Wang Lin, he couldn't help but frown. However, he soon smiled. "Su Dao, Zhou Li, the 2 of you follow teacher to the hall. The rest of you can leave." The middle-aged man's words were soft. He stepped into the air and walked into the hall. The young man in black, who was the leader of the people that wanted to reprimand Wang Lin, nodded with a serious expression. He looked at Wang Lin and walked toward the hall. Wang Lin's expression was calm. In the memories he had obtained from the 3rd soul, his teacher was very good to him. If not for the fact that his teacher was always in closed-door cultivation, he wouldn't be suffering unfair treatment in the sect. In the early years, 7 Colored's personality was cowardly, and he never said these things. As for Zhou Li, he was 7 Colored's senior brother who was also very talented. On the surface, he was gentle, but in truth, he felt contempt towards 7 Colored. He ignored all the people bullying 7 Colored. Stepping into the rain, Wang Lin walked into the hall under everyone's jealous gazes. Inside the hall, the middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, and Zhou Li was respectfully standing on the side. "Teacher won't be out of closed-door cultivation for long. After I settle a few matters, I'll go back into closed-door cultivation. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. His gaze swept past Zhou Li and Wang Lin before silently pondering. Wang Lin had seen this in the memories from the third soul. He knew that after Su Dao's teacher told them a few things, he would teach Su Dao and Zhou Li an art. This was one of the three most powerful arts of the Dong Lin sect, the introduction to the Cloud Dao heavenly art. If one could reach the peak of this art, they could learn its essence. The introductory art was short, but it was mysterious, and not everyone could cultivate it. Once the introductory art had been used, clouds would appear. If the clouds were thin, then that person was not suited to learn the art. If clouds were dense and a shadow appeared within them, then it would be for the best. In addition, the time it took to complete it was also tested. Over the countless years in the Dong Lin sect, the people that obtained the qualification the fastest had taken 7 breaths, while the slowest had taken several hours. Back then, when Seven Colored was learning this technique, he was scared by Zhou Li's cold gaze and hesitated. His speed slowed down and he took 20 breaths to complete a cycle. And Zhou Li completed it in 11 breaths. Due to Zhou Li's cold gaze, his mind wasn't focused and he wasn't able to produce a lot of clouds, causing him to be suppressed by Zhou Li. Then a shadow appeared from within Zhou Li's clouds and devoured all of Su Dao's clouds. Seven Colored's teacher saw this and let out a sigh. He no longer taught Su Dao one of the 3 great arts of the Dong Lin sect but taught him the 7-colored celestial art that was lower in rank. Wang Lin knew this from the memories he had obtained, and it seemed impossible to change. Today this scene appeared once more. Wang Lin stood there and silently pondered. He didn't know if he should follow the memory and suffer the same as 7-colored did back then, or go against the memory and change everything. According to logic, he should follow the 7-colored's memory so he could fuse with the third soul even more. Perhaps he would eventually fuse enough to know where the real door was. But he didn't know if this would happen or not. Also, Wang Lin didn't want to fully integrate with the third soul. If he did this, Xianxia would never be able to awaken. The moment Wang Lin fully integrated with the third soul, Xianxia would disappear and Wang Lin would become the new 7-colored. In addition, Wang Lin wasn't willing to act like this. This art is one of the 3 most powerful arts of the Dong Lin sect. It is called the Cloud Dao Heavenly Art. Your cultivation levels aren't high enough to learn it, so you must learn the introductory art first. However, there is a restriction to learning this art. Only one person from each lineage in that generation can learn it. Today, I chose the 2 of you to find the person who is most suitable for this art. The middle-aged man's voice echoed. He began to talk about the selection method, including the intensity of the clouds and the time it took to complete a cycle. Zhou Li's head was lowered. His eyes were filled with desire he found hard to hide. The heavenly Dao was damaged, and it will take a long time to repair, the middle-aged man slowly said. Then he taught the introductory art. Then he waved his right hand and 2 clouds flew out and entered Wang Lin and Zhou Li's bodies. The clouds have entered your bodies. The 2 of you have to immediately sit down and cycle the clouds as fast as possible. The first to succeed will have the advantage. During this process, the 2 of you must focus and not be disturbed by external thoughts. As the middle-aged man spoke, Zhou Li immediately sat down. Wang Lin also sat down. Just as he was about to cycle the cloud inside his body, Zhou Li looked up at Wang Lin. His gaze was grim and threatening. The middle-aged man naturally saw this and frowned. He didn't say anything, and instead looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a sigh in his heart. It was this gaze that made the timid Su Dao lose his qualification. However, today he was not Su Dao but Wang Lin. As Zhou Li's gaze swept by, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and casually looked at Zhou Li. This gaze caused Zhou Li to tremble. He clearly felt a killing intent come from Wang Lin's eyes, causing his mind to tremble. At this moment, Wang Lin had already closed his eyes, and the cloud energy was rapidly cycling in his body. Zhou Li quickly closed his eyes as well. Time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When the 8th breath arrived, large amounts of clouds spread out from Wang Lin's body. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he suddenly stood up. The clouds around Wang Lin's body became even more dense until they enveloped most of the hall. The clouds churned and faint roars could be heard from within. At this moment it was the 20th breath, and Zhou Li had barely managed to cycle the cloud once to produce some clouds. However, compared to Wang Lin it was simply too insignificant. The moment the clouds came out of his body, the clouds from Wang Lin's body raged and formed a giant dragon head. This dragon head was fierce and its eyes were filled with a fierce gaze as it devoured Zhou Li. The clouds around Zhou Li were absorbed rapidly by the dragon. He coughed out blood and looked weakened. The memory had been changed. The moment it was reversed, the great hall became distorted. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin while completely ignoring Zhou Li, and his figure also began to distort. At the same time, the square outside the hall, the mountain outside the square, the mountain range outside the mountain, and the Donglin sect outside the mountain range all began to distort. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse. This was the shocking scene that unfolded after the memory was changed. Good. Su Dao. You're the second person under your teacher's lineage that has the qualification to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art. The middle-aged man laughed as his figure became distorted. He looked at the terrified Zhou Li and spoke once more. Zhou Li, although you don't have the qualification to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art, teacher will teach you the seven-colored celestial art. When the middle-aged man's words echoed, a tearing pain appeared in Wang Lin's mind, as if everything was going to collapse. The aura of the 8 doors suddenly appeared but quickly dissipated. Following that, the distortion slowly disappeared and returned to normal. However, a huge wave was set off in Wang Lin's heart. I understand. Change the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memories to create contradictions, and the moments of confusion will allow me to sense the 8 doors. The greater the contradiction and confusion, the clearer the feeling. I can even use it to find the real door. This is my other method. Change the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memories. Su Dao, you have to spend time practicing this spell. In 5 months, the competition between those of your generation in the Dongling sect will begin. The top 10 can enter the Donglin pool. If you can enter, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Everything had changed. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The third soul had a profound memory of the competition in 5 months. In that competition, after obtaining the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao heavenly art, coupled with his cultivation which was already powerful within this generation, Zhou Li rushed into the top 10. He had finished in 9th place and obtained the reward of cultivating in the Donglin pool. As for Su Dao, after losing the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao heavenly art, he became even more timid. His personality became twisted and somewhat dark. He failed in the competition. Could be said that this competition was a huge turning point in Su Dao's life and a big reason why his personality changed. In the following years, Su Dao would enter a slump and rarely talk to people. He would be in closed-door cultivation alone until he happened to meet his ancestor. The ancestor would teach him and he would slowly raise his head. Unfortunately, the good thing didn't last. An unexpected encounter caused Su Dao to be expelled from the Donglin sect. After that, over the countless years, the Donglin sect's Su Dao was no more. What remained was the 7-colored celestial sovereign, who struggled and unwillingly became cruel and ruthless until he finally created the 7 Dao sect. As for Zhou Li, the day the 7-colored celestial sovereign completed his Dao, he captured Zhou Li and cruelly killed him. All of these events played out in Wang Lin's mind like pictures. He sat in the mountain beside the flowing river. He looked at the river as if he was looking at time flowing by. This was the 3rd day after Su Dao's teacher had taught him the Cloud Dao heavenly art and gone back into closed-door cultivation. As for Zhou Li, he had gone into closed-door cultivation as well, and his hatred for Su Dao was like Su Dao's hatred for him in the past. The river continued to flow and the third soul's memory became a blur in Wang Lin's mind and was replaced by the Cloud Dao heavenly art. The Donglin sect was one of the 9 sects' 13 factions of this area. Although not as powerful as the Purple Sun sect, it was very mysterious. Their disciples rarely went outside. The 3 great arts of the sect were very famous on the immortal astral continent, and had been passed down since ancient times. Among the three great arts, the Cloud Dao heavenly art was very profound. It focused on the clouds of the world, and it was as ethereal as the grand Tao of the world. After integrating with the cloud, borrow the cloud to absorb the essence of the world, and use it to cast the great spells of the Cloud Dao. Forming one's own cloud beast that devoured clouds and spat out fog was the first spell of this art. This spell was hidden inside the introductory art. If one cultivated the introductory art to the limit, one could comprehend this spell. For others, the Cloud Dao heavenly art would require a lot of time and powerful comprehension in addition to a lot of time. However, Wang Lin already had a high cultivation level, something the past Zhou Li or Su Dao could not compare with. Adding on the fact that Wang Lin had 7 essences that he had comprehended himself, cultivating the introductory art very simple. Strands of smoke floated out from the river before him and flew toward him. After circling him a few times, they entered his body. Black smoke slowly came from both the beginning and end of this river. They were like clouds, and they all flew toward Wang Lin, slowly entering his body. Wang Lin's figure flickered inside the cloud. Shortly after, it wasn't only the river giving off white smoke. The grass was as well. Soon, Wang Lin could not even see his fingers within 1,000 feet around him. The white clouds moved as if there was a dragon within. I wonder if I can continue cultivating this Cloud Dao heavenly art once I leave the 5th flower. Wang Lin pondered inside the white clouds. Although he had only cultivated this spell for 2 days, he had seen how powerful and vast it was. This method of absorbing the clouds inside the body could change the structure of the body until it became like the clouds. It would be separated from the world and make it difficult for people to see through him. Wang Lin sat beside the river and 1 month passed in a flash. During this time, Wang Lin had been sitting there, absorbing the creation of this world. Strands of white gas entered his body, giving him a warm and comfortable feeling. The more he cultivated the art, the more distortion and signs of collapse would appear. However, unless something drastic enough to cause the memory to be turned upside down and collapse came up, these distortions wouldn't help Wang Lin find the real door. On this day, the clouds around Wang Lin completely disappeared, and when all the clouds entered Wang Lin's body, he opened his eyes. His eyes were like clouds, blurry but contained a strange force that could deter others. If others looked into his eyes, they would feel as if they were surrounded by dense clouds and lose themselves. This art is not ordinary. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of foul air. This air was like a gray fog and moved like a dragon. After it was launched more than 30 feet, it slowly dissipated. The clouds here are not very dense. Not enough to cultivate this art. If I want to complete the introductory portion and change the memory, I need to find more clouds to absorb. Wang Lin stood there and his eyes lit up. An image appeared in his mind. This was a map that he had created. 1 month ago, when Su Dao's teacher taught Wang Lin the Cloud Dao heavenly art, the change from the original memory caused the hidden 8 doors to appear. However, the feeling of the 8 doors instantly disappeared and Wang Lin could only get a rough map of their locations. During this month, as Wang Lin practiced the art, the constant distortions had allowed him to slowly form an outline. The positions of the 8 doors gradually became more clear. Wang Lin got up and jumped into the air. He disappeared from the small river and appeared in the sky above the Donglin sect. He didn't stop as white clouds surrounded him, and he charged forward like a cloud. Cloud Dao art, endless flash. In the sky, dark clouds covered this area. Thunder rumbled and rain fell on the plain below. The dark clouds covered a wide range, and there was also a city below. This city contained countless mortals of the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin sat inside the dark clouds. His hands formed a seal and waved. The thunder became even more intense as the lightning swam endlessly through the clouds, and the rain began to pour even faster. However, the clouds began to churn as strands of the dark clouds were extracted and pulled into Wang Lin's body. In a flash, 7 days passed. After 7 days, the dark clouds had become thin and a large amount of them had disappeared. There was a piece of cloud that seemed to contain spirit and was quickly moving forward. The moment it touched another cloud, that cloud would begin to churn and be absorbed. Then this palm-sized cloud would quickly move away. Another 7 days passed after these 7 days. In a flash, it had been 2 months since Wang Lin learned the Cloud Dao heavenly art. The cloud that had drifted somewhere rapidly shrank until it turned into 7 cloud dragons, revealing the figure inside. Wang Lin let out a deep breath and opened his eyes. His pupils disappeared and were replaced by clouds. It was a shocking sight. In these 2 months, I have managed to cultivate the beginning part of the Cloud Dao to the 9th level, just a step from reaching completion. However, this isn't the biggest harvest. The real harvest is that in these 2 months of changing the memory, I have found one of the 8 doors. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light, but through the clouds in his eyes, it looked strange. A door clearly appeared in the map he had drawn in his mind. If I'm lucky, perhaps I can find the real door with one try. Wang Lin stepped forward and charged at the earth below. Below him was an endless jungle with towering mountains. There would sometimes be roars from beasts echoing through the jungle. In a flash, Wang Lin charged into the jungle and charged toward the door he felt in his mind. Shortly after, Wang Lin stopped at a very ordinary-looking tree. This tree was more than 100 feet tall, and a person looked very small compared to it. This tree seemed to have survived for an unknown amount of time, and it would take about 5 people to completely surround it. A giant python more than 1,000 feet long was wrapped around the tree. It spat out its tongue as it looked at Wang Lin with its cold gaze. Wang Lin ignored the python. He placed his right hand on the tree and slowly closed his eyes. The python's head shrank and it climbed up the tree. It could feel how terrifying Wang Lin was and didn't dare to provoke him. After climbing up several dozen feet, the python leaped off the tree and landed on the ground. Kicked a lot of dead leaves into the air before it quickly slithered away into the jungle. Just as the python left, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at it. He charged straight at the python and grabbed its tail. The python twisted its body to break free, and a monstrous, black light came from its body. The shadow of a giant door slowly appeared on the back of the python. This python was one of the 8 doors, not the tree. Wang Lin clearly felt this when the python tried to leave. Staring at the door that appeared on the python's back, Wang Lin stepped forward. Half an hour later, Wang Lin left the jungle. He looked calm, but he let out a sigh. The python was indeed one of the 8 doors, but it wasn't the real door. 5 flowers, 8 doors. If I check the doors one by one, I will eventually find it. However, even if I completely cultivate the Cloud Dao heavenly art, it won't cause enough change to the 3rd soul's memory. In that case, I won't be able to look for the 8 doors. Right now, I can only wait for the competition in several months. The 7-colored celestial sovereign had profound memories of this competition. If I can subvert the memory enough in the competition, it would confuse it enough to reveal the real door. Wang Lin floated in the air and pondered. His figure turned into a cloud and flew toward the Donglin sect. Time soon passed and 3 months went by. To be more accurate, it was the 5th month since Wang Lin had learned the Cloud Dao heavenly art. This was when the Donglin sect competition would begin. The Donglin sect was part of the 9 sect's 13 factions. Every 30 years, the sect would hold an internal competition among the lower-level disciples to find those excellent talents to be focused on. In addition, the qualification to cultivate inside the Donglin pool made every competition extremely fierce. The world of cultivators was also the strong preying on the weak. Although the rule was to not kill, injuries and deaths still happened. As long as one didn't go on a slaughter, the sect wouldn't mind. The Donglin sect had 321 lineages, and every lineage would send out 3 to 5 people. The lineage that won would obtain great rewards. As a result, the competition was quite fierce. The competition of more than 1,000 people would take some time. It was also the rare time when the sect would become lively. The Donglin sect was too big. So many people didn't know each other. The competition was a good time to get to know more people. On this day, Su Dao's teacher had come out of closed-door cultivation. He summoned all disciples and selected 3 to enter the competition. Wang Lin and Zhou Lu were naturally selected. The other person was a woman. She looked very beautiful even though she didn't smile. This woman was called Qin Mei. Seven-Colored had profound memories of this woman, and even some admiration. However, after this competition, she would become a Dao pair with Zhou Li, cutting off Su Dao's thoughts. Outsiders would find it difficult to believe that the Su Dao now would eventually become the decisive and cunning seven-colored celestial sovereign. But Wang Lin felt empathic. He remembered that 2,000 years ago, he was a completely different person from today. The environment could change everything, and experience could change one's personality. This was a type of fortune, it could be good or bad. As Wang Lin pondered, a beautiful voice echoed in his ears. Junior brother Su, I haven't congratulated you on obtaining the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao heavenly art. I couldn't even find a shadow of you recently and have only seen you now. It was Qin Mei, who smiled cleverly and looked at Wang Lin. Her words were gentle and her fragrance blew into Wang Lin's face with the wind. Wang Lin faintly smiled. He was very calm and didn't speak. However, his smile made Qin Mei's heart tremble. In her memory, Su Dao had always been shy. If she talked to him, he would blush and not know what to do. However, the feeling from his smile was very different from before, as if it contained a feeling that couldn't be explained. Su Dao was very handsome, and combined with Wang Lin's smile, it contained a unique charm. Not far away, Zhou Li watched all of this, and his eyes were gloomy. Although he looked the same as 5 months ago, the bloodlines and fatigue in his eyes revealed his inner turmoil. Qin Mei was about to speak, but her teacher waved his hand and a cloud shrouded the three of them. It flew toward the main sect of the Dong Lin sect. The competition of the low-level disciples was at the main square of the main sect. If it was other times, the disciples of each lineage were not allowed to enter without a summon. It was only during the competition that the disciples of the various lineages could come here. For many people, this would be the only time in their life they could come here. The square wasn't large, but it was big enough to accommodate 1,000 cultivators. Though if the competition was here, it wouldn't be large enough. However, the Dong Lin sect was able to become one of the 9 sects' 13 factions, so their methods were unpredictable. The elders of the sect would constantly add restrictions to the square each generation. During each competition, a small amount of these restrictions would be activated, and a rift to the Dong Lin rift that the sect had created would open. That was the battlefield for the first trial of the competition. At this moment, rays of light flew through the sky above the square. Every ray of light was the teacher of each lineage bring their disciples. Because it was the competition of low-level disciples, and there was a good chance of finding the future genius of the sect, the Dong Lin sect never invited outsiders. It was a completely internal affair. However, the sect master, the elders, and all the various deacons would be present. They want to see which low-level disciples were people worth raising. When Wang Lin arrived at the square, most of the disciples participating were here. Although there were many people packed here, it was not messy. The entire place was orderly and there wasn't much noise. As a result, an invisible pressure naturally spread across everyone's hearts. This pressure increased as more people appeared. This made their hearts beat faster and made them not dare to make any noise. Half an hour later, the disciples of 321 lineages all arrived. They were all nervous and silent. Wang Lin remained calm, but Qin Mei beside him was no longer smiling. She seemed a little nervous. Zhou Li was a bit better, but it was obvious that he was very nervous. Wang Lin's calmness shocked Qin Mei, but for some reason, she also slowly calmed down. My Dong Lin sect has produced generations of talents until the Dong Lin sect became one of the 9 sects' 13 factions. This was obtained by the blood of your seniors and passed down to your generation. Today is the great competition of your generation. I hope to see the future of the Dong Lin sect. I hope to see the indomitable spirit and decisiveness of a cultivator. The first trial of the competition is to enter the Dong Lin rift, and the time limit is 3 days. During those 3 days, the goal is to steal the tokens from each other. The 30 with the most taken will pass. A mighty voice echoed across the square. There was a flash of golden light and nearly 100 figures appeared. They were all powerful cultivators of the Dong Lin sect. They sat in the sky and looked at the 1,000 disciples below. Dozens of gazes fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin had heard the same words in Seven Colored's memory. It was the same amount of participants, and even the golden figures in the sky were the same. The only difference was that those gazes were mostly looking at Zhou in the memory. As for Su Dao, although there were a few gazes, Su Dao's heart trembled under those gazes, and he lowered his head. He had a pitiful performance. On the contrary, although Zhou trembled, he raised his chest and didn't back down. With his talent and qualification to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art, it was his time to shine. However, everything had changed. Gazes also swept past by Zhou, but no matter how much he struggled to hold on, it didn't matter. Almost all those gazes swept past him and gathered on Wang Lin. As for Wang Lin, he was calm as always, without any change. It was as if those gazes had no effect on him, and the truth was indeed so. Zhou clenched his fist and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. Over the last 5 months he couldn't understand how this all happened. How did the cowardly Su Dao change so much? Everything that should belong to him in his mind was snatched by Su Dao. Enter! At this moment, the mighty voice echoed once more and a 5-colored light flashed above the square. A giant vortex appeared, and as the vortex rumbled, a furry world appeared inside. The moment the vortex appeared, all the disciples were surrounded by a light. The light brought the disciples into the vortex. More than 1,000 disciples and more than 1,000 rays of light entered the vortex. The square became quiet, leaving only the teachers of those disciples. They respectfully clasped their hands at the golden figures before sitting down to observe the competition. After everyone entered, the vortex stopped rotating and turned into a mirror. It revealed everything inside. As long as one's divine sense entered, they could clearly see everything inside. This method allowed the powerful cultivators of the Donglin sect to find the genius of the next generation. This was an endless, dark land. The sky was dim, as if endless dust and fog had covered it. This was a spatial rift the Donglin sect had created. Everything imitated an area of the immortal astral continent. When Wang Lin appeared, he was on a plain covered in grass as tall as a person. The place he appeared in was exactly the same as Seven Colored's memory. Back then, Su Dao eventually lost his token in the first trial and failed. He could only watch Zhou and several people from his lineage stand up and shine. And Su Dao was just an insignificant grain of sand under that light. This turn of events shocked Su Dao greatly. Su Dao had also suffered Zhou Li's cruel abuse here. Although he wasn't killed, it was something Su Dao could not forget. It was the point when his personality changed. Wang Lin looked up at the dim sky as he muttered to himself, "I have arrived, and everything will change." As Wang Lin walked within the plain, the grass around him parted ways, making a path for him. His pace was not fast because 3 days was enough for him to complete everything. However, Wang Lin was still considering how to stimulate the third soul and cause its memories to become more confused. Then I should be able to do this. Wang Lin took a step and looked at the dark sky. A ray light flew through the sky and suddenly stopped when it passed Wang Lin. There was a flash of sword light and the ray of light charged at Wang Lin. This was a young man wearing blue. His face was filled with killing intent, and he had a bloody aura around him. There was a flash of sword light as he closed in to take Wang Lin's head. However, as he closed in, Wang Lin slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the sword light. The light shined brightly and then shattered, revealing the shattered sword and the terrified young man. The young man trembled and his body immediately exploded. He disappeared before Wang Lin's fingers. Only the 3 tokens remained. They were surrounded by a gentle light and floated there, motionless. Okay, I'll just obtain first place in this trial. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and after putting away the 3 tokens, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside a ray of light that was flying through the sky. The young man was on guard, carefully looking around. However, Wang Lin had appeared too suddenly, and he knocked the young man out of the sky. Wang Lin didn't carelessly kill people. He raised his palm and a token appeared. In a flash, he disappeared. In the first trial, Wang Lin was like a wolf that entered a flock of sheep. No one could escape him, and he took the token of everyone he passed by. Wang Lin gradually became famous in the first trial. When one saw Wang Lin, they would tremble and hand over their token. Wang Lin attacked very casually. He knew this was Seven Colored's memory. Every unreasonable thing would become reasonable as the memory became distorted. For example, outside the Donglin rift, the expressions and thoughts of all the people outside were made up by Seven Colored's memory. They would act depending on how Seven Colored thought they would act. Who is this person? In less than one day, he has obtained more than 300 tokens. His actions are decisive, but his cultivation level doesn't seem much higher. Every attack contains cloud energy and looks extraordinary. It is likely that no one will be his match in this competition. I didn't expect a character like him in this generation. Among the golden figures, anyone who saw Wang Lin's performance in the vortex was shocked. The teachers on the square all looked at Wang Lin with shock in their eyes. Su Dao's teacher's face was filled with a proud smile. The better Wang Lin performed, the better his reward. Inside the first trial, Wang Lin could clearly feel a large amount of distortions appear as he collected tokens and took down the geniuses from Su Dao's memory. These distortions were due to the changes in the memory and signs of the third soul's memories being changed. The simulation is not strong enough. Wang Lin shook his head and his divine sense spread across the whole area. The moment his divine sense spread out, everyone here appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He was looking for the geniuses that had made Su Dao extremely jealous back then. These people had displayed dazzling performances and obtained high rankings in the following trials too. One person was named Kuan Peng. This person specialized in speed and left afterimages as he moved. In Seven Colored's memory, this person was ranked third in the first trial. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he stepped through the void. He crossed a large distance with one step and arrived in another area. Here he saw the cultivator named Kuan Peng. There were 3 people around this person, but the moment Wang Lin appeared, the 3 of them let out miserable screams and retreated. Kuan Peng revealed a cold smile and was about to chase when he suddenly turned around. He glared at Wang Lin, who was floating 100 feet behind him. The distortion was something only Wang Lin could see. As Wang Lin closed in on Kuan Peng, the distortion became even more intense, as if the third soul was getting excited. "Give me your token," Wang Lin said slowly. He really didn't want to have to act against a little cultivator like this. Kuan Peng's pupils shrank and he retreated without hesitation. He was very fast and quickly retreated far away, but in Wang Lin's eyes he was too slow. He let out a sigh and casually waved his right hand. Kuan Peng let out a miserable scream and threw out more than a dozen jade tokens. As the tokens flew through the air, the distortion increased greatly. The aura from the 8 doors became more dense, but that was still not enough for them to completely reveal themselves. Is the simulation still not enough? Then I'll help you kill Zhou Li. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and his divine sense locked onto Zhou Li. Zhou Li was in a sorry state and was carefully hiding himself in a mountain. He had 8 tokens with him. Damned Su Dao. If not for him, the Cloud Dao heavenly art would have been mine and I wouldn't be in such a sorry state in the first trial. All of this is because of Su Dao. I'm going to kill him. Zhou Li sat there with a fierce expression. He hated Su Dao to the bone. He entered the sect much later than me. What qualifications does he have to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art? Why does teacher value him so much? Zhou Li's heart was filled with resentment. He clenched his teeth and focused on healing himself, but the mountain he was in trembled. After Zhou Li was startled for a moment, the mountain rumbled. His expression changed greatly and he rushed out. The moment he left the mountain, it collapsed, and a few of the rocks headed for Zhou Li. He tried to dodge them but was still hit by one. He coughed out blood as he retreated 1,000 feet away from the mountain. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure appeared behind Zhou Li. Wang Lin calmly said, "Zhou Li." These 2 words were like thunder that entered Zhou Li's mind. The moment he rushed forward to escape, Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on Zhou Li's forehead. At this moment, the rumble in Zhou Li's head became eternal. The moment Zhou Li died, Wang Lin clearly felt the distortion around him become even more crazy and rumble faintly. It was as if the world created by the fifth flower was on the edge of collapse. The aura of the 8 doors became clear in an instant. Wang Lin immediately felt the locations of 3 of the doors. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. Without hesitation, he moved and his divine sense spread out to find the rest of the Donglin sect disciples. They were filled with fear as Wang Lin took away their jade tokens. The more jade tokens he took, the more intense the distortion became, and the third soul would tremble even more. Everything Wang Lin did was the opposite of the third soul's memories. This powerful contrast was about to tear the memory apart, and Wang Lin could feel the auras of the 8 doors even more clearly. The Donglin sect's competition will no longer have a second or third trial. If I take all the jade tokens in the first trial, there won't be any more trials as I'll be the only winner. This will completely subvert the memories of the third soul. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he quickly moved. All the Donglin sect disciples lost their jade tokens to Wang Lin as he passed them. If anyone dared to resist, Wang Lin would immediately knock them away. However, Wang Lin had no feud against them. Even though they were people from Seven Colored's memory, he didn't carelessly kill them. Only those that Seven Colored was jealous of and had a vicious encounter with later on were killed by Wang Lin. Every time he killed one, the distortion behind him would increase greatly. It was as if the third soul had become excited in this chaos. The rapid wind swept by. On the square of the Donglin sect outside, they all stood up. Their surroundings were distorted and some figures even showed signs of collapsing. However, they weren't aware at all as their gazes were locked onto the vortex that had stopped rotating in the sky. They saw Wang Lin's actions and saw how he obtained almost all the jade tokens by himself. They saw a shocking moment that had never been seen before in the Donglin sect. Their shocked expressions and thoughts were all things imagined by Seven Colored. At this moment, a huge wave was set off in the Donglin sect. In the first trial, when Wang Lin obtained the last jade token, the distortion here was shocking. The auras of the 8 doors were very clear, but it felt like there was still a layer of fog in the way. Wang Lin changed into the dim sky and his hands ripped at the sky. Wang Lin grabbed the sky and tore open a giant rift. Outside the rift was the main square of the Donglin sect. Wang Lin walked out into the square before everyone's shocked expressions. He floated in the sky above the Donglin sect. I, Su Dao, am rank 1 in this competition. After Wang Lin spoke, the sky and earth collapsed. All figures disappeared and everything in this world shattered. The fifth flower trembled and crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, the auras of the 8 doors completely appeared as the third soul's memories were subverted. Their auras shot into the air like pillars of smoke. The only thing that didn't collapse was the back mountain of the Donglin sect. The Donglin Pool. The Donglin Pool, something the seven-colored celestial sovereign had never entered before. Even after he was picked to be raised by his ancestor, he had never entered the Donglin Pool. When he finally obtained the qualification to enter the Donglin Pool, he was expelled from the Donglin sect due to an accident. This was something he regretted for the rest of this life. At this moment, the world was collapsing, but only the Donglin Pool remained. This showed how much the third soul cared about this regret in his life. The auras of the 8 doors clearly appeared in the collapsing world. This loosened the restriction that made it so only Wang Lin could enter this world. After all, Wang Lin had activated the fifth flower with the third soul. So once he entered, not even old Ghost John could enter. However, as the memory became confused and collapsed, old Ghost John's aura was circling this world. He was constantly trying to enter this world. Right now, although the 8 doors had appeared, the real one hadn't revealed itself yet. If he tried to search them one by one, it would take a lot of time. After all, Wang Lin had made the 8 doors appear by taking a shortcut. He had forced them to appear by confusing the third soul's memories. The world was being destroyed. It was likely that this place would collapse before he found the real door. Then the 8 doors would be hidden again. At that time, it would be even more difficult to find the door. He had finally created this opportunity and would definitely not let it go to waste. Is the stimulation still not enough? Su Dao, you left the Donglin sect, but I can help you fulfill your last wish to enter the Donglin pool. Very well. I, Wang Lin, will help you fulfill your wish, but you have to tell me where the real door is. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. Old Ghost John could break the fragile barrier on this world at any moment. Wang Lin no longer hesitated. He charged toward the Donglin pool that hadn't collapsed. He closed in on the pool in an instant. This pool was exactly the same as the pool in the second flower, only it wasn't frozen. The pool was clear and a fragrance was flowing out of it. He instantly sat inside the pool and sat down. The moment he sat down and touched the pool, the 7 essences inside Wang Lin's body moved. This pool was very strange, and it contained an unimaginable essence energy. It rushed into his body and fused with his 7 essences. As they fused, Wang Lin's 7 essences grew and became several times stronger. After cycling inside his body, the 7 essences rushed out. The fire essence in Wang Lin's left eye turned into a sea of fire and entered the Donglin pool. It seemed to absorb endless power and turned into a fire body. This body looked exactly the same as Wang Lin, but it was made of fire. It was formed by the fire essence. At this point, Wang Lin's fire essence completely surpassed what it was before, and became complete. The fire body was wearing clothes of fire, and a powerful aura erupted. Countless arcs of thunder moved inside the pool. A moment later, there was a thunderous rumble and a thunder dragon flew out from the pool and took human shape. At the same time, thunder rushed out from Wang Lin's right eye and turned into a thunder dragon that rushed into the pool. Just like the fire body, this thunder body also looked like Wang Lin. He looked like a thunder celestial. Shortly after, the life and death, true and false, and karma essences silently appeared. The Donglin pool suddenly lost more than half of its water and condensed the 3 ethereal essences. The life and death essence formed a body before Wang Lin. This body opened its arms. Its left hand controlled life and its right hand controlled death. It looked like a celestial that controlled life and death. Its gray robe and long, fluttering hair was a shocking sight. Beside the life and death true body, the karma and true and false essences formed 2 bodies as well. For the karma true body, its open palm was karmic cause, and its closed palm was karmic effect. This body gave off an otherworldly feeling, and its eyes were filled with endless wisdom, as if it had seen through all changes in the world. The true and false true body's eyes were half closed. It seemed to be alternating between true and false as if it were covered by fog. However, this body gave off a pressure that would make one's heart tremble. All 5 essences had formed true bodies, but this wasn't the end. Wang Lin's killing essence appeared and absorbed a large amount of water. When there was less than 30% of the pool remaining, the slaughter essence formed its true body. This body was made of killing intent and was completely red. The moment it appeared, it gave off a killing intent that could destroy the world. After the 6 essences came the restriction essence formed by the bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes. The bloodlines flew out before Wang Lin, and they looked like a pair of eyes. The water from the pool decreased once more until there was less than 20% left. The restriction essence was complete and formed a true body. It floated before him, becoming his 7th essence true body. The shock in Wang Lin's heart had reached the limit. He had forgotten that old Ghost John was ready to rush in, and that the true door was still hidden among the 8 doors. He could have never expected the Donglin pool to have such an amazing effect that could allow his essences to evolve into essence true bodies, which he had never seen or heard of before. This turn of events was outside of his expectations. He didn't expect such a shocking change to occur. However, he understood that all of this was an illusion. The Donglin pool was formed by the Third Soul's memories, and it was all based on the possibility of this happening. Once the world collapsed completely, he would return to the real world and all of this would disappear. However, this gave Wang Lin hope. It allowed him to know the importance of the Donglin pool. If I can go to the immortal astral continent, I need to head to the Donglin pool. Wang Lin could hear a voice echo like crazy in his heart. He knew that although the current him was an illusion, his cultivation level had increased several fold. However, this was not over yet. An even more shocking change came from the pool with less than 20% of its water left. Wang Lin didn't only have 7 essences, he had an 8th one. The 8th essence was the water essence he had obtained from the formation on Planet 5 Elements. However, it had only reached small completion and was far from reaching major completion for his cultivation level to increase. However, at this moment, the water inside the Donglin pool entered Wang Lin's body through his pores and fused with his water essence. Wang Lin's heart pounded as he felt the 8th essence rapidly become stronger. When all the water disappeared from the Donglin pool, the water essence was complete. It also formed an essence true body. The true body wore a water wave shirt and its whole body was crystal clear like water. The moment it formed, Wang Lin's late-stage spirit void cultivation rapidly increased. In an instant, he reached the peak of the spirit void stage and was only one step from arcane void. If he could form the 9th essence, he would step into the arcane void stage. The 9 essences would fuse into one and reach the peak of essences. After the Donglin pool lost all its water, countless cracks appeared. It collapsed into countless pieces and disappeared into the void. The Donglin pool, the only thing that remained in this destroyed world, collapsed completely. Wang Lin opened his eyes. At this instant, the world created from 7 Colors memory was completely destroyed. Old Ghost John's aura suddenly entered and flew toward Wang Lin. At the same time as the world collapsed, the aura of one of the 8 doors suddenly increased greatly and suppressed the remaining 7 doors. This was the real door, the one that led to the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. As Old Ghost John closed in, Wang Lin leaped up. Popping sounds came from his body. Although this powerful feeling and high cultivation level were all fake, they had opened up the door to a bright future for Wang Lin. As he stepped forward, the world collapsed completely under his feet. The world of 7 Colors memory collapsed, but the aura of the real door became even stronger. It was straight ahead. Old Ghost John seemed to have gone crazy and quickly closed in. However, he could not catch up to Wang Lin, who had learned the Cloud Dao heavenly art and formed 8 essence true bodies. Wang Lin only took one step and appeared before the real door. This place was originally a mountain that had long been destroyed. What replaced it was a door. This door gave off an ancient aura and was extremely large. Wang Lin was like an ant before it. The moment Wang Lin closed in on the door, he didn't hesitate at all to raise his right hand. All of his ancient Dao power and cultivation gathered in his palm and pressed against the door. Door to the cave open! Wang Lin roared, and the 8 essence true bodies appeared. They all raised their hands and pressed against the door. The door trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed. A gap appeared and the door began to open. Outside the gap was the immortal astral continent, the vast real world. Wang Lin was the first person from inside the cave to come here after the door had been sealed. It was impossible to describe his mood. Perhaps Taoist scattered spirit had the same feeling as him when he left the 7 million worlds and appeared in the ancient star system. The moment the door opened, a surge of pure immortal astral continent aura rushed out. A gap opened in the door and the aura of the immortal astral continent rushed in. The world collapsed behind Wang Lin, and Old Ghost John appeared. The shadow wearing the cape revealed a monstrous, ghostly light in his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. For some unknown reason, a sense of life and death had rushed into his heart when the door opened. Wang Lin stood beside the door and turned to look at Old Ghost John in the distance. The aura from the immortal astral continent rushed in through the gap. This made Wang Lin's ancient Dao bloodline cheer, and his blood flow accelerated. It seemed to be absorbing this aura. The sense of danger in Old Ghost John's heart became even stronger. He didn't close in but began to speak in the distance. Even if you open the door, you won't dare to leave. Although I don't have the memories of the third soul, there is still some instinct left in the souls. There is a barrier between the cave world and the immortal astral continent. Only those with the bloodline of the immortal astral continent can leave. Even if you have the call of the bloodline and can leave, if you don't hand over the third soul, then I'll kill everyone you care about the moment you leave this cave. Now that the door has been opened, there is no deep feud between us. Give me the third soul and I'll leave this place and never return to the cave world. Old Ghost John's words seemed to contain a strange force. Wang Lin didn't speak. He couldn't hand over the third soul. To him, this soul was not the seven-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao, but his disciple Xiaqing. While silently pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and two ghostly lights flashed. These two balls of light gave off a ghostly glow. Inside were bloodlines. These were Xiaqing's heart blood. Xiaqing was a reincarnation of the third soul, and at the cost of his life, he had formed 3 seals. One was for his own soul, and the other 2 had been given to Wang Lin. This was the last thing he had done for his teacher before he died. After these 2 seals fused with the aura from the immortal astral continent, they would have the power to seal the other 2 souls. The moment the 2 seals appeared, the large amount of immortal astral continent aura that came through the small gap in the door rushed toward Wang Lin's right hand. The aura quickly fused with the seal. The ghostly light suddenly increased as if 2 ghostly suns had appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's body was a blur inside this light, and even the door behind Wang Lin was eventually shrouded. The door looked hazy from afar. However, the power of this seal wasn't complete. It was still absorbing the aura from the immortal astral continent. The door was only opened a sliver, so the absorption rate was a bit slow. When Old Ghost John felt the sealing power, his pupils shrank. He finally understood why he was feeling a life and death crisis. This came from the sealing force that appeared after the seal began absorbing the immortal astral continent aura. There was a flash of coldness in Old Ghost John's eyes, and he charged at Wang Lin without hesitation. He knew it wasn't time to retreat, even though the sense of danger was very strong. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He moved very fast and instantly arrived within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. Old Ghost John raised his hand and a golden battle character shot toward Wang Lin. At the same time, an overlapping shadow appeared over the 7-colored soul shadow around Old Ghost John. The soul of the 7-colored Taoist suddenly appeared. His body gave off a 7-colored glow and rushed toward Wang Lin. Shortly after, the soul covered in a cape opened his arms. The cape on his body extended like a wave and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and the 2 seals in his hand were still absorbing the aura from the immortal astral continent. As Old Ghost John and the 2 7-colored souls closed in, he raised his left hand and pushed forward. With this, Wang Lin's 8 essence true bodies all appeared and pushed their hands forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the collapsing 5th flower dissipated, rapidly revealing Tao Master Blue Dream, the old man named Ma from Planet 5 Elements, Tangshan, and others. There were also the seriously injured Black Tortoise General and Vermilion Bird General. The moment the essence true bodies came out, Old Ghost John's expression changed. He didn't have the memories from the third soul, so he didn't recognize them. However, the old man named Ma's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief when he saw the essence true bodies. Essence true body. This is essence true body. It is already very rare for one person to have just one essence true body. But he actually has 8. Rumor has it that aside from going to the primordial god realm, there is another method to obtain the essence true body. Although his method was never proven, it shows how rare it is. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin and his 8 essence true bodies attacked at the same time. Old Ghost John, the 7-colored soul, and the soul with the cape all trembled, and they were forced back. This was the first time Wang Lin had faced Old Ghost John up front and forced Old Ghost John back. Wang Lin's body trembled. A powerful force entered his body through his left hand and entered the 8 essence true bodies behind him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Borrowing this force, his left hand drew an arc and he retreated to press his left hand on the door. The door rumbled, and at the same time, the 8 essence true bodies also retreated and smashed into the door. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the door was pushed back even more, from just a crack until it was opened nearly 30%. At this moment, the door no longer needed someone to push it open. As the powerful immortal astral continent rushed in, the door slowly opened on its own, wider and wider. At the same time, Even more immortal astral continent aura rushed out and fused with the two seals in Wang Lin's hand. As the expression of Old Ghost John changed greatly, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Old Ghost John's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't have time to hesitate, and quickly retreated. Wang Lin looked at the seal in his hand. He faintly saw Xiaoqing, and sadness filled his eyes. Xiaoqing, you're my disciple and also my master. Wang Lin let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The two seals flew out toward the escaping Old Ghost John. These seals were like fate. No matter how fast Old Ghost John was, he couldn't escape fate. Those two seals instantly closed in on Old Ghost John. Before Old Ghost John's terrified expression, the first seal charged for his forehead. Old Ghost John let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. As a spell appeared, the soul with the cape around him revealed fear in his eyes. He waved his hand and light shot out toward the seal. However, all spells and lights were unable to stop this seal. It was as if nothing existed before it. The seal penetrated through everything and gently landed between the eyebrows of the shadow with the cape around Old Ghost John. The moment it landed, the soul with the cape let out a miserable scream. A shadow that overlapped it appeared, and it instantly changed into the seven-colored soul. The seal ultimately landed between the eyebrows of the seven-colored soul. A thunderous rumble echoed as the seal exploded and surrounded the seven-colored soul. From a distance, it looked like a net, and the seven-colored soul shrank with the net until it was only the size of a fist. The light from the soul dimmed. At this moment, Old Ghost John rapidly retreated, and ripples appeared under his feet. The soul with the cape around Old Ghost John was filled with endless fear as he watched the seal imprint between his eyebrows. The seal dissipated and shrouded his body. In the distance, Dao Master Blue Dream and company were filled with shock. They didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a thing prepared. The old man named Ma and Yunifeng looked at Wang Lin with very complicated gazes. They originally thought that Shen Luo would help with the matter in the cave world in the end. But Shen Luo hadn't appeared at all, and everything until now relied on Wang Lin. The soul with the cape that entered Old Ghost John was captured by the neck and shrank until it was only the size of a fist. All connection with Old Ghost John was severed. The moment the connection was cut off, Old Ghost John's eyes immediately became dim and black blood flowed out from his mouth. Although his eyes had no light, they became clear. He looked around, and in the end, his gaze fell on Wang Lin, then the door behind Wang Lin. Looking at the door that was opening, Old Ghost John smiled. "You're excellent. My lifelong dream was to open the door to this cave. But, back then, I failed my arcane tribulant and was forced to fuse with him." Old Ghost John's body gave off bursts of black gas. His skin withered and large amounts of black liquid dripped from it. He was melting and dying. "I should have died many years ago. You've completed my dream and freed me. Wang Lin, thank you." His voice was very weak, and half his body had already dissipated. However, the remaining half-body turned into a ray of red light. His eyes shined as if he had erupted the last of his life force and charged at the half-opened door. Even if he was going to die, he had to see the immortal astral continent he had longed for all his life. Wang Lin didn't stop him. He watched Old Ghost John's half-body rush toward the door, and watched Old Ghost John disappear outside the door. The door opened completely. In all heaven, the giant furnace covered in black gas in the core of the cave world trembled. The black gas shattered inch by inch. A giant crack appeared in the middle of the furnace, and golden light scattered. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, the furnace was split in half. As it split, a golden door as large as the world appeared. The door opened and clouds filled the inside of the door. Sometimes you could see a strange continent, sometimes it was a blur. When the door appeared, the ruins outside the furnace disintegrated and turned into space that connected with the rest of the cave world. All the cultivators observing here felt a tremble that spread across the entire cave world. As the tremble echoed, the entrance to the core of the cave world in all heaven suddenly disappeared and the furnace appeared. The golden door from the furnace gave off endless golden light, that shrouded the cave world. Outside the golden door, people appeared one by one. These people were the ones that had entered the core of the cave and hadn't died. There were Tuosen, Dao Master Blue Dream, Tang Shan, and the people from Planet 5 Elements. There was also Wang Lin. Aside from the rumble from the golden door opening, there was silence. No one else spoke. They all looked at the golden door and the world on the other side that was sometimes clear and sometimes a blur. As Wang Lin looked at the door, his eyes revealed more than 2,000 years of melancholy. The door had finally opened, finally appeared. Wang Lin had waited for a long time for this day, the day when he learned that the world was only a cave world. He imagined the day when he could open the door to the real world, to the immortal astral continent. Now that he was looking at the golden door, he seemed to have entered a trance. More than 2,000 years of memories replayed in his mind. He had gone from a child from a village in the mountains and step by step arrived at the present, where he opened the door of the cave world. This process was bitter. Very few people could understand the hardships he had suffered, the countless encounters with fate for good or ill. Wan Air, I have opened the door to the cave world. That's where I'll awaken you. This is my promise to you. Wang Lin looked at the door and felt sadness in his heart. He thought about Li Muwen. Xiaqing, I promise to revive you. I'll definitely succeed. Wang Lin looked at the golden door. In an instant, he seemed to see his entire life inside the door. The third concubine, Tang Shan, bit her lower lip and looked at the golden door, tears flowing down from her eyes. She missed her hometown, missed her sect, missed her teacher and sect. She had been in the cave world for far too long. She should be numb, but her longing had turned into her will to continue waiting. She had managed to wait until this day arrived. The old man named Ma and Yunifeng looked at the golden door with emotions. They had been in the cave world for a long time, but in the end, they hadn't gained anything. The old man named Ma looked at Yunifeng with kindness in his eyes. He still remembered back then, when Yunifeng was only an 18 or 19-year-old youth. However, now, aside from his appearance, Yunifeng was already very old. Let's go home. The old man named Ma let out a sigh. Going home? Yunifeng looked at the golden door. Even he, who was always calm, was moved and felt very complicated. He was confused and was unclear if the immortal astral continent was his home or whether Planet 5 Elements in the cave world was his home. Behind the old man named Ma were the two middle-aged men from Planet 5 Elements. They looked at the golden door with the same complicated feeling they couldn't express clearly. There was also the black tortoise and vermilion bird. They looked at the golden door and felt bitterness in their hearts. They recalled the Seven Dao sect and their time with the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Now they were going to return to the immortal astral continent, but the Seven Dao sect was likely long gone. Compared to the people that didn't belong to the cave world, Dao Master Blue Dream's eyes were filled with hidden hesitation. Even though he already knew a lot and understood that the world was just a cave, now that he was facing the door of the cave, he didn't know what to do. Should he leave or stay? Tuosan or Tu-Si also silently pondered. He looked at the golden door. It was unknown what he was thinking. In all heaven, outside the golden door, several rays of light closed in. Some cultivators from the cave world came from far away. When they saw the golden door, they were all shocked. Wang Lin's gaze withdrew from the golden door after a long time. He could tell that after leaving the fifth flower, his 8 essence true bodies had disappeared. His water essence was still only at small completion, and the other 7 essences were hidden away. Everything was back to before he had entered the Donglin pool. Even though Wang Lin knew that this would happen, he still felt a small fluctuation in his heart, but he soon suppressed it. He was now filled with expectation about the Donglin pool on the immortal astral continent. There may be some feuds between us, so perhaps we should fight to the death, but now that the door has opened, all our grievances are gone. If any of you want to leave the cave world, I'll send you off. Wang Lin clasped his hands at everyone here. Wang Lin's words were sincere without any lies, and he was tired. The memories of more than 2,000 years ago until now, when the door had finally opened, replayed in his mind. As long as he was human, he would feel tired. Not only was he tired, everyone here was the same. Dao Master Blue Dream had helped because of his daughter and was injured. Tuosan and Wang Lin were enemies and friends. He had helped at a key moment and was also tired. Whether it was Tang Shan, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, or the cultivators from Planet 5 Elements, they were all tired. The intensity of the battle in the core of the cave world was rarely seen. The old man named Ma from Planet 5 Elements was the first to step forward after pondering. He looking at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze, and after a long time he spoke. Fellow cultivator Wang, this old man will leave first. If you come to the land of the Celestials, you can come visit the 5 Elements sect. Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, "Thank you, Senior, for helping before. If I'm fortunate, I'll definitely visit the 5 Elements sect." Yunifeng, who was behind the old man named Ma, looked at his surroundings with nostalgia. In the end, he looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Brother Wang, take care. Our battle is not over. We'll decide a victor on the immortal astral continent. Fellow cultivator Yun, take care." Wang Lin looked at Yunifeng. This person was very cunning. Wang Lin had somewhat seen through him in the cave world. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the other 2 middle-aged cultivators from Planet 5 Elements. He seemed to remember something, and waved his hand at the distance. Ripples echoed in the distance. The White Tiger General and the other Planet 5 Elements cultivator appeared. Their appearance didn't surprise the old man named Ma. He seemed to already know. However, the Black Tortoise General and Vermilion Bird General were startled. "Fellow cultivators of Planet 5 Elements, I send you all off." As Wang Lin spoke, the White Tiger General released the cultivator from Planet 5 Elements. The cultivator from Planet 5 Elements pondered for a bit and then returned to his sect. A group of people turned into a ray of light and flew toward the golden door. There was a flash of golden light and then it disappeared. Seeing the people of Planet 5 Elements go through the door, the Black Tortoise General and the Vermilion Bird General walked forward a few steps and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, the matters before. Alas, thanks, fellow cultivator, for forgiving us. We will take our leave first. If there is anything you need, we'll certainly help." The person who spoke was the Black Tortoise General. He waved his right hand and a jade floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted the jade and nodded. Then he looked at the White Tiger General in the distance. "You can go as well." The White Tiger General was startled, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply toward Wang Lin and then arrived next to the Black Tortoise General and the Vermilion Bird General. The Vermilion Bird General looked at Wang Lin with a profound and complicated gaze. "Thanks." The 3 of them turned into 3 rays of light and flew toward the golden door as Wang Lin pondered. They disappeared into the door and returned to the immortal astral continent. The 3rd concubine, Tang Shan, bit her lower lip and stepped toward the golden door. When she was 100 feet or so from the door, she stopped and looked at Wang Lin. "Thank you." Wang Lin looked at Tang Shan and slowly said, "You have helped me and I have helped you. There is no need for thanks." Tang Shan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she stayed silent. She flew toward the door, and the moment she was about to disappear, she suddenly turned around. "Will we ever meet again?" Wang Lin didn't speak. Tang Shan's gaze became dim and she was shrouded by the golden light. No one but her saw her eyes dim, and she slowly disappeared within the golden door. At this moment, everyone who didn't belong to the cave world had left one by one. Wang Lin's gaze moved past Dao Master Blue Dream and the others until it landed on the void. He clasped his hands at the void. There was nothing there, and nothing looked out of the ordinary. There were no ripples or anything, but Wang Lin's words echoed as he clasped his hands. "Senior Xian Luo, you have followed me the entire way. You went to Planet 5 Elements, to the Celestial Realm, and came to the core of this cave. Now that you have seen me open the door, have you seen enough? Can you show yourself?" The void began to distort as Wang Lin spoke, and a hidden figure appeared. These sudden words and change shocked everyone. Their gazes all shifted toward the figure. "How did you know my name?" A gentle voice came from the blurry figure. As his words echoed, Xian Luo's figure slowly appeared in the palace. Wang Lin was bowing toward until his figure appeared in the star system. The moment Xian Luo appeared, the expressions of Dao Master Blue Dream and Tuosan suddenly changed. Their pupils shrank and their expressions became extremely solemn. They hadn't noticed the mysterious Xian Luo who had suddenly appeared. Even now they could only see him, but if they were to close their eyes, they wouldn't be able to detect him. Xian Luo didn't even look at Tuosan and Dao Master Blue Dream. Instead, he looked at Wang Lin with a smile of interest and waited for Wang Lin's answer. He was not surprised that Wang Lin knew where he was hiding, but he couldn't help but make speculate when Wang Lin had called out his name. He guessed a few things. Xian Luo smiled and slowly said, "I know. In the first flower in the world, where that little white tiger set up the law, you took a wisp of soul from the little planet 5 elements cultivator. Then you secretly soul-searched that strand of soul to see what happened on planet 5 elements after you left." Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and nodded. In truth, it was as Xian Luo had said. Wang Lin had learned his name from the soul of the planet 5 elements cultivator's avatar. The memory from the avatar soul was incomplete and only covered recent events. But this included when Xian Luo appeared after Wang Lin left. This matter confirmed the doubts Wang Lin had when he saw the cultivators from Planet 5 Elements. After all, he hadn't seen the old man who had spoken of the ancient Dao clan with contempt. To be more precise, when Wang Lin set up the trap for the 7-colored Daoist, the disappearance of the eye fish shocked him greatly. He carefully looked for the reason and found it in the avatar soul. In the second flower, Wang Lin had vaguely become aware of something. Then, in the ancient tomb, he confirmed his speculation. When he retreated behind Xian Luo and let Xian Luo act, Wang Lin confirmed that what he knew was true. The reason you can accurately detect my position should be related to the eye fish. I ignored the connection between the male and female eye fishes. Xian Luo shook his head. He indeed was negligent about this matter. However, Wang Lin had been able to find him and figure out his identity. From his point of view, Wang Lin had surpassed his test, and he was extremely satisfied. Is what this old man said correct? Xian Luo smiled and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was strange, and he nodded once more. As a result, not only do you know this old man's name, you even know my identity? Xian Luo smiled even wider. He had been hiding beside Wang Lin for a long time, and his mood has been very good. There was an indescribable feeling and even some regret as he felt that Wang Lin should have found him a bit later. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before speaking. One of the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent, the ancient Dao Grand Empyrean, when he found out about this from the avatar soul, a huge wave was set off in his heart. However, he hid it very well so no one had seen through him. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo and slowly said, "The reason the cultivators from Planet 5 Elements gave up the fight for the third soul was because of Senior. They even came to help because of Senior. Junior is grateful." The more Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin, the happier he was. He was extremely satisfied with Wang Lin along the way, and when he heard Wang Lin's humble words, he laughed. He appreciated even more that even though Wang Lin knew he was present, he hadn't asked for his help. During this entire battle in the core of the cave world, Wang Lin had managed to reverse the situation by himself. Xian Luo no longer hesitated about taking Wang Lin as his only disciple. "Follow me back to the ancient Dao's land in the immortal astral continent. Become my only disciple and guard the ancient Dao clan. Little fellow, are you willing?" Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a gentle gaze. His voice wasn't demanding at all, but had the tone of a senior discussing something with a junior. His expression and tone aroused a sense of warmth in Wang Lin's heart. However, Wang Lin didn't agree and instead began to ponder. Xian Luo had observed Wang Lin for a long time and somewhat understood Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin ponder, he vaguely guessed Wang Lin's thoughts. Xian Luo frowned and looked at the golden door with a sigh. He didn't frown at Wang Lin but at what he guessed Wang Lin was thinking. There are many cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. It can be said that any sizable sect has their own cave world. However, since ancient times, Rarely any life could come out from the cave worlds, much less kill the owner of the cave world. If it wasn't for the fact that the seven-colored celestial sovereign's soul had been shattered, he wouldn't have been sealed. Xianluo looked at Wang Lin and spoke. Do you know why? This is because of the law of the immortal Astra continent. If the life inside the many cave worlds don't have a bloodline from the immortal astral continent, they can't get past the law of the immortal astral continent. Although it is a law, it can be considered a powerful pressure that separates the cave worlds. Any life without the bloodline that leaves the cave world is crushed the moment it leaves. Xianluo's ancient voice echoed. This law from the immortal astral continent is something no one can resist. I understand your thoughts. You don't want to leave by yourself. You want to let everyone else leave and see the immortal astral continent. Xianluo sighed. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and softly said, if they don't want to leave, Junior won't force them. But if they want to leave, then Junior indeed does have this thought in mind. This is impossible. Forget you. But the woman named Wan Er in your dream Dao can't go to the immortal astral continent. When Xianluo said this, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. She can't go either? Xianluo revealed a complicated expression. He knew how important that woman was to Wang Lin, and he nodded. Wang Lin was startled for a long time. However, someone told me before that if there was someone in the immortal astral continent to welcome me, it would reduce the power of the law. Whoever told you that lied to you. This matter is impossible unless all 9 suns act at the same time to help resist the supreme law of the immortal astral continent. The law of the immortal astral continent was formed by the bloodline of the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor, and it is impossible to change. Wang Lin's face became pale, as if he had lost most of his blood. He staggered back a few steps and the last mouthful of blood in his body seemed to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The light in his eyes immediately dimmed and the stabbing pain of despair rose up in his heart. I have checked the woman named Wan Er. It is very strange that her soul is incomplete. A part of it seems to have disappeared, and I have checked the entire cave world for you but found no trace. This matter is very strange. However, no matter what, as long as her soul is incomplete, she can't be awakened. If her soul was complete, I might be able to wake her up. You can head to the immortal astral continent yourself first. Later, when you have a chance to find the missing soul, you can then return. Xianluo stopped talking. He could see that blood tears had filled Wang Lin's eyes. Really? Impossible. Wang Lin bitterly lowered his head. I won't abandon Wan Er here alone and go to the immortal astral continent by myself. The reason I wanted to open the door and head to the immortal astral continent was for her. In order to awaken her, I originally thought of heading to the immortal astral continent to find the method. If she can't go and I go by myself alone for thousands of years. If she can't go, I might as well stay in the cave world and never leave until I die. Wang Lin murmured as tears fell, and the tears were slightly red. If the soul was in sorrow, the mind was in sorrow. If your everything was drowned in despair and sorrow, tears of blood would flow. Wang Lin's words fell in Dao Master Blue Dream's ears. He silently listened to his daughter's lover so attached to another woman. But this time, he didn't feel anger. Instead, he felt sympathy and sorrow, and he thought of his own wife. Xianluo looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he let out a sigh and suddenly spoke. Wang Lin, it is not impossible. This old man will go all out once and help you fight against the law of the immortal astral continent and use the heavenly sun reincarnation spell. Any of your friends that want to leave the cave world will be reborn on the immortal astral continent with my spell. After they reincarnate, they will be people of the immortal astral continent and obtain a bloodline. However, their memories will be sealed, and you will have to find them one by one to awaken their sealed memories. This process could be very long. This old man can't calculate the specific time. Some people might only need a few years to reincarnate, and some may take as long as 1,000 years. Also, this old man can't determine their reincarnation location. The immortal astral continent is simply too big. You have to be prepared and be confident to find them one by one. As for the woman named Wan Er, Her soul is incomplete, so she can't be reborn. But this old man will help with this as well. While I'm resisting the law of the immortal astral continent, you have a 50% chance of taking her to the immortal astral continent safely. However, the possibility is only 50%. Once you fail, you will die with her. Tell me your choice. Xian Luo would have to pay a great price for this, but he said this without hesitation. There was no such thing as free help in this world, and Wang Lin understood this. Only a difference in practice could yield different results, such as Duan Tian in the past and Xian Luo now. Although they had helped with their own agenda, Wang Lin's heart felt warm and not cold. And Wang Lin cared a lot about the people he owed, like Duan Tian and now Xian Luo. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the familiar space outside the Golden Gate. He silently pondered. Xian Luo's words echoed in his ears and lingered for a long time. The words revealed to him the preparations of entering the immortal astral continent and the consequences. Wang Lin understood. Reincarnate, Wang Lin muttered. Perhaps a few years, perhaps 1,000 years. All those that want to leave the cave world without a bloodline will need to go through this. After a long time, they will appear somewhere on the immortal astral continent. When we meet 1,000 years later, I'll need to release their sealed memories. After a long time, Wang Lin looked up at Xian Luo and gave a deep bow. Wang Lin vaguely understood that to go against the law of the immortal astral continent like this required Xian Luo to pay a great price. Junior doesn't know who will decide to leave the cave world and how many there will be. However, no matter what happens, Junior will not forget the kindness Senior has shown me today. Wang Lin bowed before Xian Luo. An invisible connection seemed to form between them. It was impossible to explain or comprehend, but it was there. As for Wan Er, if we can't both live, then even if we die together in the door to leave the cave world, I will have no regrets. Wang Lin's words were filled with determination. The words "no regrets" echoed across the star system. No regrets. No regrets. No regrets. These two words revealed Wang Lin's Tao heart for more than 2,000 years. These words revealed the fated encounter outside the Sea of Devils more than 2,000 years ago. These words released Wang Lin's feeling of love, longing, and sorrow as he roared. Aside from his mother, no woman in the world could replace Li Muin in his heart. He had encountered countless beauties in the world, but none of them was her. He had allowed countless delicate shadows to dance by him like butterflies, but none of them was her, who was accompanied by the zither music. This was a love that had entangled Wang Lin for more than 2,000 years, and it would not dissipate until the day Wang Lin died. They thought that they would rather die together if they couldn't live together. These two words entered Tao Master Blue Dream's ears, and his eyes dimmed. He looked in the direction of the celestial realm and silently pondered. Xian Luo's eyes shined as he looked at Wang Lin, who looked back at him. He heard Wang Lin's words of no regrets and nodded. To cast the reincarnation spell and wrest the law of the immortal astral continent would need me to prepare for a bit. 1 month from now, bring all the people that want to leave, and I'll cast the spell. As for you, this is your own choice. Xian Luo didn't persuade anymore. During this period of testing Wang Lin, he had come to learn a lot about Wang Lin's character. Once Wang Lin made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. This Wang Lin fits my requirements very well. He would rather wait 1,000 years and find his friends to awaken their memory. This is righteous. He doesn't want to leave by himself but wants to leave with all his friends. He is a benevolent person. He won't give up his lover, even if they both die, and he won't regret it. Such a benevolent and sentimental person. If I don't abandon him, he will do whatever it takes to protect my ancient Tao clan for eternity, once we show him kindness. There was a flash of mysterious light in Xian Luo's eyes, and he made a decision. Wang Lin looked profoundly at Xian Luo and bowed a third time. He turned and left. Tao Master Blue Dream left with him while silently pondering. As for Tua San, after saying goodbye to Wang Lin, he mindlessly walked toward the end of the horizon, as he pondered about whether he should leave the cave world to reincarnate into the immortal astral continent or not. The endless star system was very beautiful as the nebulas shined. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, he couldn't tell if they were real or fake. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze from the stars and rushed through them. He wasn't leaving all heaven but went to where planet Donglin used to be. Planet Donglin had collapsed, leaving only a rift. That rift led to the frozen second flower. Before leaving, there were a few things Wang Lin had to do. There was the ancient god Yun Na. Wang Lin had promised to help her escape the frozen world. Planet Donglin was on the opposite side of the golden door in all heaven. Even though it was far away from the golden door, the golden light still reached all the way here, and the star domain was shrouded in the golden light. The rift to the frozen world was like a wound in the star system. It flickered and would sometimes release cold energy into the star domain that was dyed golden. At this moment, the space outside the rift distorted and Wang Lin appeared. He looked at the rift and moved closer to it. His ancient Tao aura rushed into his hands as he grabbed the rift and mercilessly ripped. The star system rumbled, and with a roar from Wang Lin, the rift was torn open even more. The cold energy rushed out, revealing the frozen land. The frozen second flower was the only place that hadn't collapsed. The land was still frozen, and although Xian Luo's power was gone, the ice was still there. Wang Lin stood outside the rift and his divine sense sent a message into the frozen world. Yun Na, I have come to take you out. Inside the frozen world, on the giant stone platform, Yun Na slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the ice in the distance and smiled. He came. She closed her eyes and a cloud of smoke came out from between her eyebrows. It disappeared into the ice before her. The smoke left her body and drifted toward Wang Lin. Soon it appeared at the entrance to all heaven. She saw Wang Lin. However, there was a layer of ice between the two. I was created by Master to guard the Dong Lin sect. To repay this kindness, I left my ancient god body here and used its life force to nourish this place. From now on, I'll have no connection with this place. I hope you can help me leave and take my soul away. Yun Na's divine sense message echoed. Looking at Yun Na's soul inside the ice, Wang Lin understood. Back when Wang Lin first entered the second flower, she asked for help but didn't decisively separate her soul from her body. She waited until Wang Lin had passed the 5 flowers' 8 doors and opened the door to the cave world before separating her soul from her body. There was nothing wrong with his. After all, separating her soul from her body was very important. She naturally had to be careful. Wang Lin would keep his promise and didn't think too much about this matter. At the rift, he spat out a mouthful of ancient Tao energy into the ice. His breath was invisible, but the moment it touched the ice, crackling sounds echoed. Large amounts of cracks appeared and the ice collapsed layer by layer. When the ice collapsed, Yun Na's soul came out of the ice sliver by sliver. When the ice collapsed completely, her soul reformed into her appearance. She had escaped through the cracks Wang Lin had created. She looked at the star system with calm eyes. There were no ripples in her eyes. She just calmly looked. After a long time, she bowed at Wang Lin. Thank you for helping. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Yun Na's soul, and he said, This is my promise to you. Can be considered an exchange for your help. However, you decide if you just want to leave and live in his cave world, or head to the immortal astral continent. That is where the real Dong Lin sect is located and also the hometown of your master, the 7-colored celestial sovereign. If you want to stay here, then leave. If you want to go to the immortal astral continent, you must suffer the bitter trial of 1,000 years to reincarnate. Yun Na calmly listened to Wang Lin's words. After pondering for a bit, she looked at the calm star system ahead and whispered, Reincarnation is good. 1,000 years is not long. Wang Lin saw the bitterness of time and the confusion about the future. Perhaps choosing to reincarnate was the best path for her. Wang Lin didn't speak anymore. He waved his right hand and opened his palm. Yun Na gently floated toward Wang Lin until she turned into a fist-sized ball of light and floated in Wang Lin's palm. Wang Lin closed his hand and put the light into his storage space. He took one more look at the world sealed in ice and left. The entire space of the cave world was familiar to Wang Lin. He didn't move very fast as he looked around. It was as if he was slowly going around before he left. Wang Lin had also made the same promise to another person. She was in the depths of the Cloud Sea. Her name was Fan Shanlu. This Fan Shanlu was a pitiful woman. She was the Celestial Sovereign's first concubine and also Fan Shanmin's little sister. However, she had been in the cave world for far too long and ended up being caught in her elder sister's illusion in order to obtain Wang Lin's blood of oath. She is someone from the immortal astral continent, so she doesn't need to be reincarnated to leave. Wang Lin stepped forward and crossed all heaven, entering the Cloud Sea. He went into the depths of the rift, where Fan Shanlu was. Aside from bringing Fan Shanlu away, there was something Wang Lin had almost forgotten. In the last month before leaving, he suddenly remembered. He had once made a promise to a small character that he would give that person a body of a certain cultivation level. The soul of that small character had been in his storage space for a long time. Normally, 1 month of time would pass by in an instant, but this last month in the cave world was different. In a flash, 10 days passed. During these 10 days of time, Wang Lin found Fan Shanlu. She was the Celestial Sovereign's first concubine and had the bloodline of the immortal astral continent. She could leave through the door and return to her home. Fan Shanlu left, leaving behind the large ship. Wang Lin had already refined the mainsail and could control it freely. He put it inside his storage space. During these 10 days, Wang Lin had also found a cultivation planet. He used his powerful cultivation to find a body that had just died and then transformed the body. He put the soul of the minor character into the body and formed an origin soul. After doing this, Wang Lin silently moved through the stars by himself. Deep in his heart, he felt a trace of reluctance. At first, this sense of reluctance was not much, but as he walked through all the familiar places, it became even stronger. With a sigh, Wang Lin disappeared from the bright light. When he reappeared, he was at the junction of the 4 great star systems, which was the location of the celestial realm. He stepped into the celestial realm. As the ripples echoed, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, shrouding the celestial realm. He sent out the information about needing to go through reincarnation in order to leave the cave world. If anyone wants to leave, you can come and find me. I'll leave half a month from now. Wang Lin sat on the mountain he had used for closed-door cultivation and slowly closed his eyes. Staying or going was a choice. Wang Lin would not intervene. He had just opened the door. As for the world outside, Wang Lin didn't know if it was good or bad for the people of the cave world. It was because of this that he had given everyone the chance to make this choice themselves. On the second day after Wang Lin sat down, Situ Nan arrived. He stepped through the air with white clouds below his feet. He held a wine jug in his hand as he closed in step by step until he was beside Wang Lin. Situ Nan looked the same as before, his long hair fluttering and his clothes casual as he took a sip of wine. Although he looked calm, he still vaguely revealed a hint of what was happening in his mind. Wang Lin, tell me, if I reincarnate, will I be able to become the king of a mortal city on the immortal astral continent? Situ Nan muttered. Originally, there was a feeling of parting, but this feeling scattered a lot with Situ's words. Wang Lin smiled as he grabbed the wine from Situ Nan and took a big sip. If I really by coincidence reincarnate into a king, don't find me too quickly. Wait until I enjoy a lifetime as a king before finding me. Situ Na looked at Wang Lin and smiled. You have decided. Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan. Situ Nan was his friend and teacher. As they said their goodbyes, more than 2,000 years of memories replayed in their minds. I've decided. With this old man's talent, it would be a pity to not wreck the place. I should be a lot happier there. Situ Nan laughed. He was really at ease. We can live freely and do as we wish on the immortal astral continent. Won't that be fun? Situ Nan took the wine jug back from Wang Lin and took a big sip. Wang Lin calmly looked at Situ Nan. Their gazes met, and after a long time, Situ Nan let out a sigh. You little brat, you better not forget to come and find me. Damn it. Reincarnation. This old man better reincarnate into a king. As Situ sighed, Wang Lin nodded. If I'm not dead, I'll definitely find you. Qing Shui was the second person to find Wang Lin, and beside him was Red Butterfly. The father and daughter came at the same time. They appeared out of the void and landed beside Wang Lin. Qing Shui didn't say much. He stood there looking for a while and didn't say anything. Beside him, Red Butterfly looked at him with slightly red eyes. It seemed that something Wang Lin didn't know about had happened when they made the decision. Han Yen, there must be a method for you to return on the immortal astral continent. Then our family will be together again. Qing Shui's gaze landed on Red Butterfly with fatherly love in his eyes. Aside from Situ, Qing Shui, and Red Butterfly, the fourth person to come was 13. 13's thoughts were very simple. As Wang Lin's disciple, he had to follow Wang Lin even if it was going through blade and fire, or even through reincarnation. In his heart, his teacher for one life would be his teacher even through reincarnation. 13 sat calmly behind Wang Lin. His personality was much calmer than before. His killing intent had mostly dissipated and was well hidden inside his body. He didn't reveal any of it. Time slowly passed like this. Several more people came from all directions of the celestial realm and sat down behind Wang Lin. They chose to leave. On the 9th day after Wang Lin returned to the celestial realm, Li Qianmei came. Wearing a white dress, she appeared a lot thinner than before. She looked sorrowful, but she was filled with determination and perseverance. Before Wang Lin, Li Qianmei hid her own sorrow. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and asked softly, "Should I go?" Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Li Qianmei for a long time. "Should I go?" Li Qianmei softly asked once more, but her voice began to tremble. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei. He saw Li Qianmei's helplessness, saw her inner struggle, much like his own. Those words from back then echoed in his ears once more. "Should I go?" Li Qianmei squeezed out a smile. Her jade-like hand held her hair and she turned around to leave. Wang Lin grabbed Li Qianmei's hand and his voice echoed, "Go to the immortal astral continent. Wait until I find you, until I release your sealed memories. It could be 10 years, could be 100 years, could be 1,000 years. Will you wait?" Li Qianmei stopped and turned around. She looked at Wang Lin but didn't speak. She just softly nodded. "I'll find you." Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei and gently pulled her to his side, so she sat down with him. The moment Li Qianmei was pulled by Wang Lin, 2 streams of tears flowed down from her eyes. The tears dripped down from her face and fell on her clothes. "Father is unwilling to leave. He will remain here with Mother. I don't know whether I should go or not. Should I accompany my father here or wait for you on the immortal astral continent?" Li Qianmei lowered her head. In her heart, there were 2 voices, but when Wang Lin grabbed her hand, there was only one left. Do you really want me to go to the immortal astral continent?" Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and looked up at Wang Lin. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. "Then, you have to quickly find me. I'll wait for you forever." The confusion in Li Qianmei's eyes disappeared and was replaced with determination. Time slowly passed. There were only 3 days left of the 15 days Wang Lin would remain in the celestial realm. In the past few days, people Wang Lin was familiar with came, but those that had chosen to leave were simply too few compared to those that had chosen to stay. Not everyone could face reincarnation and face the unknown of the outside world. As a result, they saw this as something very dangerous. Master Hongshan chose to reincarnate, but Master South Cloud struggled for a while and decided to stay. There were also other people Wang Lin knew like Zhan Konglai, Master Flamespark, etc. They all chose to stay and weren't willing to leave. There were only 2 days left of the half-month period. It was dusk and the world was dark, so one couldn't see too far. One could only see the outlines of the mountains. Dusk had its own unique beauty. It was like a golden painting. In this world that was like a painting, 3 figures closed in. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man, and his appearance was extraordinary. He gave off a sense of age. He was Qing Lin. Beside him was his daughter, Qing Shuang, who had a cold expression and didn't seem to care about Zhou at all. Zhou didn't seem to care, as if he was used to it, and he didn't regret it. He looked at Qing Shui with the longing he had in the past. He was looking at the same face, but it was a different person. This feeling produced a pain in Zhou Yi's heart that could tear a person in half. He either had to give up or accept it. Wang Lin, my daughter and I are ready to leave and reincarnate, Qing Lin said when he arrived next to Wang Lin. He turned to look at Zhou Yi and let out a sigh. As the last 3 days passed, Zhou Ru, Shen Gonghu, and others made their decisions and came to Wang Lin. There weren't many people that decided to leave, less than 20 people. On the last days, a thin rain fell on the celestial realm. Mu Bingmei, all dressed in white, walked through the rain. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked up to see an extremely beautiful woman holding an umbrella. Her long, black hair was like a painting, and her otherworldly beauty seemed to make the world silent aside from the sound of rain. A strange force seemed to make people forget about everything, and her beautiful figure was covered by a haze of rain. This was the beautify of Mu Bingmei, or, more accurately, it was Lu Mei, because at this moment, Mu Bingmei's appearance, clothes, and expression were things that Wang Lin could never forget. I hope Lord will have a safe passage. Mu Bingmei held the umbrella as she looked at Wang Lin through the rain. Her soft words echoed in the rain. They were very soft and not at all cold. In the end, she decided not to leave. She had come here to see Wang Lin one last time. Who knew when they would meet again? Wang Lin couldn't guess her thoughts. Mu Bingmei was not a simple woman. Since she had decided to say, she had her reasons. He wouldn't ask and he didn't want to ask. Half a month passed in the rain. At dusk of the last day, the rain seemed to become more dense and formed a curtain of rain. If one looked closely, they could see the end of this hazy world. Wang Lin stood up and took a step to the sky. Behind him, everyone that was going to leave flew into the air, turning into rays of light. They released a dazzling bloom in the rain. Standing in the sky, Wang Lin looked down at the earth below him. Mu Bingmei was still holding the umbrella and standing there. Her figure loomed in the rain as if she was watching Wang Lin. The gentle figure under the umbrella, the long dress, and the strands of hair that fluttered in the wind. There was a sense of sorrow from the figure as they parted. Looking at Mu Bingmei, Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, "If I'm still alive, I'll return." Mu Bingmei's umbrella lowered a bit, blocking her face, and she softly said, "If I'm still alive, I'll greet you." Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached out at the void. His 7 essences activated at once and gathered in his hand. As the light reflected off the rain, a crystal sword appeared. This sword was a fusion of Wang Lin's essences and his ancient Tao power, so its power was shocking. I don't know when I'll be able to return to the cave world. Maybe it will be 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or longer. Maybe I'll never return. I give this sword to you. Take care. Wang Lin let out a sigh and stepped into the sky. Behind him, everyone that wanted to leave flew away. Li Qianmei looked back at Mu Bingmei and then left. Mu Bingmei stood there and looked at the rays of light flying away. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, and the world became a blur before her. Right now, she looked like a wife sending her husband off, standing at the front door as his figure went further and further away. Take care, Mu Bingmei said softly, so much so that only she could hear. She held the essence sword Wang Lin had left behind and gently walked away in the rain. In the sky, Wang Lin looked at the familiar surroundings, and his heart calmed down. He faintly had a feeling that the matters in the cave world were far from over. With the formation there, unless someone like the sovereign appears, there won't be another war between the inner and outer realms. Even though several of the 5 masters are still alive, they are all seriously injured. With Tao Master Blue Dream and Master South Cloud here, there should be no problem. I have a few other ideas that I need to think about. The Vermilion Bird General has left, and if the first generation Vermilion Bird in the outer realm has really separated from the Vermilion Bird General, then he should have left. I just don't know if the second generation Vermilion Bird and the others are still there. Wang Lin silently led the group of people and left the celestial realm. He didn't go to the fallen land. The fallen land is not that simple. The pointer of the compass for the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There were speculations in his heart, but now was not the time to seek them. There was also Master Scarlet Soul, who I released, and the mysterious person who seemed to be sealed in the Wind Celestial Realm, who helped me in my battle against Taoist Water. This person later left the Wind Celestial Realm. I don't know where they are now, but perhaps they will be lured out by the door opening. There are many things and places that can't be explained. Wang Lin closed his eyes as he walked forward. He put all those doubts and speculations aside to figure out once he returned from the immortal astral continent. The immortal astral continent is not my home. My home is here. This departure is like a child leaving home. There will be a day when I return. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his eyes shined. If I'm not dead when I return, all the remaining mysteries will be solved by me. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could go explore all of these. But he didn't do so. He left these mysteries as something to remember his home by. Could be said that this was kind of obsession. With these unresolved matters, even if he were to forget everything due to the passage of time, he wouldn't forget his home. More than a dozen rays of light led by Wang Lin flew across the stars. Everyone's cultivation level was high, so they moved like meteors. Li Qinmei's speed was a bit slow, but with Wang Lin's care, it wasn't a problem. When there were a few more days before the 1-month deadline, Wang Lin brought everyone to the door in all heaven. The golden door gave off bursts of golden light and looked spectacular from a distance. This door was too large and seemed to support the star system. Shen Luo was sitting beside the door, and the golden light shrouded him. A shocking pressure spread out from his body and shrouded the surroundings. The moment Wang Lin and company arrived, Shen Luo opened his eyes. His eyes gave off a golden glow, and his gaze swept past everyone. A few days in advance, but no problem. These people are all eligible to be reincarnated. Shen Luo's words echoed through the stars. When he saw the amount of people, he relaxed a bit. There were less than 20 people, and that would save him a lot of effort. He originally thought there might be hundreds or thousands of people. If it was like that, it would have been difficult for Shen Luo. After all, the more people, the more difficult the reincarnation spell would become. This amount of people was the best. In truth, Wang Lin hadn't told everyone that people could leave. Otherwise, there would definitely be more people that wanted to try to leave. The reason he didn't do this was because of Shen Luo. Wang Lin didn't want to owe Shen Luo anymore. This time was already the limit. He didn't want to cause too much stress and injure Shen Luo by bringing too many people. Shen Luo stood up and his hands formed a seal. The star system trembled and ripples echoed in all directions. A thunderous rumble echoed across the star system. The sound wasn't too intense at first, but in just a moment, it was like a thunderous rumble that replaced all sounds in the world. Shen Luo's big shirt danced as if there was an airflow inside his clothes. His hair continued to sway. A giant, blood-colored sun appeared behind Shen Luo. After the sun appeared, the golden color in the star system became dim, as if it couldn't compete. The moment the sun appeared, Shen Lu's right hand formed a seal and reached toward the void. Dragon Emperor Heavenly Spirit, I, Shen Luo, summon you. Shen Luo's voice was filled with a mysterious force. As his voice echoed, the rumbling became even more intense. Countless ripples appeared, followed by a huge vortex. The vortex rapidly rotated, and it looked like the entire star system was going to be sucked in. Within the depths of the vortex, it was completely dark, like it was connected to another world. Just as the vortex's rotation speed reached a certain point, a thunderous dragon roar came from the vortex. The roar quickly spread out and buzzed in Wang Lin's ears. Roar! The roar became even more intense and spread across the star system. The expressions of the people behind Wang Lin all changed, and their gazes toward Shen Luo were filled with fear. The roar shook Wang Lin's heart, but his body didn't move as he stared at the vortex. The roar continued to come out of the vortex. Although Wang Lin couldn't see the inside of the vortex, he could imagine how a dragon was struggling to break out of it. A moment later, When the roar was about to collapse the star system, a giant head forced its way out of the vortex. The head was too big for the vortex to support. The vortex collapsed and its pieces scattered as a shockwave spread out. The giant head was a dragon head. It had a single horn and 2 dragon whiskers that were thousands of feet long. It had purplish-black scales and a cold and cool gaze. All of this formed a behemoth that would shock anyone who saw it. What was even more bizarre was that the tip of the horn was not sharp but square. From afar, the tip of the horn almost looked like the crown of an emperor. Just the head was nearly 10,000 feet large. At this moment, only the head had come out. The dragon twisted its body and thunderous rumbles echoed. It seemed like it was going to come out completely. This dragon is one of my 9 weapons, the Dragon Emperor. It came from the wild lands of the eastern outskirts of the immortal astral continent. There are countless fierce beasts there, and this dragon was one of the pinnacle existences there. It had mid-stage void turbulent cultivation. Back then, this old man killed it, took its soul, refined its body, extracted its bones, and refined it into a weapon. This weapon is a whip. This old man will use this whip to lash the law of the immortal astral continent to create a gap for you all to reincarnate. As Xian Luo's voice echoed, his right hand reached toward the dragon. The dragon let out a roar and its body rushed out from the void. 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet, until it was hundreds of thousands of feet long. It arrived before Xian Luo and quickly shrank until it was a blood-colored dragon whip about 1,000 feet long. This whip gave off a shocking pressure. Even Wang Lin's pupils shrank when he saw the whip, and he was secretly alarmed. He felt that he could not withstand even one hit from this whip. The power of this whip was unimaginable. Holding the Dragon Emperor whip, Xian Luo lashed out. The whip flew directly toward the door and entered. A thunderous rumble echoed and the door trembled. The golden chaos inside became a blur and suddenly collapsed. A powerful force rushed into the door and tore an opening inside the chaos within the door. The opening was very deep, and it was unknown where it went. At a glance, it was dark, but a strange pressure came from the chaos. As the pressure squeezed, the opening rapidly closed. Xian Luo's eyes lit up and he waved the whip once more. He lashed out 9 times in a row, thunderous rumble echoing each time, and the dragon whip expanded to tens of thousands of feet long. In the end, the whip flew into the door and tore through the chaos, forming a path with its body. This road led to the immortal astral continent. It was like the path of reincarnation. When you reincarnate, aside from going against the law of the immortal astral continent, there is also the danger of being lost. Remember to follow the dragon, and you will be on the path to reincarnate. Xian Luo's words echoed as his hands formed a seal and pulled apart. Second spirit, mountain demon, appear in the name of his old man. Xian Luo's hands moved and an illusion appeared before him. It was a snowy world and a heaven-piercing snowy mountain. The mountain was tall and seemed endless. It was covered in white and could shock anyone who saw it. There will be an illusion blocking the path to reincarnate. This mountain is a demon that was an ancient mountain on the immortal astral continent, but it was refined by me. I sacrificed countless souls until it became a celestial demon. This can protect your souls from scattering. Xian Luo waved his right hand and the snowy mountain flew toward the door. Cracking sounds echoed as the road made by the dragon was frozen in white. It extended endlessly. The path of reincarnation was now protected by the snowy mountain, but it was still not complete. Third spirit, sword celestial. I summon you. Xian Luo waved his left hand and a slit appeared between his eyebrows. Palm-sized sword flew out. I refined 99,999 broken planets around the edges of the immortal astral continent to make this sword. I then slaughtered my way into the celestial land to kill an equal amount of celestials and refine their souls to make this sword. This sword is fierce. The moment it appears, the celestials feel fear. Today, I'll send this sword to escort you all on the path of reincarnation. This will keep you all safe along the way. Xian Luo waved his left hand and the sword revealed a fierce aura as it flew toward the door. It was surrounded by shocking sword energy. This path had the dragon as the road, the snowy mountain as the guard, and the endless fierce sword to lead the way. Although the path was long, aside from the law of the immortal astral continent, all other issue had been resolved and the risk of reincarnating had been reduced greatly. Fourth spirit, Wind Devil, appeared before me. Xian Luo's preparations didn't just end there. The reincarnation this time was not happening on the immortal astral continent, so the key was to resist the law of the immortal astral continent. As he spoke, Xian Luo bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his precious essence blood. Blood was red, but the moment it appeared, it turned black. The black blood moved and gave off black gas. It instantly formed a figure that was surrounded by black fog before Xian Luo. This figure was blurry but was filled with devilish energy. This devilish energy was not from an ancient devil but from all the evil intent of living things. Once enough of these evil intents gathered, a devil would form. I have refined this devil for 3 reincarnations, and over the countless years, I have gathered the evil intent of 3.6 billion evil people. It has already gained intelligence and can be considered a devil spirit. In my ancient Tao clan, there is a devil tablet that absorbs the power of worship. It is one of my strongest 3 weapons. With this, it can turn into a seal, so that your memories won't be damaged or go missing when you all reincarnate. Then, once you all are awakened, all your memories will be restored. It will also make it so that unless another Grand Empyrean searches your soul, no one else can find out the identity of your previous life. With this, the reincarnation will be complete. Xian Luo waved his right hand and the black fog flew toward the door. The path of ice inside the door was covered by black fog. The fog moved and looked terrifying, but it seemed calm and became something like a mirror. After taking out 4 of his strongest treasures, Xian Luo's expression didn't change at all. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and he was already prepared, so he recovered from this consumption instantly. He raised his right hand and formed a seal. A blood-colored sun suddenly appeared above his hand. This sun was originally invisible, but as Xian Luo looked at it, crackling sounds echoed. The originally illusory sun immediately turned corporeal. It could be touched, felt, and held. Wang Lin, this is made from this old man's Grand Empyrean power, and it can infinitely increase the power of your Tao spells. Use this with your dream Tao. Use this method to seal their memories in a dream until the day you arrive to awaken them. For them, this reincarnation will be a dream. The fist-sized blood-colored sun floated toward Wang Lin and was grabbed by him. When Wang Lin touched the sun, his heart trembled. He could clearly feel an aura flickering inside the sun that he couldn't understand but made his soul tremble. Is this the power of the 9 suns? Wang Lin looked at the blood-colored sun in his hand and silently pondered for a moment before he closed his eyes. His dream Tao activated the moment he closed his eyes. The dream Tao was Wang Lin's original spell and was already a powerful spell. With the treasure from Xian Luo, its power increased several-fold and almost reached the point of dreams becoming reality. An invisible ripple spread out from Wang Lin's body and shrouded everyone. Slowly, everyone, including Li Qianmei, closed their eyes and were immersed in a dream. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 1 incense stick of time passed. A blurry mark appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The same mark flashed between the eyebrows of everyone else here as well. These marks seemed to resonate with each other like there was some strange connection between them. This connection would allow Wang Lin to find them in the future. With a crackling sound, the sun in Wang Lin's hand shattered. The moment the sun dissipated, Wang Lin opened his eyes and everyone else opened their eyes. The marks between their eyebrows were no longer flashing but extremely clear. An indescribable feeling appeared in everyone's hearts. Whether their eyes were opened or closed, they could feel each other. This was especially true for Wang Lin. He felt it even stronger. After you all reincarnate, this feeling will be a lot weaker. However, if you're not far away from each other, you can all feel it. Now step onto the dragon's body, and this old man will send you guys off to reincarnate. Xian Luo's voice was filled with might, causing Wang Lin and everyone else to silently ponder. Qing Lin let out a long sigh and walked forward. He was the first to walk toward the door out of the cave world, and his daughter, Qing Shuang, followed. Zhou Yi was about to step forward, but something wrapped around him, causing him to stop. Big brother Zhou, please wait for a moment. I'll try to help you with your matter when you reincarnate. Wang Lin's words echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. Wang Lin, we will meet on the immortal astral continent. Qing Lin looked to be at ease. He turned around and clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. However, the reluctance in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. Qing Lin turned around and walked into the mirror-like fog. Qing Shuang's expression was cold, as if nothing in the world could affect her. However, before stepping into the fog, she stopped for a moment and looked back at Zhou Yi. I hope you won't bother me. Her words were as cold as her expression, but it felt like there was a deeper meaning. Qing Shuang disappeared into the fog. Zhou Yi silently pondered and revealed a bitter expression. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Yi. They had known each other for more than 2,000 years, and he was aware of Zhou Yi's infatuation with Qing Shuang and their story. Seeing Zhou Yi's bitter expression, Wang Lin let out a sigh. His right hand wiped past his own forehead and the mark between his eyebrows seemed to dim a bit, like something had been taken out. He then pressed it onto Zhou Yi's forehead. Go, big brother Zhou. I gift the seal on Qing Shuang's memory to you. After you two reincarnate, there might be some connection between the two of you. Perhaps the two of you will meet. Zhou Yi bitterly nodded and clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. He walked toward the door with confusion, not knowing if he should hold on. He disappeared into the door. The fourth to leave was Qing Shui. He arrived next to Wang Lin and looked at Wang Lin with a smile. Junior brother, I'll wait for you on the immortal astral continent. If you find my daughter first, please take care of her for me. Qing Shui smiled and looked at Red Butterfly. His fatherly love was very strong. Red Butterfly's eyes were red and tears flowed. She walked out a few steps to say something, but she bit her lower lip and didn't speak in the end. She watched Qing Shui walk toward the door and watched him disappear within. Tears flowed non-stop as she turned into a ray of red light and flew toward the door like a butterfly. The people beside Wang Lin departed one by one. Before leaving, each of them would clasp their hands at Wang Lin and then head for the door to pursue their dream. 13 knelt down in the void before Wang Lin. He raised his head, and his eyes were filled with determination. Teacher, 13 will be going. Even when my memory is sealed, I won't forget the kindness Master has shown me. Even when I reincarnate, I won't forget it. 13's words were filled with determination. His determination was extremely strong, and because of this, even if his memories were sealed, his instinct would remain. This instinct was the thing he cared the most about, his relationship with Wang Lin as Wang Lin's disciple. After 13, it was Situ Nan. Situ Nan had always been careful, and at this moment, he laughed as he flew toward the door. He took out a wine jug and threw it back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the wine jug. I like to drink this life, but I don't know if I will in the next life. I'll give this jug to you. When you find me, give it to me. Haha. This old man must reincarnate as a king. Damn, it must be a king. Situ Nan's laughter echoed as he disappeared into the door. However, it was unknown if his wish could be fulfilled. To reincarnate as a king on the immortal astral continent was something both Wang Lin and Shen Luo were uncertain about. I hope it goes as he wishes. Wang Lin had a strange expression. He had a feeling things would not go as Situ Nan had imagined. The last to leave was Li Qianmei. She smiled at Wang Lin and didn't say much. She only said one line and then walked toward the door. I'll wait for you. If you can't find me, I'll wait for you reincarnation after reincarnation. Her words were gentle, but the determination in those words revealed her true personality. Li Qianmei had made a choice and wouldn't regret it. Outside the door, only Wang Lin and Shen Lu remained. Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, They have all gone inside. This old man will activate my spells to resist the law of the immortal astral continent. When will you go in? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at the door and suddenly said, Can Senior send a few more people to reincarnate in the immortal astral continent? No problem. I originally thought there would be hundreds or thousands of people. Since there were less than 20 people, it's not too stressful for me. As long as you don't bring too many people, it won't matter. Xian Luo smiled. I'll bother Senior to wait another 5 days for me. I'll bring some more people to reincarnate. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his words were calm. There were a few people Wang Lin hadn't brought because he didn't want to put too much pressure on Xian Luo. There wasn't any direct hatred or any hatred between them. However, for the peace of the cave world, they were in a could be killed or could not be killed situation. After hearing Xian Luo's words, Wang Lin changed his mind. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Xian Luo and then turned around, taking a step. His figure distorted and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the edge of the formation between the inner and outer realms. The new formation was something Wang Lin had made himself. With his familiarity with it, he didn't hesitate to step through. It only took half an incense stick of time for him to enter the ancient star system. The 5 masters of the ancient star system. The sovereign has been sealed by me and Blue Dream has moved to the inner realm. That leaves Miao Yin, Void God, and 9 Heaven. If I leave them, these 3 will be trouble. Since they're weakened, I'll find them one by one and send them to reincarnate. Wang Lin's gaze was cold as he entered the ancient star system. His divine sense suddenly spread out in all directions. After the events at the core of the cave world, he had reached the peak of spirit void and his ancient Tao inheritance was almost complete. At this moment, Wang Lin had the power to battle late-stage arcane void cultivators. At this time, with this cultivation, along with his 7 essences and ancient Tao spells, these 3 injured masters of the ancient star system were not his match at all. As Wang Lin's powerful divine sense swept by, his eyes shined. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the eastern part of the ancient star system, there was a crescent-shaped planet. This planet had an irregular shape that was rare and was filled with death aura. There were even a few fierce beats on it. The planet was covered in yellow sand. There was no day on his planet, only night. Due it being incomplete, there was no grass or trees, only large rocks that rotated around the planet. At the top of the crescent shape, the yellow sand was floating in the air and the ground was dark. There was a rift there, and in the middle of the rift sat an old man. His face was pale and his eyes were closed as he healed. However, black blood would burst out from the corner of his mouth and drip to the ground, creating sizzling sounds. As he healed, smoke-like auras spread out from the planet and entered his body to help him heal. This old man was none other than Devil Master 9 Heaven, who had been seriously injured by Blue Dream. Back then, his Joss flame realm had been destroyed and his soul had taken damage. He had barely survived and had managed to maintain the remaining life force inside his body. He was using the death aura from the planet to restore his Joss flame realm. The surroundings were silent and the sky was dark, but the old man suddenly raised his head. His eyes opened and his pupils shrank. At the same time, a bright light erupted in the dark sky. As the light shined on the planet, a young man in white walked out. He had a head of white hair and a cold expression. Wang Lin's appearance caused 9 Heaven to gasp. He didn't hesitate to enter the rift to head to the depths of the planet. Wang Lin's body remained unmoving and his right hand tore at the earth below. The void before him rumbled and a giant rift expanded to the planet below. The rift touched the planet and the planet trembled as it cracked open. This crack quickly expanded. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the earth split too fast. In a flash, Wang Lin saw 9 Heaven, who was charging into the depths of the planet. Devil Master 9 Heaven almost lost his mind. He clearly felt the earth behind him being torn apart by a powerful force. He could feel Wang Lin's gaze locked onto his back. Wang Lin, are you going to kill me? There is no deep hatred between us. Let me go and I promise to never enter the inner realm. Devil Master 9 Heaven's scalp went numb and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Wang Lin's power surprised him. He never expected Wang Lin to become even stronger in such a short period of time. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I will send you to reincarnate. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his left hand toward the planet below. He used both his hands to use heaven ripping at the planet below. If you want to kill, then kill. What is this about sending me to reincarnate? Nine Heaven screamed and desperately formed seals. He arranged all his spells before him and took out a large amount of treasures to resist this shocking force. The earth rumbled and the planet began to collapse. Cracks spread like crazy, and in just a moment, the crescent-shaped planet was torn in half by Wang Lin. The impact from the collapse turned into a powerful force that spread across the star system. Under this impact, popping sounds came from before Devil Master Nine Heaven. All his spells and treasures collapsed. He coughed out blood as he clenched his teeth and wanted to escape. However, Wang Lin silently appeared before him, and Wang Lin's palm landed directly between his eyebrows. I'm indeed here to send you off to reincarnate and not kill you. Wang Lin's calm words echoed. This was the last sound Nine Heaven heard. When Wang Lin's palm landed, his soul was sealed and put away by Wang Lin. Wang Lin easily sealed Devil Master Nine Heaven, who had been injured by Tao Master Blue Dream. From when he arrived to when he sealed Nine Heaven, it had only been a few breaths of time. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he looked to the west. He could feel that was where Miao Yin was healing. Miao Yin was on a planet filled with spiritual energy. From afar, the planet was a water planet. There were no continents on it, only some islands. The rest of the planet was covered by the sea. The sea was not blue, but golden. Waves were set off in the golden sea by the wind. There were some beasts swimming in the sea, sometimes revealing their shadows. They were very large. Miao Yin was sitting in the deepest part of the sea, surrounded by darkness. However, if you looked closely, you would see a sea of white bones. These white bones were mostly animals' bones. As Miao Yin healed in the depths of the sea, there seemed to be a roar that spread through the water through a special method. Wang Lin, Blue Dream. The two of you will not die a good death. Miao Yin's eyes opened wide. His expression distorted. He had been injured by Blue Dream and his cultivation level had fallen to Spirit Void. It would take at least 100 years to return to his peak. He could only heal like crazy to try to shorten the time. As he roared, Miao Yin reached at the sea with his right hand. A vortex appeared and a long, black sea snake trembled and didn't dare to struggle as it was caught by the vortex. Miao Yin grabbed the head of the sea snake and bit its neck. He inhaled and drained all the essences of the sea snake. The sea snake instantly turned into a skeleton and was thrown aside. He was about to continue to cultivate when his expression changed greatly and he looked up. The sky distorted above the golden ocean and Wang Lin walked out. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the sea below. Miao Yin. Today I came to send you off to reincarnate. Deep inside the sea, Miao Yin had a fierce expression, but his pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with fear. You've already killed my avatar and taken my avatar's soul. Our grudge should have been over. So why are you here to kill me? It's difficult for cultivators like us to reach this cultivation level. If you treat me like this today, someone will definitely do it to you in the future. Tao Master Miao Yin's voice was sharp and it echoed from the bottom of the sea. The sound spread across the golden ocean and set off a huge wave. A large vortex formed, and it rushed toward Miao Yin. At this moment, Wang Lin was in the sky and Miao Yin was below the sea. They were separated by the vortex, but they could clearly see each other. Miao Yin didn't escape like Nine Heaven. He knew that his cultivation level had dropped too much and he had no chance of escaping from Wang Lin. I'm not going to kill you today. I'm just here to send you to reincarnate. Wang Lin looked at Miao Yin who was inside the vortex. He raised his hand and casually reached toward Miao Yin. A giant palm appeared and charged toward the sea below. Miao Yin's expression changed greatly as he stared at Wang Lin. He struggled greatly in his heart. He understood Wang Lin better than Nine Heaven. When Nine Heaven heard Wang Lin say reincarnate, he thought Wang Lin was going to kill him, so he had tried to escape. But Miao Yin didn't think so. Reincarnate where? As the giant palm reached toward him, Miao Yin let out a sharp scream. Immortal astral continent. As Wang Lin's words echoed, a thunderous rumble rang out. The giant palm penetrated the sea vortex and grabbed Miao Yin. Miao Yin's heart trembled and he bitterly gave up all useless resistance. He closed his eyes and allowed Wang Lin to grab him. After he was sealed, he was placed inside Wang Lin's storage space and fused with his avatar. The sea became calm, like nothing had happened. Wang Lin turned and walked toward the sky. There is still Heaven Master Void God. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked into the distance. He found where Heaven Master Void God's original body was. Wang Lin had killed Heaven Master Void God's avatar and seriously injured his original body. After that, he never entered the inner realm, so their problems ended there. But leaving this person would be a big problem in the future. He didn't want to leave all the problems for Blue Dream and Master Southcloud. He was going to resolve it himself. His gaze swept past the stars and his body disappeared. In the southern part of the ancient star system, there was an area filled with debris. There was originally a planet here, but it had collapsed, creating an area of death covered in rocks. Heaven Master Void God remained here. He had given up going to the inner realm and even the idea of fighting. However, even he didn't know if this was temporary or permanent. At least for now, he didn't dare to enter the inner realm. He felt extreme fear in his heart toward Wang Lin. At this moment, he was sitting above a rock, cultivating. He was absorbing the power from the stars to nourish his body and feeling the changes around him. If no one disturbed him, he could sit here for thousands of years. Until his cultivation was fully restored, until he reached his peak once more, until he could come out and shake the cave world. He was confident if no one came to bother him. In truth, even if someone came to disturb him, Heaven Master Void God didn't mind as long as that person was not Wang Lin. However, while this thought was beautiful, reality was cruel. On this day, the star system looked normal, but an invisible pressure descended on this area. The arrival of this pressure caused this place to become unstable. Large amounts of scattered rocks shattered and were blown away. From afar, it looked like a halo scattering. Heaven Master Void God suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a bitter expression. He saw the white figure he could never forget walking toward him. That head of white hair was like a nightmare that caused his heart to tremble. He still came. Heaven Master Void God silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin gradually closing in, and his eyes were filled with despair. Wang Lin, back then I wanted to possess you and wanted to kill you, but I failed. My avatar died, and I made a vow to never enter the inner realm in my life. Can you let me go just this once? Heaven Master Void God rarely talked like this, but he had to at this moment. As he spoke, he stood up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood on a rock 1,000 feet away from Heaven Master Void God. After silently pondering for a bit, he slowly spoke. You're not suitable to exist here. I'm going to the immortal astral continent. Many people have decided to reincarnate to the immortal astral continent. You go as well so I can be at ease. You? Heaven Master Void God's face changed and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, he let out a long sigh. You are going to leave and don't feel safe leaving this old man here. Have you thought that once you have been gone for a while, new generations will be born in the ancient star system? Some might be stronger than this old man. Are you going to wipe them all out? I can't kill them all, but I can seal the various clans of the ancient star system and take the third step cultivators to be reincarnated. If they don't obey, then I'll kill them. Wang Lin's words were calm, but the meaning in his words would shock anyone. Heaven Master Void God didn't speak for a while. He looked at Wang Lin with an even more fearful gaze. Crazy. He is really crazy. He is forcing me to reincarnate. What choice do I have? Heaven Master Void God revealed a miserable smile as he gave up resisting and closed his eyes. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put Heaven Master Void God in his storage space before leaving. The Tsangmeng clan was a clan of the outer realm that had also participated in the war. Although the clan wasn't large, they had a third step ancestor. This ancestor had chosen to escape when he noticed the situation wasn't good, and he no longer came out. The clan was located in a region with almost 100 planets, but on this day Wang Lin closed in on the Tsangmeng clan. His arrival caused a thunderous rumble with each step, sending powerful shockwaves toward the Tsangmeng sect. He stepped into the atmosphere of a planet and calmly walked toward the highest peak. On the top of the mountain there was a large temple and a middle-aged man was sitting inside. The moment Wang Lin arrived, his eyes opened, revealing fear. He was about to get up when his body trembled and a right hand appeared behind him. It gently pressed down on his shoulder, keeping him pressed on the ground, and he was unable to struggle. "I'm sending you off to reincarnate." This was the last thing he heard before his vision went black. A terrifying force that filled him with fear entered through his shoulder and sealed him. A moment later, Wang Lin left the Zhongmeng clan. No one knew he had arrived and no one knew he had left. As he left, Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently waved at the area where the Zhongmeng clan was located. More than a dozen ancient leaves appeared and formed a vortex. It flew toward the Zhongmeng clan, sealing the star system and the entire clan. From now on, the entire clan's power to enter the stars are sealed. Their cultivation can never break past Nirvana Shatterer. They are never to step foot among the stars. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and walked away. As he walked forward, all the clans with a third-step cultivator suffered the same fate in the ancient star system. The third-step cultivators were forced to reincarnate and the entire clan was sealed. In order to keep the inner realm safe for countless years, Wang Lin did this shocking and tyrannical thing. He took all the remaining third-step cultivators with him. He sealed all the clans he passed along the way, even ones without a third-step cultivator. As a result, it would become very difficult for third-step cultivators to appear in the ancient star system. For countless years, there wouldn't be a cultivators among the stars, as they wouldn't be able to leave their planets. Because Wang Lin had left mysterious seals around their clans and planets. There is no need to worry about the ancient star system. As for the other places, it is not time to explore them yet. Wang Lin stood outside the formation separating the inner and outer realms. He looked back at the ancient star system for a long time before he entered the formation and headed to All Heaven. At this point, Wang Lin had done the last thing he needed to do in the cave world, so he was about to leave. In All Heaven, the golden door gave off a dazzling glow. Shen Luo was sitting there as he looked into the distance, and he saw Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure appeared and he bowed at Shen Luo. "Junior has finished all my preparations and has brought a few more people. I hope Senior will cast the spell to reincarnate them." Wang Lin waved his sleeve and 8 people appeared. Their expressions were gloomy and their hearts were filled with reluctance. But they didn't dare to resist. "After you all reincarnate, there will be no grievance between us. I hope you all know what's good for yourselves." Wang Lin's words were calm, and he waved his right hand. A powerful wind pushed the 8 of them into the dark door. "Senior, Junior is about to leave. We will meet in the immortal astral continent." Wang Lin looked back at the stars and suddenly turned around. He turned into a ray of light as he charged at the door and disappeared inside. Shen Lu stood up and looked at the door with a serious expression. After Wang Lin entered, the door rumbled and slowly closed. Half an hour later, when it was about to close completely, a ray of ghostly light suddenly came from the depths and disappeared into the door. The dragon's body was the path to reincarnation. It led far away with no end in sight. This path was not suitable for Wang Lin. He stood on the dragon and looked at the ice and then into the distance. For an instant, he seemed to be able to see Li Qianmei and company make their way down the road toward reincarnation. "Wang Lin, if you want to protect the soul, then you must take her and force your way to the immortal astral continent. To resist the law of the immortal astral continent, you must leave this road. You may become lost. You may die." Shen Luo's voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart. The law of the immortal astral continent is invisible and can be felt in the form of pressure. If you can resist it, then you may be able to walk out. However, even with me helping, there is only 50% chance of it succeeding. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a Grand Empyrean help someone resist the law of the immortal astral continent. You should be the first. This is your own fate, so there is no need to be too grateful toward this old man. If you can walk out, this old man will take you as my disciple and take you back to the ancient Dao clan. If you end up dying, I'll help you take care of the people that reincarnated you. Take care. Xian Luo let out a sigh. He had really taken a liking to Wang Lin. He intended to pass everything to Wang Lin and let Wang Lin guard the ancient Dao clan during his reincarnation period. He even planned to help Wang Lin see if it was possible to enter the immemorial god realm and become the 10th son. Although this matter was unpredictable and difficult, he had thought of it. The immortal astral continent has countless cave worlds, and almost every sect has their own cave world. If you want life to appear in a cave world, you need a heavenly Dao. Although there aren't many heavenly Daos, they aren't rare either. Throughout the passage of time, I can imagine countless lives in the cave worlds have opened the door and tried to walk out, but they all died to the law of the immortal astral continent. When you follow the dragon road toward the immortal astral continent, you might see many portals. These portals are the other cave worlds of the immortal astral continent. You will also see countless bodies. They are those that died over the countless years to the law of the immortal astral continent. I don't know what kind of consequences there will be when someone from the cave world enters the immortal astral continent, but I hope you will be the first to succeed. I can't stay for too long in the celestial land. I'll wait for you for 10 years. If you're not out in 10 years, you should be dead. Xian Luo's words contained a sense of age as they echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His figure appeared before Wang Lin. His gaze was kind as he looked at Wang Lin like he was looking as his own descendant. With the law of the immortal astral continent, I can't leave any mark on you to see how far you have traveled or if you're safe. The only thing I can use to judge is time. 10 years. Wang Lin, after 10 years, my spell that is helping you resist the law of the immortal astral continent will break. The power of the law of the immortal astral continent will reach its peak. Perhaps only a firm heart would make sure you're not lost. You need to arrive on the immortal astral continent in 10 years. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at Xian Luo. He would forever remember everything Xian Luo had done for him. Now, before you leave, tell me, are you willing to take me as your teacher? Xian Luo's voice was gentle. When it entered Wang Lin's ears, it was warm. The determination to still be willing to accept Wang Lin right now instead of waiting until Wang Lin had made it to the immortal astral continent made Wang Lin's heart tremble. Teacher, Wang Lin no longer had any reason to not accept this heavy kindness and responsibility. Wang Lin understood that this meant that he now had a connection and responsibility toward the ancient Dao clan that he could not give up. This meant he would protect the ancient Dao clan, even if he would have to pay the price with his life. This was meant to repay everything Xian Luo had done for him. Xian Luo laughed. He was very happy. He looked at Wang Lin and helped Wang Lin stand up. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, and his laughter echoed. Disciple, teacher will wait for you on the immortal astral continent. As Xian Luo spoke, he waved his right hand and a part of the ice along the dragon road melted, creating a gap. Bursts of ghostly light came from the gap. This light was part of the law of the immortal astral continent. You're my disciple, so I'll give you a gift for becoming my disciple. Xian Luo hit his forehead with his right hand and bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood gave off a red glow and turned into a blood dragon. The blood dragon roared as it surrounded Wang Lin and took him toward the gap in the ice. Teacher is one of the 9 sons, so a mouthful of my essence blood will protect you for a while. I'll now cast the spell to help you resist the law of the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin rushed toward the gap with the blood dragon. His right hand reached toward the void and rays of ghostly light flew out. These rays of ghostly light were all the living things and souls in Wang Lin's storage space. Aside from the madman, almost everyone was there. Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, the mosquito beasts, and so on. Everyone that was inside Wang Lin's storage space appeared. Even the moongazer serpent, which was too big, showed signs of appearing. These creatures have followed Disciple for a long time. I asked Teacher to send them to the Immortal. Just as Wang Lin spoke, the group of mosquito beasts led by Wang Lin's Mosquito King revealed madness in their eyes. They desperately flew out toward the gap in the ice. It seemed there was something they desired a lot outside, and they rushed out like crazy. This sudden change shocked Wang Lin, and even Xian Luo was startled. The invisible law of the immortal astral continent filled the dark void. However, The mosquito beasts didn't show any discomfort but began to go through a shocking change. Their bodies rapidly expanded. Their heads became even larger, and popping sound echoed in their bodies. They gave off a ghostly glow, and, looking at how comfortable they looked, this was like their real home. However, shortly after, a shocking change occurred. For some reason, as the mosquito beasts felt comfortable, they let out painful screams. A large amount of mosquito beasts exploded as they howled in pain. They turned into a mist of blood and flesh and dissipated. Wang Lin was surprised and was about to rescue them, when those that didn't collapse expanded once more until each one was the size of a mountain. However, soon even more mosquito beasts collapsed, but the rest continued to grow. In particular, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was covered in blood, letting out miserable roars. It seemed to be fighting a certain kind of force and seemed to be fusing with something. Wang Lin and the Mosquito King had a deep connection and was about to help without hesitation, but he was stopped by Xian Luo. The Mosquito King also saw Wang Lin's intent to help, but it struggled to fly away. It looked at Wang Lin with determination in its eyes. "Don't stop. Your herd of beasts is extraordinary." Xian Luo's eyes shined as he stared at the mosquito beast, and his voice was serious. "They are adapting to the void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent. And from their appearance, their ancestors used to live in a place like this a long time ago. For them, it is like returning to their hometown. Their souls can sense that this is their home, but they didn't grow up here. This is causing a problem with their souls and leading to their deaths. This is like a fish that has adapted to life out of the water, but then, when returning to the water, they are likely to drown. You shouldn't stop them. It is an important metamorphosis for them." Xian Luo stared at the mosquito beasts and pondered. Just as Xian Luo spoke more, a large amount of mosquito beasts died, and now less than 100 remained. However, each of them was shockingly large. Their bodies expanded like crazy, and their expressions revealed pain. Although countless had died, not a single mosquito beast chose to retreat. Their minds were clear, and they could feel that this opportunity was the most critical one for their evolution. Once they succeeded, they could become like their ancestors. Their memories of their ancestors from their souls erupted as they expanded. In particular, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was the largest and was shocking. Its body was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, about the same size as the one Wang Lin had seen in the rift back in the Wind Celestial Realm in the past. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. Half an incense of time passed. Wang Lin was anxious, and now the less than 100 remaining mosquito beasts collapsed once more. This time, Wang Lin could no longer wait. He would rather see the mosquito beast fail its evolution than see it die. The Mosquito King was like a relative to Wang Lin. It had accompanied him for more than 2,000 years. As the mosquito beasts collapsed, Wang Lin rushed out from the ice and charged at the collapsing mosquito beasts. As he closed in, a heaven-shaking roar came from the collapse. 9 roars followed that. These sounds connected together, and even the void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent trembled. As the mosquito beasts collapsed, the Mosquito King rushed out. It was the size of a planet, and its large mouth was big enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Behind him, 9 golden mosquito beasts followed. Each of them was as large as the Mosquito King Wang Lin had seen back in the Wind Celestial Realm. They all gave off a ferocious aura, and when Xian Luo saw this, his eyes lit up. Rumor has it that the immortal astral continent was a wasteland at the beginning. Then the God realm appeared and created life. Then stars appeared, but was under the continent. Then the law of the immortal astral continent descended like the sea. 9 different beasts appeared at the same time as the ancient ancestor. This beast can fuse with the chaos of the immortal astral continent. Could they? Xian Luo's eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. Wang Lin felt excitement in his heart. He looked at the remaining 10 mosquito beasts and at his Mosquito King. He rushed out with the blood dragon around him and landed on the Mosquito King's head. "Teacher, we'll meet on the immortal astral continent." Wang Lin turned and clasped his hands at Xian Luo. The Mosquito King let out a fierce howl and charged into the depths with Wang Lin. Behind him, the 9 mosquito beasts followed like guards. Xian Luo looked at the disappearing Wang Lin through the gap in the ice. After a long time, he closed his eyes and waved his hand. The gap in the ice shrank and was sealed. That mosquito-like beast, could it be one of the 9 beasts that was born in the law of the immortal astral continent along with the ancient ancestor? If it's true, then Wang Lin's future is not something I can predict. It is likely he will become the 10th son of the immortal astral continent by himself. If he really becomes the 10th Grand Empyrean, my ancient Dao clan will exist forever. Xian Luo's face turned a little ruddy. He was shocked by the mosquito absorbing the law of the immortal astral continent. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long time, Xian Luo walked into the distance along the dragon path. Around his body, a blood-colored sun appeared. This blood-colored sun shrouded the surroundings and resisted the law of the immortal astral continent. The light of the blood-colored sun faintly pierced out from the surrounding ice and lit up the void. Using this method, he battled against the law of the immortal astral continent by himself. The endless void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent contained the law of the immortal astral continent. It wasn't only connected to Wang Lin's cave world, but to all the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. Since ancient times, countless genius of the cave worlds had found out the truth after being unwilling to accept fate. They had used different methods to eventually enter this void outside the cave worlds. However, not one of them had ever successfully entered the immortal astral continent. They had all died here. It has been like this since forever. Similarly, many powerful people on the immortal astral continent had tried to enter this void. They wanted to try to comprehend the law here, or even use this place to enter the cave world of another sect. Perhaps some people had succeeded, but they were very few, and it was easy to get lost here. As a result, very few people had ever entered this place. Wang Lin would occasionally see corpses float by him, and they would remain floating here for an eternity. The void is like the sea. Perhaps this place can be seen as a sea filled with the law of the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin, sitting on the back of the Mosquito King, looked at the endless void before him. There was no sound, no light, and no trace of life. This place was dead silent. People would go mad from the extreme silence. The longer they stayed here, the more restless their mind would become. Even those with a firm mind would find it difficult to calm down. More importantly, it was easy to get lost here. Once you were lost, you would never find the way out. Even if you saw portals, they are just doors to the cave worlds of other sections. You wouldn't be able to leave. Wang Lin's purpose was to take Li Muin's soul with him, so he could not let himself get lost. The more he moved forward, the stronger the law of the immortal astral continent became. It was a pressure that was everywhere and prevented people from moving forward. Some people used the power of the pressure to determine the direction, but the law of the immortal astral continent was everywhere. Aside from the fact that the pressure became stronger the further one went, there was another unique characteristic: time. The more time you spent here, the stronger the pressure became. Wang Lin was already accustomed to loneliness, not to mention he had the mosquito beast with him. He told himself he was not lonely. He also had the blood dragon around him. Aside from reducing the power of the law of the immortal astral continent, it also had the purpose of guiding him. Time slowly passed like this. For the first month, Wang Lin was very calm as he moved through the void. He looked at the corpses that occasionally appeared. He could feel the unwillingness from these corpses. Perhaps they people were like him, geniuses of a cave world, but now they had been dead for an unknown amount of years. After 1 year, even Wang Lin felt uneasy with this silence. He hadn't spoken a word during this year, and his eyes seemed to integrate with the darkness. Whether his eyes were open or closed, it was just endless darkness. During this year, there was not a single sound. In this mysterious place, not even the sound produced when flying too fast existed. He didn't know how far he had gone. He only knew that his direction should be correct. The blood dragon around him had dimmed, but it still existed and pointed the way. Wang Lin didn't know where Xian Luo was. But he could feel that Xianluo was somewhere in the void, escorting his friends to reincarnate. He was also helping him resist the law of the immortal astral continent so he wouldn't feel its effects too strongly. This feeling made Wang Lin feel warmth in his heart. He would sometimes look at the black void behind him. He felt like he could see the door to his hometown watching him as he went further away. For an instant, he seemed to be able to see Mu Bingmei holding the umbrella under the rain. That face under the umbrella revealed a complicated emotion she couldn't describe. Wang Lin no longer felt hatred toward Mu Bingmei. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, another half year. Wang Lin had been in the void for a year. In truth, he should have forgotten about everything, but he couldn't allow himself to forget. If he forgot the passage of time, it would be the same as losing everything. On this day, after 1.5 years, Wang Lin muttered, "There are still 8.5 years." His voice was hoarse, as if he was an old man, and the blood dragon around him had become dim. Although he didn't feel much of the law of the immortal astral continent, the speed of the 9 mosquito beasts behind him slowed down. On a day in the 2nd year, the blood dragon was almost invisible. Only its guidance faintly remained. However, its ability to cancel the law of the immortal astral continent was gone. At this point, Wang Lin felt the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent clearly for the first time. It felt like a mountain had smashed into his body. The power of his essences also became weak under the law of the immortal astral continent, and he had no way of recovering it. He could only use what he had. This was one of the reasons why the void here was terrifying. No matter how strong you were, if you got lost or stuck here, there would be a day when you died. The 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year. For years of time silently passed in this void. It was very fast but also very slow. The years were fast, but the heart was slow. The 4 years felt like 400 years to Wang Lin. As the pressure increased, Wang Lin wanted to cultivate but couldn't. Inside the void, there seemed to be a mysterious force that prevented all life from cultivating. They could only count as time passed by. This seemed to be the only source of entertainment here. Wang Lin didn't encounter another living being during these 4 years. He had only encountered corpses that belonged to cultivators or fierce beasts. Although the 9 mosquito beasts behind him could fuse with the law of the immortal astral continent, it was becoming unbearable even for them. It felt like the entire star system was collapsing on your body. Even Wang Lin's face had gone pale, and his body was almost at the limit. The 9 mosquito beasts were put into Wang Lin's storage space to save them the suffering of following. However, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin showed no signs of discomfort. It still moved at a very fast pace while carrying Wang Lin. When the 5th year arrived, Wang Lin felt like his body was immersed in silt. Even raising his hand caused him severe pain, as if countless threads had entangled his body, but he continued to move forward. He had taken the Heaven Avoidance coffin out from his storage space and was carrying it on his back. The storage space was no longer safe. Only by placing it on his back and protecting it with his own body did he feel at ease. He understood that as long as he didn't die, this force wouldn't hurt Li Muin behind him. This was because Wang Lin had gathered his power outside of his body to protect Li Muin. Fortunately, he had the mosquito beast below him. It had maintained a very fast speed as it moved forward. If Wang Lin had to rely on his own strength to both combat the pressure and move forward, it would become even more difficult. Wang Lin was struggling to move to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, at the center of the ancient Dao clan, there was the floating city. At the center of the city was the ancient Dao palace, and the middle-aged man in the royal robe was standing on the highest pavilion as he looked at the gloomy sky that seemed like it was going to rain. He felt a pearl that gave off a ghostly light. While the inside of the pearl was a blur, he could see the shadow of a woman's soul sleeping inside. Grand Empyrean has been gone for a long time. To actually spend so much effort for a mere cave world cultivator. He has gone senile form old age. Aside from Xianluo, the only guardian the ancient Dao needs is this emperor, and in the future it will still be this emperor. I want to see what kind of person that old guy brings back. No matter what his status is, when he sees this emperor, he will have to kneel to greet me. The ancient Tao Emperor clenched the pearl in his hand. Although the pearl was tough, because he was clenching too hard, the soul inside trembled as if it was afraid. The man in the royal robe raised his hand and looked at the trembling soul as he muttered to himself, "Little soul, why did the imperial teacher say that you will be the key for me to reign over the immortal astral continent? Forget it. Since you're so important, this emperor will take you as my empress. Yi Dao, try to fuse this soul with all the women you've brought. As you command." Behind the man in the royal robe, a distortion appeared and a man shrouded in black fog materialized. He knelt on the ground and accepted the command. Wang Lin had been in the void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent for 6 years now. On the immortal astral continent, everything was peaceful and there was no war. There wasn't much friction between the ancient and celestial races. During this year, many genius had shined brightly across the 72 celestial continents. One of them was named Yun Yifeng. This year, the celestial emperor that ruled over the 72 continents came out after tens of thousands of years of closed-door cultivation. Half of the continents were shrouded in endless celestial energy. This year, some cultivators from the cave world had quietly reincarnated, but it was unknown where they had gone. Not much happened across the 36 states of the ancient countries and the 3 clans this year. They had calmly passed through this year. Every continent on the immortal astral continent was equal to dozens of cave worlds in size. It was very large, and many ordinary cultivators had never left their continent. In particular, there was the heavenly river between the ancient and celestial races. This river contained a mysterious force, and many powerful beasts lived within. Only old monsters that were as old as the world itself dared to enter it, and even then they wouldn't go too deep. This was the first barrier if either side wanted to invade the other. This year passed by quietly like this. Among the celestial clan's 72 continents, one of the furthest 9 continents from the heavenly river was the heavenly bull continent. If this continent were to shrink countless times, one would vaguely see the shape of a bull. Thus it was named the heavenly bull. This continent was remote and far away from the imperial capital on the celestial Ming continent. A long time ago it was considered an outer continent. It was on the eastern part of the immortal astral continent, and with the other 8 continents they formed the eastern continent. The eastern continent had 9 sects and 13 factions, with the Purple Sun sect leading them. The Dong Lin sect was the most mysterious. In addition, the Guei sect, the Great Soul sect, and such formed the 21 most famous sects on the eastern continent. Aside from these 9 sects and 13 factions, there were some smaller sects, but they could not compare to the behemoths that were those 21 sections. Not to mention, the Purple Sun sect was rumored to contain one of the 9 suns. The Heavenly Bull continent was under the influence of the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect. The 7 Tao sect had been created in a remote corner of the Heavenly Bull sect. There was a black mountain range covered in forest. There was a layer of fog surrounding the mountain, and there were rarely any beasts there. Within this mountain range, there was a lonely peak. It was the tallest peak, and it had the densest mist around it. This was the location of the 7 Tao sect. When the cave world closed, Su Dao sealed the 7 Tao sect. Many years had passed, and the 7 Tao sect had fallen. There was not a single living thing here, and it was filled with death. This was also where one appeared after leaving the cave world. Yun Yifeng, Fan Shanlu, or anyone who had come out of the cave world with their immortal astral continent bloodlines all appeared here. They looked at their familiar yet strange hometown before leaving. On a certain day of the 6th year, if one's gaze penetrated the dense layer of mist, they would see the various pavilions of the 7 Tao sect. Among them there was a very large pavilion, and that was the main hall of the 7 Tao sect. It was also the place the 7-colored celestial sovereign once used for his closed-door cultivation. On this day, outside the pavilion in the mist-covered mountain, a figure slowly appeared. It was a young man in black, but although he looked young, his eyes revealed the passage of countless years. He was Shen Luo. Shen Luo looked at the 7 Tao sect pavilion that hid inside the mist and slowly sat down. Wang Lin, everyone has reincarnated, but I have no control over when they will reincarnate. Perhaps it will be a few years, or perhaps 1,000 years before they appear. But they are safe. Xian Luo let out a sigh as he looked at the pavilion. He seemed to be able to see the void inside the pavilion and Wang Lin, who was struggling to come out of the void. There are less than 4 years left. Disciple, teacher has done all he can. Now it will depend on you. Xian Luo slowly closed his eyes, and between his eyebrows, there was a flash of red light. This red light was to ensure Wang Lin didn't get lost. In the void between the cave worlds and the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. He cycled his ancient Tao power through his body to resist the crazy pressure coming from all sides. This pressure was already indescribably powerful, and if not for the mosquito beast, who continued to move, Wang Lin would have stopped. Even the Mosquito King was moving a lot slower and struggling under the pressure now. It would sometimes let out a silent howl. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The essences in his body had all been exhausted and he had no way of recovering. The only way to resist the law of the immortal astral continent was with his ancient Tao body. It had been more than a year since he had seen a corpse. It seemed it was very rare for anyone to make it this far. The blood dragon had long dissipated. Even the red mark it formed between his eyebrows was so bleak, it was almost invisible. These last 7 years had been extremely difficult for Wang Lin, especially because he needed to protect his wife behind him, protect Li Muin. Every day he had to suffer even more pain. But he didn't regret it. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. In the 8th year, the pressure suddenly increased. The entire void seemed to turn solid and pressed on his body. Blood continued to flow out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth and his vision became blurry. He vaguely understood that he was about to give out. With a miserable smile, Wang Lin struggled to raise his right hand and press it on the head of the Mosquito King that was struggling to move forward. The Mosquito King had accompanied him for 8 years, and Wang Lin could see that perhaps this was really the home of the Mosquito King's ancestor. It was obvious that the Mosquito King was more adapted to this place than Wang Lin. However, it was not born here. Perhaps it would fully adapt after countless years, but right now it was unable to enter the depths of the void. The Mosquito King was too worn out to enter by force. It needed to fuse with more of the law of the immortal astral continent, to go through countless evolutionary transformations to reach the state of its ancestors. Don't go forward with me. Since this is your home, you should stay here. You have accompanied me for more than 2,000 years. Today you can go. The Mosquito King trembled and let out a roar. This roar spread out across the void, and it was filled with its defiance. This was the first time it didn't listen to Wang Lin. It didn't want to leave. It wanted to use all its power to take Wang Lin a bit further. Even if it meant death, it wanted to send Wang Lin further along. Wang Lin smiled. Although he was suffering great pain, he was very happy. He shook his head and slowly stood up. This simple action was very difficult for him. The moment he got up, his eyes revealed light that had disappeared for a long time. Popping sounds echoed in his body and his ancient Tao power fully erupted. This gave him the power to move by himself temporarily. His right hand formed a seal and he didn't allow the Mosquito King to refuse. His hand landed on the beast's head. The moment the mosquito beast's movement was restricted, Wang Lin jumped off and flew away. Go! This is your hometown? Don't follow me. Wang Lin's voice was firm, and he waved his sleeve. The 9 remaining mosquito beasts flew toward the Mosquito King. This caused the distance between Wang Lin and the Mosquito King to increase greatly. Behind Wang Lin, a sharp cry echoed from the Mosquito King. This was a cry of despair from a child that was separated from their relatives. Wang Lin's heart felt a sting of pain from this cry, but he didn't stop. He used all his effort to fly forward. He knew that this time, his chance of survival was less than 10%. Since this was the case, why drag the Mosquito King down with him? Behind him, the Mosquito King broke out of its shackles and charged forward with bloodshot eyes. It didn't want to leave Wang Lin. Even if it was going to die here, it wanted to die next to its master. The palm Wang Lin had placed on the Mosquito King contained 10 seals that continued to stop the Mosquito King from moving forward. The stops caused the distance between the Mosquito King and Wang Lin to increase greatly. No matter how hard the Mosquito King pursued, it could no longer find its master. A sorrowful cry echoed in the void and spread far into the distance. Wang Lin was struggling to move forward in the void, but he could still hear the cry of the Mosquito King. He looked back for a moment before he gritted his teeth and continued to fly forward. After chasing for a long time, the Mosquito King still could not find Wang Lin. It trembled as the pressure increased, and it slowly stopped. However, it didn't give up. It suddenly turned around toward the other 9 mosquito beasts. It was going to fuse with more of the aura here and quickly evolve back to its ancestral form. Only then could it move faster and find its master. It was now the 9th year. Wang Lin had been separated from the mosquito beast for a year. Wang Lin's body had reached its limit. He took heavy steps as he spent all his effort protecting his wife behind him. His eyes were dull, but there was a powerful will within. This will was the defying will he possessed since a long time ago. More than 2,000 years ago, when he was still a mortal child, he had climbed up the steps of the Han Yu sect covered in blood. But he had never given up. After more than 2,000 years, he was still the same stubborn Wang Lin. Immortal Astral Continent, Eastern Continent, the 7 Dao Sect Mountain on the Heavenly Bull Continent. Xian Luo was sitting inside the pavilion in the mist-covered mountain, and he had waited for several years. Half a year has passed since the 10-year agreement he had with Wang Lin, but Xian Luo hadn't left, even though the mark he had left on Wang Lin had completely disappeared. The disappearance of the red light meant that Wang Lin had lost his guide, or perhaps it meant Wang Lin's death. Did he fail? Xian Luo's eyes revealed sorrow, and he closed his eyes with a sigh. He was going to wait a bit longer. Perhaps a miracle would occur, even though the chance of this miracle was slim. In the void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin was carrying the coffin, moving forward with his hair scattered. He moved forward step by step. He had lost his thoughts and had no strength left. The only thing that was pushing him forward was his will. With this will, he had used his body to protect his wife and would never give up. The red light between his eyebrows had disappeared half a year ago. He could no longer feel the path ahead. The only thing he could do was not retreat and keep going forward in order to find the way out. 10 years of time in this dark void was enough to make one mad from the silence. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and continued moving forward. If he didn't have the will, his mind would have collapsed a long time ago. In truth, he would not have lasted this long if it wasn't for the fact that he had a fortunate encounter after the red light disappeared half a year ago. After all, not much of his ancient Dao cultivation remained. Just at this moment, a ray of light appeared in the void. This light was very weak, and it seemed to come from a corpse. As he closed in, the corpse became even more clear. It was an old man in a purple robe. His eyes were closed and there was no sign of light in them. However, the light coming from his body was very eye-catching. This old man came from an unknown place, but with the white light shining, one could see a mysterious force gathering in his body. The moment the corpse with the white light appeared, Wang Lin's dim eyes shined brightly. He looked up and moved very fast toward the body. He struggled to reach it, and the moment he closed in, he placed his hand on the body. He extracted the white light. The white light around the body gathered in Wang Lin's hand and rapidly disappeared. The mysterious force in the body also entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin felt that this power was cold, but it was this cold feeling that made his mind clear. After absorbing this force, his essences showed signs of recovering, and even his ancient Dao power recovered a bit. Wang Lin released his right hand and allowed the old man's body that had lost the light to continue drifting. Wang Lin's expression became a bit better. Wang Lin didn't know what this force was. Half a year ago he had encountered a corpse like this too. It was only after absorbing this force that he had the power to continue. This force was very mysterious. It could help his essences and ancient Dao power recover. This kind of thing should not exist, but it had appeared in the void before Wang Lin. During 10 years of time, Wang Lin had only encountered 2 bodies like this. Wang Lin's mind trembled and his eyes shined. He activated his cultivation to resist the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent. He then touched the coffin behind him and felt Li Muin's existence. Wang Lin silently moved forward. His speed wasn't fast, but he didn't stop at all. He moved forward without changing directions. 10 years have already passed. I wonder where the end is. I shouldn't have strayed in the wrong direction. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and quickly disappeared into the void. This force is very strange. If I can encounter more, I won't die of exhaustion. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, searching for the light. However, encountering the bodies with the white light was completely accidental. It would be very difficult to find more without changing directions. After 1 year, he still didn't encounter a third body like this. His cultivation had reached its limit and he was like a dried-up oil lamp. Wang Lin had become very thin. So much so that even if someone who knew him were to encounter him, they would find him difficult to recognize. The light in his eyes dimmed until none remained. He was like a dead person. He didn't know how much further he had to go. It was this unknown that would turn into a terrifying emotion that would make one's mind collapse. Even with Wang Lin's will, his mind was affected. However, whenever he touched the coffin behind him, a determination would erupt from his heart, pushing him to never give up. However, the cruelty of reality erased the last of Wang Lin's consciousness after 3 months, which was when he passed out. There was no aura left in his body, but even unconscious, he still protected the coffin behind him. Even though the coffin was covered in cracks, it would have already disintegrated without his protection. A person and a coffin slowly floated in the void. The moment Wang Lin became unconsciousness, the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent disappeared. Wang Lin didn't know of this strange change. He was like a dead person, and not even the 3 life spell had any use. He was like a dead person, and he floated in another direction while carrying the coffin. He was like all the corpses he had seen floating forever in this void. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, an unknown amount of time passed. Wang Lin's eyes were still closed as if he was dead. On the immortal astral continent, in the 7 Dao sect, Shen Luo let out a sigh and stood up. Adding the time before, he had already waited 15 years. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep waiting, but a powerful surge of celestial energy that wouldn't allow him to stay came from the distance. The celestial energy hadn't even gotten close, but a thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. A golden sun appeared in the horizon, and a figure stood inside. At the same time, another sun appeared in another direction and a cold gaze came from that sun. Shen Luo understood that he had to leave. Disciple, you, take care. If you're not dead, you should come find me. Shen Luo let out a sigh and waved his sleeve. A monstrous blood sun appeared and he flew into the sky. Shen Luo left. From now on, there wouldn't be anyone waiting for Wang Lin's arrival. Wang Lin was still floating in the void, and his direction had changed. It was unknown where he was drifting toward, and he had become one of the corpses in the void. Several more years passed. Some people had reincarnated on the immortal astral continent. Some people were still on the path and might need hundreds or 1,000 years to reincarnate. Not even Shen Luo understood why the gap was so big. A child was born in a mortal town on the eastern continent this year. This child was very unusual. At the age of 6 or 7, he liked to call himself king whenever he played with his companions. If another child didn't wish to follow, he would punch and kick them. He was extremely ferocious, and the neighboring playmates became afraid of him. They slowly began to play his game of king. In the southern continent of the immortal astral continent on a certain year, a child was also born. This child was also very remarkable. Although his family was broken in his early years, by the time he was 10 years old, he was already a famous liar in his city. However, if a liar become famous, then it wouldn't be good for them. As a result, this child left home early and took his talent in lying elsewhere. Time slowly passed for a long time. Shen Luo had long returned to the ancient Dao clan with a bleak expression and had gone into closed-door cultivation. When the ancient Dao emperor saw Shen Luo come back alone, he sneered in his heart. He slowly forgot about why Shen Luo had gone to look for someone. It seemed a lot of people no longer thought about a person named Wang Lin. The immortal astral continent was like this, and the cave world was the same. However, there were a few people that could not forget this name whenever they remembered the past. Mu Bingmei was like this. The immortal astral continent's Tang Shan was the same, and the new genius of the generation Yunifeng would also think of Wang Lin. The Mosquito King also didn't forget about Wang Lin. Back then, the beast was stopped by Wang Lin, and then it seemed to have gone mad as it absorbed the law of the immortal astral continent with its companions. It had metamorphosed 4 times during the past decade. Every time it went through a metamorphosis, the Mosquito King would become several times stronger. The pressure here would weaken until it felt like it no longer existed. In the end, after the 5th metamorphosis, the Mosquito King gave off a pressure that shook the entire void. Its body was no longer like a planet but had changed completely until it was like smoke. This smoke was a blur, as if the mosquito had just popped out of an ink painting. However, its ferocity had reached a peak. Afterward, the Mosquito King no longer absorbed the law of the immortal astral continent. Its body spread out as fog and devoured its 9 companions before it set off in the endless void. It was going to find Wang Lin, find its master. It had desperately gone through metamorphosis and taken great risk to rapidly go through its evolutions. It had even devoured its companions with the sole purpose of finding Wang Lin, finding its master. Its cries of sorrow echoed in the void. It no longer had a body and was only a cloud of fog. It moved very fast through the endless void. As it searched, it became impatient. It paused for a moment and its body collapsed completely. The fog turned into 100,000 portions, into 100,000 mosquito beasts, and searched in 100,000 directions. They all let out cries, calling for their master. Deep inside the void, there was a corpse and coffin floating there. The right hand of the corpse was gripping the coffin tightly. Even if the arm was broken, the corpse wouldn't let go. The corpse had been floating in the void for decades. A faint, white light slowly appeared on this corpse. This white light was just like the white light Wang Lin had absorbed from the 2 bodies. It gathered in the chest of the corpse and was a mysterious force from the void. On this day, as the body and coffin floated, a palm-sized mosquito made of smoke flew out. The mosquito continued to roar, and it flashed past the body and coffin. However, the mosquito soon trembled and turned to stare at the body and coffin in the distance. A roar of excitement echoed. The mosquito seemed to have gone crazy and rushed toward the body. When it got close, it cried loudly toward the thin face of the corpse. It couldn't speak like a person, but its cries exceeded all words. It was a roar of a sadness. It was the call of despair. As it roared, strands of smoke came from the void, revealing a mosquito inside each. More than 100,000 gathered to form Wang Lin's Mosquito King. The Mosquito King's eyes were blood red. As it cried, its large mouth gently touched Wang Lin's face as if it was trying to awaken the sleeping Wang Lin, but it failed every time. Countless attempts and countless failures. The Mosquito King's body trembled and its cries became hoarse from despair. It had worked so hard and searched for so long until it finally found its master. But what it saw was a corpse. The simple-minded Mosquito King couldn't accept it. It grabbed Wang Lin and the coffin and flew off into the distance. The void would be extremely terrifying for others, but for the Mosquito King that had metamorphosed 5 times, there was no discomfort. It carried Wang Lin and the coffin through vast distances in an instant. After going through 5 metamorphoses, it had some vague memories about this void. It felt that there was a place here that could allow its master to awaken. However, this location was very well hidden, and even it had to look for a very long time to find it. It flew for an unknown amount of distance and time. The Mosquito King searched for a very long time until it finally saw a round continent. Or rather than a continent, it was more of a large platform. The platform's shape was irregular and looked like it was part of something else. It was about 100,000 feet wide, not very large. It gave off bursts of white light that was exactly the same as the white light Wang Lin had absorbed from the 2 bodies. The platform was empty, but it was surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented anything from entering. This barrier was formed completely by the law of the immortal astral continent. Forget Wang Lin, even Shen Luo would find it difficult to break the barrier to enter. Only the celestial ancestor, ancient ancestor, and the 9 strange beasts that were born from the law of the immortal astral continent could enter the barrier. In the Mosquito King's fuzzy memory, it saw that its ancestors were born on a round platform like this, so once its master entered such a platform, then its master would certainly wake up. The Mosquito King brought Wang Lin and the coffin toward the round platform. The Mosquito King entered, but Wang Lin and the coffin were stopped outside. The Mosquito King was startled and immediately came out. Took Wang Lin and tried again, but it failed several times in a row. As a result, the Mosquito King became anxious and began to cry. It took a strand of Wang Lin's hair with its mouth and charged inside once more. Again it entered, but the strand of hair was blocked outside. The Mosquito King went crazy and charged out from the platform. It floated beside Wang Lin and roared at the platform. A moment later, madness appeared in its eyes and its huge mouth narrow. It pierced Wang Lin's body and carefully sucked out a drop of blood from Wang Lin's dried-up body. This blood was devoured by the Mosquito King and was protected by layers of smoke inside its body. It rushed toward the platform again, and this time, after it was halfway in, it was stuck. It let out a painful howl and seemed to be stuck there. It seemed like unless it spat out that drop of blood, it couldn't enter. The Mosquito King let out a heaven-shaking roar and it struggled to enter. However, the barrier was very strong, and the Mosquito King could only enter halfway. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move in further. After several attempts, the Mosquito King's eyes became red and its mist-like body shrank as if it had condensed all its essences around the drop of blood. It opened its mouth and spat out the drop of blood. The front half of its body was on the other side of the barrier, including its long mouth. It spat out the blood, and the blood entered the inner part of the barrier. However, the inside of the barrier wouldn't allow anything from the outside to enter. Wang Lin's blood began to evaporate, and just as it was about to disappear, the Mosquito King's body rushed in. The Mosquito King used its body to protect the blood, and it let out a painful howl. Its body immediately showed signs of dissipating, and it shrank a lot. However, under its protection, although a lot of the blood had evaporated, a sliver still landed on the round-shaped platform. For the first time ever, a drop of blood that was not formed by the law of the immortal astral continent had landed on this platform. Most importantly, this happened after the white light had appeared on Wang Lin's body after he had died or gone to sleep. It was precisely because all of this happened that he obtained the greatest fortune in his more than 2,000 years of cultivation. This fortune was enough to shake the heavens. This platform was located in the void of the immortal astral continent. Not many people could enter this void, and most that entered had died or become lost. The position of the platform was also not fixed. It was always moving. If not for the fact that the Mosquito King had a vague memory after going through several metamorphoses, it would have been very difficult to find, even if one looked for countless years. These two conditions were already very difficult to complete, and very few could complete them. In addition, this platform prevented anything not formed by the law of the immortal astral continent from entering. This was like a wide rift that made it even more difficult. Unless it was like the Mosquito King, who desperately tried at the risk of its own life, it would be almost impossible to accomplish. To make the mosquito beast that would never recognize an owner to do this was really a fortune. However, these weren't all the conditions. The final condition was that the person had to either die or go to sleep and for the white light to appear. This white light was, in fact, part of the law of the immortal astral continent. It only appeared on the corpses of very few people after they died. No one knew the specific condition for the white light to appear. Only after all of this was achieved would what was about to happen to Wang Lin occur. When the blood fell on the round platform, it was immediately absorbed by the platform. The entire platform trembled and invisible light spread out, filling the void. White light came from all directions from the void and rushed toward the platform. The platform rumbled. The mosquito beast flew out in joy and guarded Wang Lin. The rumbling became even more intense and the platform began to move. It became soft and the edges curled up. It was like a palm forming a fist and gradually becoming an empty shell. Inside the empty shell, there was a mist of blood. The mist of blood absorbed the white light and was flashing constantly. Finally, a human shape slowly condensed inside, and one could faintly see that appearance of the human figure was Wang Lin. As the shadow formed and slowly became clear, after sleeping for decades, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that a force had come from somewhere and appeared in his blood, nourishing his body. The ancient Tao power in his body suddenly recovered. At the same time, his 7 essences reached their peak in an instant. He could vaguely feel that another version of himself existed in this world. As he slowly opened his eyes, Wang Lin could hear the Mosquito King's cries of joy. He saw the excited Mosquito King and saw the giant, shell-like stone. For a moment, he seemed to see his other self. What is this? For a moment, Wang Lin's mind was filled with confusion. Wang Lin looked at the fruit-like shell. He couldn't see through it at all, but he could feel another self inside there. It could be said that when he closed his eyes, he wasn't sure if he was inside or outside the stone shell. He could feel himself sitting inside the shell and also feel his original body outside. This strange feeling was something Wang Lin had felt before, but nowhere near as strongly as now. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. The Mosquito King continued to rub its mouth on Wang Lin, letting out cries of joy. The Mosquito King's body was a lot smaller than before. At this moment, it looked like a cloud of fog that could disappear at any moment, but it gave off a powerful life force. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed at the Mosquito King's change. He raised his right hand and tried to touch the Mosquito King. His hand touched nothing, he couldn't feel anything solid. However, the Mosquito King revealed a comfortable feeling, as if it would be very satisfied and happy as long as it was near its master. The Mosquito King had followed Wang Lin for a long time, so their thoughts were aligned. As Wang Lin's hand reached out, his divine sense spread out and fused with the Mosquito King. Soon, memories of what happened after Wang Lin forced the Mosquito King away appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This was not a soul search but a transmission. Wang Lin had done such a thing before, and it would bring no harm to the Mosquito King. They could do this because they had been together for more than 2,000 years. Wang Lin gradually saw the Mosquito King's crazed metamorphosis and the desperate evolution. It had even devoured its 9 companions, all to look for him. Wang Lin saw the Mosquito King split into 100,000 smaller mosquitoes and search the void to find him, who was already dead or asleep. He felt the sadness and despair from the mosquito beast as it brought Wang Lin and Li Muin here. Wang Lin also saw everything that happened after. After a long time, Wang Lin felt a warmth surge in his heart. He looked at the joyous Mosquito King, who kept rubbing him with its mouth. He raised his hand and gently patted the Mosquito King a few times. "It's been hard on you." Master's soft pat, gentle gaze, and understanding words made the Mosquito King even more happy. Light shined from its body and ripples echoed. This was the happiest moment in its life. Wang Lin had never found loyalty like the Mosquito King from another beast. Whether it was the time when Wang Lin became immortal, or when they had been separated, and with what happened in the void, it all pointed to the fact that the Mosquito King was willing to give up its life for Wang Lin. Wang Lin was a grateful person. He was also willing to do everything for the Mosquito King. This mosquito was no longer his pet but his family. He gently patted the mosquito's body, and his gaze fell on the fruit-like stone shell. From the mosquito's memory, this place seems to be the same as where its ancestors were born. What is this stone shell? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he walked toward the stone shell. He raised his right hand and touched the stone shell. However, the moment he touched it, a rejection force came from the stone shell, knocking his hand away. It wouldn't allow him to touch or reach into it. He tried from several different positions, but the rejection force was still there. In the end, Wang Lin gave up the idea of controlling his avatar to walk out. He had a vague feeling this would be a great fortune for him. The fortune was the avatar that had unknowingly grown inside the stone shell. Perhaps in the future, this avatar would break out from the shell and contain a terrifying power. This power was the law of the immortal astral continent because this avatar was born in the law of the immortal astral continent just like the ancestor of the Mosquito King. It wasn't worth it to break it by force. Wang Lin also understood that the reason he was able to awaken and recover his cultivation was because of that avatar in the stone shell. With his connection to the avatar, it seemed like the growth of the avatar would make his original body stronger. This kind of thing was very strange and couldn't be explained clearly. Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time. When he was in the cave world, he had encountered some ancient jade regarding feng shui. This matter seemed very similar to feng shui. In feng shui, a lot of attention is focused on the location of the burial. Then, having my avatar here would be equal to making this a burial spot. In this way, as my avatar grows, my original body will become stronger. I thought these kinds of things were nonsense back then, but now it feels similar. Wang Lin pondered and slowly retreated. He looked at the stone shell and gave up on the idea of breaking it or for his avatar to walk out. Mortal emperors cared deeply about the dragon vein. If they were buried in the dragon vein, their future generations would become prosperous. Now that I've buried my avatar here, I want to see what kind of fortune I'll obtain in the future. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he turned without hesitation to charge into the void. The Mosquito King was very happy as it let out a cry and immediately carried Wang Lin off into the void. As they moved forward, Wang Lin looked back at where his avatar was. His eyes shined brightly. Compared to the nonsense that was feng shui, Wang Lin had more expectations for the growth of this avatar. He could clearly feel the connection with the avatar that couldn't be cut off. One day, the avatar would finish growing, and once it came out of the shell, Wang Lin believed it would change the world. As the mosquito flew, Wang Lin carried the heaven avoidance coffin with Li Muin inside as they charged toward the exit. At this moment, inside the void, he didn't know the huge change that had occurred across the immortal astral continent the moment the Mosquito King brought the blood to the platform and the blood was absorbed by the platform. This huge change shocked the entire immortal astral continent. Countless powerful cultivators came out of closed-door cultivation. The leaders and elders of countless sects all came out. Their divine senses rushed into the sky. This upheaval even caught the attention of the 9 suns, creating a rare occasion of all 9 suns appearing. No one could forget this scene. It was still remembered countless years later. It became a mystery everyone speculated about. When the celestial ancestor was born, there were 3 signs. The golden sky and black earth was 1 sign. When the ancient ancestor was born, there were 9 songs. The silver eyes was one of them. Although ordinary cultivators didn't know this, anyone who had reached a certain cultivation level or belonged to a powerful sect knew some of it. On this day, a distortion appeared in the sky above the capital of the Celestials on the celestial Ming continent that ruled over all of the Celestials. A huge vortex formed and began to spread in all directions. It was too fast, far faster than any cultivator. It immediately covered the surrounding 37 continents and caused the sky to turn golden. As the golden light appeared, the earth strangely turned black due to the reflection of the intense light. This caused the appearance of the golden sky and black earth that signaled the arrival of the celestial ancestor. At the same time, a vague shadow appeared inside the vortex. This figure was blurry, but one could vaguely see that the figure was wearing a golden robe and a crown. It stood in the vortex and gave off a shocking amount of celestial energy. Anyone who saw this figure would immediately think of a name that made them tremble in excitement. Celestial Ancestor. The celestial ancestor had disappeared into the void countless years ago. It was the first time since then that the shadow of the celestial ancestor had appeared once more. This set off a huge wave among the celestial race. All the grand empyreans of the celestial race appeared and bowed at the sky. At the same time, in the 36 states of the ancient country, a huge vortex also appeared. This vortex was black and spread across the 36 states as if it was competing with the celestials. A terrifying and tyrannical aura poured out from this vortex. This caused everyone in the ancient countries to kneel on the ground in excitement. At the same time, Xianluo and the other remaining two of the four ancient Grand Empyreans all rushed out. They floated in the air and looked at the vortex in the sky with disbelief. There was no shadow like the celestial ancestor, but a pair of eyes. This was a pair of silver eyes, and it looked toward the celestial ancestor. The eyes released a monstrous, silver light. The entire immortal astral continent seemed to enter a boiling point. All 9 suns appeared at the same time, and the pressure they released caused everyone to tremble. If this was it, it would only shock everyone but not cause so much speculation. After the shadow and pair of eyes appeared in the sky, a third giant vortex appeared between the celestial and ancient lands. The appearance of this vortex set off an unimaginable wave of shock and terror. This is impossible. How could a third vortex appear as the illusions of the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor descends? A third vortex has appeared below the celestial and ancient ancestors. What does this mean? Is this indicating that inside the third vortex, there is an existence similar to the celestial and ancient ancestors? Even if it was nonsense, according to feng shui, someone buried in a dragon vein would have a noble fate law. Once the fate law was determined, their descendants would all benefit. Wang Lin didn't believe in feng shui. He was a powerful cultivator who could move mountains and seas, change the earth, and even create stars. For him, something like feng shui could be created and controlled. But at this moment, he could still use feng shui to interpret the scene that shocked everyone on the immortal astral continent. Getting buried in a cave meant that their descendants would have more riches and less disasters. Once they were buried in the master cave, many of their future generals would have riches. Once they were buried in the dragon vein, their descendants would have great fortune. Similarly, once they were buried in the master dragon vein, their descendants could rule a country. Wang Lin's avatar was located at the birthplace of the celestial and ancient ancestors. Although it wasn't the same platform, this platform was part of the original platform. As a result, it was the same as Wang Lin having the same fate law as the celestial and ancient ancestors. This fate law was not cultivation, it was something far beyond what cultivation could achieve. This fate law wouldn't reveal itself too much, but as time passed and his avatar grew, Wang Lin's future would be unimaginable. Wang Lin wasn't clear about this matter. He only understood a few things and had a lot of speculations. However, he didn't believe all of this. He was more convinced by his own effort and persistence. What he anticipated more was the day when the avatar walked out and threw its strongest punch. On the immortal astral continent, the moment the third vortex appeared, everyone felt shock no matter what their cultivation level or status was. Even the 9 suns had serious expressions when they sensed the third vortex. The third vortex seemed to have just been born and was still unstable. There were countless distortions, but it existed outside the vortexes of the celestial and ancient ancestors without collapsing. And it was rapidly expanding. After a long time, the 3 vortexes slowly dissipated from the endless sky. It was like they had never appeared, disappearing without a trace. Everything returned back to normal, but the fear left in everyone's hearts took root and continued to grow. This matter was like an omen that pressed down upon everyone, making it difficult to breathe, and countless thoughts appeared. On the immortal astral continent, after the 3 vortexes disappeared, in a town somewhere there was a 10-year-old child. He had one hand on his waist with the gesture of a king and was waving a wooden stick in his hand. A group of children were being led by 2 frowning cultivators to go to a nearby sect to be tested. If there was anyone who had good talent, they would be taken into the sect as a disciple. "I will one day become a king," a persistent voice echoed in the heart of this child. Also on this continent, somewhere far away, a young child was wearing a Tao robe he had gotten somewhere, looking like a heavenly child. He was inside the house of a large family. He had a smile on his face while several people respectfully bowed before him. This old man has cultivated for 3,000 years and has now reverted to a child. I need to go through 9 reincarnations to recover my cultivation. You all have invited me from the countryside, so I'll stay for a while and form a Tao link. The ancient aura from the child was something even mortals could feel. It felt like the person that was sitting before them was not a child but an old man who had lived for thousands of years. In particular, the spirit in those eyes seemed to see through life and made it so you felt like you had to believe them. The feeling of decay made the entire room feel grim and gloomy. Looking at the trembling mortal that was hit by this decay, the child looked normal, but in his heart, he was smiling like a flower. Oomph, oomph, this little lord's deception is something I have mastered without a teacher. These words sounded real even to me, as if I really did reincarnate. If I really have reincarnated, then I must have been a heaven-shattering liar. I'll spend a while here to not waste the few months I spent with the bodies in the cemetery. There are also the expenses from traveling from the neighboring country. I must earn it all back 100-fold. In the void, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by fog. This fog was the Mosquito King, and it carried Wang Lin as it flew forward. As it charged forward, the law of the immortal astral continent seemed to decrease greatly. The amount he felt was something he could bear. Although he had lost his direction, the mosquito beast seemed to feel something, and it continued toward that direction with Wang Lin. Along the way, the mosquito beast was very excited. It sometimes looked back at Wang Lin and let out a happy cry. It really liked being around Wang Lin. It felt very comfortable, as if it was with its parents. However, even with the Mosquito King leading the way, as they went deeper into the void, the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent became even more powerful. Although Wang Lin had the avatar inside the stone shell nourishing his original body, the pressure became somewhat difficult to bear after a while. The main problem was that he had to ensure that Li Muin was not injured at all. If there was no Li Muin, the current Wang Lin would have no problem with the law of the immortal astral continent. Due to the Mosquito King and his avatar, he had already adapted. He had such an advantage and was still suffering. This just showed how terrifying this void was. No wonder no one without the proper bloodline has ever come out of this void. Carrying one heir was equivalent to giving up the bloodline. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had already forgotten the passage of time. He didn't know how long he had been here, but he understood that it was already past 10 years. I fear teacher can't wait anymore. If he has gone back to the ancient Dao clan, then once I reach the immortal astral continent, I'll have to depend on myself. Wang Lin's eyes shined and were filled with determination. This is no problem. Back then, I left planet Suzaku by myself to explore the brilliant void. Then I went from the brilliant void to all heaven, then to the cloud sea. Later, I went to the ancient star system by myself. Now I'll just go to the immortal astral continent alone as well. It is no problem. On the other hand, I must quickly increase my cultivation level on the immortal astral continent. There is also the Dong Lin sect that I must go to once. If I can enter the Dong Lin pool. When Wang Lin thought of this, his heart pounded. It could be said that Wang Lin really wanted to enter the Dong Lin pool. He longed to make the illusion from Fifth Flower a reality. He longed to have essence true bodies, so he could battle against arcane turbulent cultivators. There are still some old friends on the immortal astral continent. I don't know who has managed to reincarnate. I wonder if Situ Nen got to be a king. I don't know if Lu Jinbiao will continue his path of deception. There is also that devil Su Ligua. I wonder what kind of fate he will have on the immortal astral continent. There are also Qing Shui, Red Butterfly, and Li Qianmei. Wang Lin had his memories and the Mosquito King to accompany him in this ovid, so he was not lonely. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 3 years of time slowly passed as Wang Lin recalled the past. The Mosquito King had slowed down a lot, but it had brought Wang Lin to the end of the void. They were very close to the exit. This exit perhaps was not at the place that Shen Luo had waited, but a place the Mosquito King had followed based on its vague memories. This place may lead to the Heavenly Bull continent or it may lead to another place. Could even be in the ancient country's 36 states. In these 3 years, Wang Lin focused his full cultivation on Li Muin. Under his protection, she was very safe. On this day, he saw light in the void before him. This light wasn't bright, and it came from a slender rift in the void. He could see mountains beyond the rift. Bursts of aura unique to the immortal astral continent came from the rift. Wang Lin's tired body immediately trembled. The Mosquito King was also very tired. It struggled to bring Wang Lin to the rift, but in the end, its body scattered into mist and couldn't take form. Wang Lin's heart ached for the Mosquito King, and his right hand reached toward the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King turned into an ink tattoo that imprinted on Wang Lin's arm. He didn't dare to open his storage space. When he opened it last time, he could sense that it was unstable and about to close. He didn't know if the storage space was going to explode if he opened it, or if it would still exist on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin would have to spend time to figure out these unknowns. Aside from some pills and treasures, there was the madman and the woman in silver inside. These two had the bloodline from the immortal astral continent, so even if they were in the void, there wouldn't be any problem unless they were like Wang Lin, who was trying to protect someone while entering the immortal astral continent. After taking away the mosquito beast, Wang Lin carried Li Muin and adjusted himself. He opened his eyes and stared at the rift. At this moment, it was like back in the foreign battleground, when he tried to escape after turning into a soul devourer. He erupted his full cultivation and rushed out toward the rift. He was very fast and instantly closed in. He was spending all the energy he could on speed. The rest was being used to keep Li Muin safe. He was using just his body to charge forward. He was getting closer and closer. 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet, until he was only 10 feet away. Wang Lin's body seemed to be burning and he felt intense pain, but his eyes shined brightly. Immortal astral continent. I, Wang Lin, am coming.